Welcome to PUBG Continental Series 5 for APAC. It's been a long time between drinks, but we are excited to be back for some more PUBG action here in the year. My name is Erangel. Joining me tonight is the lovely Alfish Guy. Neither of us have had a haircut in a little while. We've been in lockdown here in Australia, but we're so excited to, of course, bring you the action. For tonight, of course, we've got Chunks and Saga coming back on for this stage. It's going to be an amazing time, Jordan.
Yeah, I can't believe you led with that. Although, to be fair, it probably is pretty important that you do so. Otherwise, people will start firing off with a few letter heads in the chat or something like that. I've heard it all before. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I am here for, of course, PUBG. We're super excited for PCS5. Yep. APAC obviously kicks off PCS every single time. And I always feel, a little bit excited, a little bit hyped the fact that we are the first PCS broadcast of every series. And, back once again, it's going to be super fun. Yeah, it certainly is going to be. Of course, as you said, we sort of kick everything off, don't we, here at APAC? It's best in first place, I guess you can say. Look, there's been a couple of little changes coming into this stage, most importantly with the teams. First and foremost, I'm just going to say, can you believe back-to-back champions of APAC are not going to be going for 3 in a row, Jordan? No, Miramar United, of course, the team, I think it was the first team to qualify for PGC, not back. That's the first thing that we almost need to straight away get off the board here. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really feel like PCS APAC without Miramar United, does it? I'm not sure what to make of that. I did take a little bit of a look back at some of their results this year, and it seems to have declined a little bit in contrast to what we saw from them back in 2020. Obviously, the outstanding result, though, was PCS4, and it's so weird to go back like 3 or 4 months at that point in time at the end of PCS4 where we were saying, this is undeniably the best team in the APAC region. They've won two times in a row. They were top 3 every single time we saw PCS crop up. So there wasn't really much of an argument against that. But then you come to PCS5 and they don't even manage to qualify. So is that, speaking to the strength of the Thai region, or has Miramar fallen off a little bit? Lots of questions to be answered. Obviously, one of the big ones as well is which of the other teams are going to make it through to PGC now that Miramar, is already out of the picture. Yeah, let's have a look at the overview schedule, of course, over the next 3 weeks. Not just for PCS5 APAC, but the other regions as well, of course. It's kind of set in days, right? We've got APAC, and then after that, a couple of hours later, it's the Americas region. And then the next couple of days after that, it's Asia and Europe. And we repeat that for 3 weeks. Of course, the Pick'em challenges, those have begun. They end on the 30th. So make sure that you get your picks in by at least the 30th, which I think by that point, you probably may have a fair idea as to which teams are going to be at the top, which of course matters quite a lot in this particular stage now, Jordan. It's the last PCS event before PGC, the last chance for teams to essentially qualify, especially either through points or winning the events themselves. So this is going to be a very, very important PCS. Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, we've already got a couple of teams having qualified through to PGC, and to note, Miramar United has done so. So despite the fact that they don't qualify for PCS5, they have already managed to lock that spot in for PGC. Obviously, what that does is leave the door open quite substantially for a lot of the other teams that are sort of coming through the APAC region. I mean, we certainly will be talking a lot about Fury over the course of this evening and over the course of this tournament. Archangel Predator, Day Trade Gaming are probably the big ones in my mind that will be gunning for that top spot. But then, we've got Cerberus coming back as well. Sharper Esports have been a team that's been consistent across the board in PCS APAC. And then there's a bunch of other teams, some new teams coming in, some teams that are amalgamations of old teams. And then there's obviously a lot of older players starting to come back in as well that we're quite excited to see coming through. So it is kind of up in the air without Miramar United here in the competition, having always been such a talking point. I feel like for the past 2 or 3 seasons, it really has been Fury versus Miramar United who can take the win, and how many points can those 2 teams sponge up away from the rest of the competition. That's something that we're not really going to be talking about today and over the rest of this competition. We're going to be focusing on now a bunch of different storylines, which is quite exciting as we head into match number 1. Yeah, definitely. I think for week 1, it's going to have a very different sort of storyline compared to, say, week 3, for instance, as you sort of put it. By the time we get to week 3, that's when you sort of look at those overarching storylines, as we've got a little bit of friendly driving there, of course. Now, there's been quite a few changes. Most importantly, one I should mention, MS Chonburi used to be MSC Theraton, Jordan. It is a new roster though, right? So technically same kind of org, just rebranded. JS is going to get the first knock onto Maximus. There's a lot to get through. We didn't really have too much time, a bit of a shortened pre-show, which is good. Straight into the game, but we probably may use the first 15 minutes or so to maybe go on over a few other changes. Yeah, I kind of like that, to be fair, as well, Xenox, because the early game in PUBG generally tends to be a little bit slower, and it does give us a lot of time to kind of catch up with some of the teams that have made changes or maybe have come through from last season, and we can sort of reset the storylines as to exactly what we expect to see from pretty much everyone around in APAC. One team, of course, to note, Attack All Around. They do manage to pick up the first kill of PCS5. They finished 8th last season in PCS4, and they haven't actually made a roster change. They've got a lot of good players on that team. You know, Gems, Jayers, we've talked about them quite a lot in the past, coming through from Q Confirm. Yanku and Glooms as well, obviously in that roster, back in PCS4. So that's a team that I'm kind of looking to see perhaps step up now in the fact that obviously Buriram is not here, right? They are a team coming from the Thailand region. Are they going to be able to sort of take that mantle up alongside Daytrade, alongside Sharper? Or, you know, is it going to be another middle of the pack time for Attack All Around? Who, for me, like I looked at that roster and I said, this could be a team that could actually do something. I thought there was potential there, but they didn't really have that experience as a unit in PCS4. Now they have that in PCS5. I think the expectations are a little bit higher.
36 Cartel on your screens here. New Oceanic team, as we had them just momentarily. Looking forward to see how those boys goes. They've been grinders for a long time. A little bit of a recap, I guess, as you will. Our PCS4 winners, Buriram United, who unfortunately are not here for PCS5. They missed out on qualification, as we sort of touched on. It's a pretty substantial talking point. But of course, they've already qualified for PGC. We know what they're capable of. We do obviously have to ask some questions as to why they weren't able to qualify for PCS5, but at the end of the day, Jordan, it doesn't really matter too much. That they might miss out on some extra cash, but it does open, I guess, some pathways for other teams to collect points, and we kind of theorize that maybe the sort of lobby won't be as top heavy with Buriram soaking up a lot of the points.
Yeah, certainly, but you know, you say that, and I think that's definitely true, and I probably would agree with it as well. However, I think that, you know, if we look back at some of the results, maybe from Daytrade in particular, in terms of their domestic performances within the Thai region, that is a team that can very much just take the position that Buriram has held in PCS APAC for such a long time, right? Maybe it's going to be its Daytrade show, right? Those are the two teams that have been here since Charity Showdown, have not missed a beat. Some of the results have been, you know, better for one of those teams. I think in the case Fury, you know, being a little bit more competitive than Daytrade Gaming have been, at least in PCS events. But for Daytrade Gaming, it's no surprise or it's no secret that there is a lot of skill on that roster, and there is the possibility that they're going to sort of just step up where Buriram has kind of left off. And, you know, I think there's a bunch of other teams that you could put in that discussion as well. So it's probably not just Daytrade, it's not just Fury that we want to talk about in that respect. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily going to be as top-heavy in terms of the top two teams, but I think at least towards the top 4 or 5, we are going to be seeing quite a battle for some of those top placings from the teams that we expect to see right up there, right? The teams that have been around for quite a while.
And there's definitely a couple of different battles that are going to play out, not just obviously for today or the first week, but basically PCS5 APAC as a whole. Due to the way that it's structured in terms of which teams actually qualify for PGC, of course, you've got the best Vietnamese team, the best Thailand team. They're going to get their own little slots there. Then you've got the 2 points after that. Then you've got the winner of PCS5 in itself. I know one of the teams that's probably pretty happy with this circumstance right now is BN United. They had obviously a very fantastic PCS4, Jordan. They were a little bit of a surprise packet, made definitely a lot of use, and look at this timing perfect here. Thank you, observers. Of the most you can roll. They definitely benefited the most, I think, out of almost all of the teams in the APAC region. They didn't really get a whole lot of kills. They weren't necessarily the most frag-heavy team, but they were able to get wins, and therefore they ended up placing 3rd. And from there, now they've got a big chunk of points, and there's basically like no other Vietnamese teams that actually have any points. In fact, I think the only other Viet team is probably Game Home, who's gone 12 points because they had a bit of a lackluster PCS4. So they don't have to do much. Basically, this is as simple as this. If they finish top 8, they actually make it to PGC. So not expecting these guys to do too much flashy stuff because they just simply don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, isn't it, when you think about the Vietnamese region, how many teams we've kind of cycled through, right? I throw a few names out at you, like Division X Gaming, X Stadium, Divine Esports, teams that sort of crop quite a lot in PCS. And now we actually have Cerberus back as well. So we're taking a bit of a look at them on the screen here. They were, I felt like, one of the strongest, if not probably the Vietnamese team in the early stages, or at least they were looked at to perform. Seems the results weren't for them, though, to PCS. Is there, and we kept talking. Unicorn Phoenix established with attack all around, and maybe that's not something that they'd like to deal with. Yanku is going to be the focus fire right now, Xenox, but there is a flank coming through from the high ground and attack all around. They do get the first blood in this engagement. A little bit of a trade back, but all said and done, this is probably not a fight that either team really wants to take.
Yeah, Unicorn a little bit split right now as well, but Van is popping off, getting some good shots in. Obviously, James is already down, so that's the front man for AAA already gone. That's going to be Glooms getting a big tag onto Van. Gems and Glooms now just really need to back away. They've basically lost this out. They've already lost Yanku. They've already lost Jayas. They're down to 2 players. They got the 2 kills, but it's been that mutual destruction. I know that was sort of the word in PCS4, Jordan, and it starts early on here as well. For Unicorn, though, I think they've just come out a little bit ahead.
That might not be the worst of starts for Unicorn Phoenix, to be honest, because they are a team that, we're not really sure what to make of. There's a couple of new players coming through, Chu and Van, new to PCS, Hungbo Ditch, and that Blue, obviously 2 players that we've seen around a little bit in Phoenix Gaming and Unicorn Cyber recently. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, a new team to PCS, and I think to sort of just get off the blocks pretty quickly here in game number 1, even if it is going to be at the result of losing a couple of players here and there. Just settle the nerves a little bit, fight a little bit, get some shots through, and start to work your way into PCS. We're not expecting massive things from Unicorn Phoenix, to be honest, but I think that, maybe there is a world where they can be a little bit of a thorn in the side for a few teams. Right? The Vietnamese region is always a strong one.
Yeah, it's also definitely a rarity. I don't think I've ever seen this before, but this was a merged acquisition, right? This was Unicorn Cyber and Phoenix Gaming merging back in March to create Unicorn Phoenix. I don't think I've ever seen that before in esports, but hey, obviously it's worked out pretty well for them because they own PCS5. As we see Day Trade go by, isn't that a team to talk about? I think every single PCS event, and of course, Jordan, they've been in every single PCS event. They come in with high expectations, and I always feel like Day Trade never quite meet those expectations. Now, attack all around, by the way, in this situation, not giving up on it because they know that they've got UMP completely surrounded. Glooms gets the knock onto Van. Now makes it technically a 2 versus 2. They can go for the revive. He's safe inside of this building. 50 seconds until phase 2, by the way. So we've already got a bit of a roll on. 9 minutes has surpassed. But attack all around. I think they've realized, Jordan, they've already lost 2 players. May as well see if they can get any more kills from this little exchange.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just a similar kind of mentality as to what I was talking about for Unicorn Phoenix. Try to get the game rolling a little bit, even if you're not going to get too much out of this game in particular. At least you start to feel like you're taking part in PCS5 as opposed to sort of just running around in the blue for half the game trying to rotate, similar to maybe what we're seeing from Colony. I'm just taking a bit of a look at the map stream. I can still see a couple of teams rotating their way in. If you want to do the same, it's on PUBG Esports map, and you can get a good idea of exactly what's been going on in terms of the rotations. Conveniently as well, we do get to have a little bit of a look every single time that blue is going to hit the circle, and we get to see where the next zone is. And that, I can imagine, is probably going to be shifting fairly central here. Fury seem to have called it quite nicely. Obviously a team to talk about. They are the returning second place team. They have a couple of second places under their belt in PCS. Against the likes of Buriram United, but with the lack of Buriram United in the picture this time around, Xenox, you sense that the opportunity has never been greater for Fury Australia than it is now.
Speaking of opportunities, maybe attack all around. Glooms is feeling the opportunity to maybe just push in, finish off Unicorn Phoenix, who have not moved whatsoever, but of course the circle has moved, so these teams will eventually have to get a move on, and that's why I think Glooms is sensing the urgency slightly now that that circle has moved. They're no longer inside of the zone. Now just try and at least just force something here, but Gems gets caught by Dat Blue. That leaves Glooms down 1 versus 3. What can you make of it? Not too much. In the end, they do succumb to Unicorn Phoenix, who get the entire squad wipe. They get all 4 kills, and they only lose Hung Vo, so that's actually not too bad. I think to lose 1 player, but get 4 kills to wipe out attack all around. Great little start there for Unicorn Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Generally speaking, I think if we were to go back to the super settings and discuss that kind of an exchange, we'd say, yeah, 4 points for 1 player loss. That's not too bad. But in the context of this still being the winner-winner chicken dinner format, and we've heard so many conversations around having 4 players alive later on in the game being so important. I mean, yes, it's not a terrible start for Unicorn Phoenix, but I feel like it does hamper their chances of getting that chicken dinner on the board quite substantially. You can probably say the same now for Cerberus, who have lost FAP early on in the piece. Jowman picking that one up for MSC. And this is a very interesting team to talk about, Xenox. MSC, obviously an organization that we've seen a little bit here in PCS APAC before, but this roster is completely different.
Yeah, it is, and it's got some pretty star players on the roster, most notably Jowman, of course, who spent a lot of time on the bench for Biram United. Prior to that was a PCS winner with Q Confirm, and we always sort of looked at him being a player that was going to maybe make Biram that sort of five-man squad, but never really got to unleash him on that roster, so I'm excited to see what he can do here on MS Chonburi. Skeet's a player that's got some solid history as well, played over in Armory Gaming for PGC 2019. It was a little while ago now, actually. And then Rogue and Julio. Rogue is, I think, the sort of younger player coming into this one, and then Julio, the IGL, has some really good experience. He was also actually on some pretty big teams like Biram and Made in Thailand, so a really solid roster. Got my eyes on them. One thing I wanted to also quickly note, as we saw Cerberus Fap did die, no Hisaki tonight. I think he's feeling unwell from one of the things that I've been able to see behind the scenes. So Subang comes back in, of course, was formerly part of the main roster. He actually moved to the analyst role, but obviously still plays as the substitute as well. So that's Cerberus tonight. Unfortunately, now I've also lost Fap.
Yeah, look, I mean, to be fair, I could think of worse replacements for Hasten, someone like Subang, who has been in and around this team for quite a long time, has competed at this level for a substantial period. So, yeah, you could definitely do worse than what Cerberus are going to do this evening. But with that said, obviously not the start that they have been looking for. Game Home Divine, on the other hand, still have 4 players alive. And they're another one of those teams to kind of keep an eye on, I think, a little bit. They do manage to come through with the first place qualification spot from the Vietnamese series, which is obviously fantastic. But looking back at some of their results in PCS, a 15th in PCS4, maybe a little bit of a disappointing one for them. Having said that, they don't make too many changes, or they haven't really made any changes, and so maybe they're quite happy with how the progression of the team was going despite the results, and so they're hoping for something a little bit better this time around. And again, I think first place in Vietnam probably does speak quite highly for them. Yep. So we'll have to see if they can convert that into, a result here in the greater APAC region.
So for Unicorn Phoenix, of course, they've been by far and away in the spotlight the most here for our opening match of PCS5 APAC. They find a ditch inside of the circle for Phase 3, which is so far favouring Fury quite significantly. We haven't given them too much spotlight in the first 14 minutes, but essentially for Fury, Jordan, they just have to finish in the top 5 and they will 100% make PGC. Technically, top 6 as well. Should get the job done, but there's other things that go with that. We move over to Easy Esports, though, who push on to BN United straight into their compound, and this is what we tend to see in the APAC region. It's why it's one of the more fun regions to watch. We do get these crashes pretty early on into the fray.
Yeah, not something that BN United will be really looking for, to be honest. I think they're one of those teams that tends to avoid fighting early where possible. However, this might be a good opportunity to pick up a couple of frags and, again, just start to get that aim on point here early on in day 1 of APAC number 5. Easy Esports. They try to take the aggressive stance, but it hasn't really worked out too well for them. Zest has 3 bullets left, has to pull out the mini, and that's actually cooked him a little bit. That's really unfortunate. He overcommitted to that initial spray, and now all of a sudden Easy Esports are the ones that might act advantage here with a couple of reses potentially able to come through. Simon T cooking a nade. Places it well. It could actually be a bad one for Y8, but it seems like it's not going to be too big of a factor. And in the end, Simon T was not expecting that swing coming from behind the building. Yeah, that's worked out quite poorly for BN United, hasn't it? Yeah,
Young B now the last one alive. He got over there a little bit too late. Gets the knockdown onto Smell, but now he's got Shin V right in his face. Defense not helping him. And Easy Esports, in the end, get all 4 kills. I think they're also going to get all 4 players up as well. Smell and Klee are going to get revived and picked back up. So it's 4 for nothing, Jordan. That is perfect for Easy Esports.
Especially when they're the team that's breaching as well. You normally think, okay, well, the team that's getting breached might be able to get that first knock and start to snowball the fight from there. And that's, I mean, technically what happened, except for the snowball part, right? BN United did get that early knock with a nice grenade getting popped out of one of those buildings, but Easy Esports, they take control of that little compound. To be fair, it's not one of the best compounds at the moment. It's quite far on the outskirts. You might see the circle shift away from them, but certainly better than what the alternative was, which was sort of sitting out in the field in the blue, waiting to die a very slow death. So we'll have to wait and see where this next circle does shift, if it favors Easy Esports, which, I mean, it doesn't quite. Obviously, there's still a bit more work to do, but at least they've got a staging ground to play from now.
Couple of kills as well, a little bit of momentum, that feel-good factor, especially for the first match of the tournament. You want to get off to a good start. You want to win those sort of fights, especially when you're being the aggressors. Unicorn Phoenix, though, back in the spotlight again on our screens and again on the move. They've not really been able to stop all game so far. Of course, the 4 kills, the 3 players, and they're just going to have to find a spot here in the fields of Yasnaya. So they can, of course, create this little bunker with their vehicles. It's I mean, it's not exactly flat terrain. It's pretty decent, all things considered. Better than nothing, Jordan. They're in the circle. See what can happen. There is actually quite a lot of teams that are still outside of this circle. Couple that are hanging onto the edge of Yasnaya, and then you've got a little bit more open space, open territory down the south here. Actually, speaking of the south, I was going to say MSC Terraton. MS Chonburi are going to be pushing on to Fury's compound.
Yeah, and we talked about it a lot last time around for Fury. Their utility usage, those grenades were absolutely on point. So many highlight moments from the grenades being thrown from Fury. And already not a bad one from inside there, right onto Jowman. Does tag him down a little bit, but you know, it's not going to stop MSC. There was no knock off the back of it. No need to push for Fury just yet. They are still quite happy to stay in compound, and I'm sure we'll catch back up with that engagement. If anything does eventuate from it, it doesn't look like much is happening over there for now. So we'll tune back in with how things are going on in the southern part of the map. Colony are making their rotation all the way through there in the direction of Day Trade, and they'll have to obviously go toe-to-toe with them on their way in. Neither of those two teams are actually inside of the circle just yet.
This is a very confusing little moment here because they're both yellow. Colony and Day Trade. So very much look at the logos here. Alec does have to be slightly careful. Killer's already had his position given away. Alec pushing up to the hill maybe to provide a little bit of safety here, but Puchills can be sharp at times here for Day Trade. Killer's probably going to go down here, especially inside of the blue. We are in phase 4 here, and he does end up... Did he just smash right into that tree?
I think he hit the tree.
I think he was going to die anyway. But yeah, this little rotation here from Colony not paying off, going into the blue. Day Trader basically kept them at bay here perfectly. Tag from Skeet, that's a third party from MSC. But Day Trade, I think, sitting pretty comfortably here. They're able to push into the next circle. They're keeping Colony right on the edge of the blue, making it very difficult for them to get into the next zone.
Well, looks like Alec... Oh, never mind! I thought he got to a relative point of safety, but Belmoth snipes him out of the vehicle with a headshot from miles away by the looks of things, and so he's done a number on to another Colony member. Fury seemed to be picking up some points here and there as well. A couple of kills going their way. One from MSC, I thought, and then perhaps 1 or 2 here from Colony, as we do start to see Waikiki pick the pace up. We're keeping an eye in on where that circle shift is going to come through as well. It does go north towards Yasnaya Polyana as well, which is probably a little bit of a surprise. And you got to say, Made in Thailand look like they're not in a bad spot in that bowl just outside of Yazzie, which... You know, again, Made in Thailand, a team that we haven't spoken too much about, but I'm sure if things continue the way that they are so far in this game, perhaps they'll be getting their name up in lights, and it'll be a fantastic return for a team that we know and love. It's
a tough one, though, as well, because it's that double-edged sword. Obviously, you mentioned sort of the perks there, center of the zone, all of that, but then it also can mean, depending on how things play out, you could have teams eventually sort of aggressing onto their position, whether that be by crashing onto them, or depending on whether or not they can see them from a distance. As Fury actually pushed the issue here against Easy Esports, 1-for-1 trade, Cal goes down, but so does Smell. It's Skeet, though, who steals that kill from MS Chonburi. Klee, though, just hiding for dear life here. Ronan inside of the smoke. Obviously, they've lost Waikiki Mukau, so they're down to 3 players now. Fury here at the top of the compound. This is not inside of the Phase 5 circle, and I do fear that both Easy and Fury may get kept in this position as Day Trade make the push onto the yellows.
Well, a couple of members of Day Trade have already arrived, and a couple more still yet to get here. It's down to Flash to really just hold down the fort and open up those rotation paths for his teammates. It seems like that's worked out relatively well. A 1-for-1. Nurans, though, does get dropped by a grenade from Belmoth, so Jumper Esports do manage to peg one back, but I'm not sure how well this fight is going to end up going for Day Trade, given the fact that they're still not quite comfortably in that building. They've got grenades coming from one side, they've got focus fire coming from the other, and it doesn't seem like they can find any sort of reprieve. So they do lose a couple. Fnatica going to try and speed things up. I think he was on fire for a second, and on fire indeed he is, as he does finish off Belmoth. 6 sacks on the floor as well, a bit of a freebie in the end. It's Tinoy left for Sharper Esport, and I mean, Day Trade, they've managed to make the breach work, but they've lost a couple of members in doing so.
Alec from Colony's also just pulled up to the compound as well. Tino is still here, so 2 versus 1 versus 1. There is Alec from Colony, and he does get that elimination onto Tinoy. Sends them packing. Sharper Esports out of here. 2 kills for Colony. We head out to the east here. 36 Cartel on the edge of this Phase 5 circle, and they've got some teams looking to try and make their way in. Game Home, Fury as well to a lesser degree, but I think 36 Cartel in a pretty good spot right now. They've got the firepower, they've got the positioning. Can they deal with these teams trying to breach their area? They look under siege, but Jordan, they're in the right spot.
Yeah, they're not doing too bad, to be honest. The other Oceanic representative coming through alongside Fury, taking a position that was once held by, the likes of Carnage, Bliss, etc. So that, or whatever organization they were in at the time. I think Ferox was in there as well. But yeah, I mean, this is a new team, 36C. Not a new team, I should say. A new addition to PCS in PCS5. So not something that we've seen in PCS5, but a team that's been around for a little bit. And I remember casting actually one of their qualifiers back in the day when they were, like a snowball chance in hell of even making it. And now they're here, right? So it's fantastic to see the way that this team is sort of
just quickly
developed.
though, Jordan, it looks like Fury and Game Home all of a sudden are actually going to fly to the edge here. This is perfect for 36C. In a really bad world, it would have been actually Fury and Game Home sort of combining onto 36 Cartel. Instead, they've actually decided to just fight each other on the edge of the circle. If 36 Cartel understand this, they can easily third party and clean up whatever's left, and then they can have the entire east side to themselves.
We'll see if Fury can make this one happen. Predator, by the looks of things, the team to beat at the moment, according to the algorithm. Flood does get the trade for Insight, and actually manages to finish off 3007. Glories is going to start to push his way up as well. Flood has a beat on that, but he doesn't quite manage to get that killing blow. Glory survives on what looks like a sliver of HP. Disgusting is not doing too well for himself either. It seems that Fury are getting the better of this matchup. But of course, as you say, there's a whole lot more work to be done for them as they're still outside of the zone.
23.5 minutes going here. Game 1. It's been an exciting one so far. Escalusia, good to have him back along with Duckmans for Made in Thailand. Thanawat as well, a big name, making his PCS debut, surprisingly. Duckmans on your screen. Headshot onto Rogue. That's one down and one kill. But they've already lost Jacob, one of the young fraggers that has joined this roster. MS Tromburi actually putting up a decent fight. Great nade. Duckmans is on the floor. Perfectly placed from Skeet, looking to just now finish off the rest of Made in Thailand. Day trade goes out. Of course, they only had the two. Cerberus being the benefactors there, picking up those kills. Down to Thanawat though, and he gets inside of the task here. He might just want to book it out of here, or maybe use it for cover.
We'll also think about for Fury as well. We keep an eye on how their rotation in is going. They've got to go through 36C, they've got to go through MSC, and they also still have Game Home kind of hanging around. Maybe not for too long though, because 36C is actually doing a number to them. I'm quite impressed by what I'm seeing so far from 36C, who are really holding up their end of the bargain quite nicely. Insight, an important knock onto Skeet. MSC trying to cause a bit of a ruckus for Fury, but in the end, not only MSC, but also Made in Thailand, both dropping to the Oceanic representatives, coming through here into PCS5, and it's a bit of a pat my back, I'll pat yours kind of a situation, because I think 36C almost bails Fury out of a bit of trouble, but now they might start to try to pick up the pace a little bit and force the issue onto Fury, who they would recognize now are in a very bad spot.
Yeah, they need to really just close out on them. They cannot allow Fury to sort of just regroup here and reconvene. You can see Ronan low, Flood is low, Insight trying to cover them with smoke here. They need to keep the pressure here on Fury, make it impossible for them to get these heals off and to get back up to a standing position where they can then maybe push on to 36C, because out here to the east, there's no other teams. Escalusia kind of close by. He's a solo now for Made in Thailand. Algenbots is pushing out to the north. You can see the map now, but you can see how much area is under control here for 36C out to the east, and Fury just keep pushing closer towards the south side and away from 36 Cartel.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tense, isn't it? We'll see the next circle shift does head a little bit away from Yasnaya and forces us into a little bit more of a field finish by the looks of things. I know that the stream itself is a little bit laggy at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So best case scenario, jump over to PUBG Esports map. You can still see what is going on in terms of who's getting the kills, who's rotating around. It is a radio broadcast at this point in time, and at the moment, actually, Xenox, there isn't really a huge amount going on. No teams are actually fighting. There's a bit of a jostle for control between Fury and 36C, but apart from that, I think really the team to touch on is Erangel Predator, who have already got Algenbots across the road into the field. They've still got 4 players alive right now, and I think they're actually the only team with 4 players alive. Unless 36C is able to get their 4th back up, this actually could end up being Erangel Predator.
Ronan. There's a player still left behind. Suspect should be the one to get this kill if it goes perfectly here. Ronan gets one out of the vehicle. Can he get a second one? Not quite. Asper did get knocked. Flood, Ronan both gone. Suspect was the anchor that was able to eliminate Fury there. And had he actually gone with his team, I think they almost all would have been wiped out. So really good play from 36 Cartel. They get a good position inside of the circle. They get a couple more kills. And honestly, this is the dream debut that could be transpiring here for 36 Cartel, the team from OCE. They're setting up nicely down south. Now, the biggest concern, I think, is the fact that by moving south, they do kind of allow Archangel Predator to really cross that road up north outside of Yasnaya.
Imagine what that would be like to come into your first game of PCS and come away with a win for 36 Cartel. I mean, that is definitely a possibility at this point in time, but they do still have some strong opposition to go up against. There's a bunch of teams that'll be looking to play spoiler. And what's fantastic about this 36C roster is that it is a completely new team in terms of players that have never appeared before. So if they were able to do that, it would be the debut of dreams. Archangel Predator, however, does still have 4 players alive, and they are starting to frag up a little bit. We are into the final 4 teams. Archangel Predator and 36C are the 2 teams that look to be the powerhouses, but Unicorn Phoenix, a team that we talked about really from the outset, lost a player so early on in the piece, but are now still here with 3 alive in the final a couple of circles.
Yeah.
And so that's big news for them. But, you know, it goes back to what I was saying before. Imagine, right? Instead of having 3, if they have 4, how much more of an opportunity do they have to close this game out? Well, maybe they can still do it with 3, but obviously it'll be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, and full credit, by the way, to Unicorn Phoenix. They've played this perfectly. 6 kills. You mentioned the fact they lost Tungvo Ditch very early on in the piece. They had to fight early on against attack all around. And their ability to just keep moving zone to zone, keep finding these spots. And it's not like they've avoided confrontation. They've had to fight along the way. So to get to this position, we'll see if they can maybe go all the way. It will be difficult, though. 36 Cartel have got 4 players alive, controlling the entire south side, and then Archangel Predator 4 alive, controlling the north side. So where does sort of Unicorn Phoenix get the ability to fit in here? Because I feel like once they try and push into this next phase, phase 8, are they just going to be lamb to the slaughter? Are they just going to be the meat in the sandwich? Both Archangel Predator and 36 Cartel could then turn their attentions all to these smokes, all towards Unicorn Phoenix. I think that's maybe the way it's going to play out here. Himash still alive as well for Cerberus Esports. Had a rough go of things. He's not been spotted. In fact, they drive straight by, and I don't mind this from Unicorn. They try and push to the issue. Unfortunately, though, straight into 36 Cartel. What a firing squad, and what a moment for the Oceanic team. Can they find a chicken dinner in their PCS debut?
Well, that is going to be a confidence builder for them, isn't it? Just being able to completely wipe Unicorn Phoenix just like that. The only thing that kind of concerns me a little bit is that that team drove right past Himas. He did not fire, so 36C are going to assume that maybe that's an area of the map that was clear and open. However, they have found him. So player 4 gets the job done quite nicely. We're into a 4-on-4. And look, to be fair, I mean, this is a fantastic performance, a fantastic start for 36C, but there is still more questions yet to be answered against an absolute powerhouse. Archangel Predator, 4th place last time around, 8th place in PCS3. They've been here before, they've done it before, and they're going to be a difficult task, I think, for 36C right here in this 4-on-4.
6 seconds away from phase 9, 4 versus 4. What a perfect start for PCS5 APAC. Perfect start for 36 Cartel, but can they walk away with the chicken dinner? That is the question, as you mentioned, and as you sort of laid it out, Jordan. Archangel Predator, they've been here before. They've done it many times over. Player 4 gets tagged up quite extensively. He's able to fall back, though, of course. We've still got a bit of time here, a lot of space, and because there's no, snakes in the grass, for instance, both teams are able to sort of fall back safely, get heals up, then push each other again. Hard to sort of, I guess, favor who's in a better position right now. I think it's as even as you can usually ask for. I do wonder, the 36 Cartel maybe get stuck a little bit in this ditch, or do they push out, be the aggressors, take the fight to Archangel Predator on a more neutral ground? Because if they stay there for too long and Archangel push up, they might be able to get a little high ground advantage.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think Archangel Predator have just a little bit more room to work with in terms of the defilade that they are playing, as opposed to 36C, who are starting to run out of room in this dip. Belgian bots firing a few in the direction of player 4, cops some back in response. There's a very low HP bar for one of those 36C players, but player 4 is surviving for now, crawling forward, has 1 kit left in his back pocket to heal back up with. But he's kind of got to keep moving. That blue is at his back. There's the first opener. Algenbots gets player 4. Now it's a 3-on-4.
Where's Asper, though? He was flanking out far left. He's the one to look for, I think. If something's to open up for 36 Cartel, it's got to be Asper. He's going to be the one, maybe get Mad Dog, CJ, maybe both. He gets spotted, but he shoots back, and it's quite efficient. He gets Mad Dog. Evil Patrick's down to Suspect, who got that quick second perfect transfer from Suspect to find 2 there, and suddenly CJ is a solo player for Archangel Predator. He gets Cherry. The time is now, though, for 36 Cartel to finish off CJ. As you said, in the blue, does a lot of damage, has to push forward, can only use this rock for so much longer. They know where he is. It doesn't matter. 36 Cartel with an 11-kill win. Welcome to PCS5 APAC.
How about that one for a celebration as well? I'm not sure I've seen that in PCS before, but anyway, have a good time, boys, because that is a fantastic start for the Oceanic region in PCS5. It was Fury in PCS4 that started us off with a win. You would have thought if there was going to be an Oceanic team to find a win in the first game of PCS5, it would probably be Fury, not 36 Cartel. But they have come out and absolutely done, what they probably set out to do. Maybe they didn't even believe it themselves. I didn't believe it, I've got to be honest. I did not think the second seed from the Oceanic region was going to come out and win the first game of PCS5. Odds on that one, if you're a betting man, probably not high, but great stuff from 36E. And the way they played it as well, it wasn't even a case of, just sitting around, waiting, getting a really nice position, hoping for the best. They actually were taking fights against some of the big dogs in the competition, and they did so really, really well. They locked down their position, they fought well, they controlled the zone, and then a 4-on-4 against Archangel Predator. I mean, it was looking bad for a moment when player 4 went down, but then things start to turn back on their head. Suspect, massive double kill. Asba with a very nice flank, and 36C, well, spiritual successes, I suppose, to the likes of that Blitz roster, but they are putting their names up in lights and performing quite nicely for the Oceanic region. And now, for me, Xenox, it's just going to be a question of can they do it again?
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? How many times can they achieve that? I have to say, by the way, that celebration, I'm pretty sure I've seen that before in a scrim environment. I think it was on Insight's stream or something, if I remember. So I have seen that before. A little, I guess, paying homage there. But yeah, the other thing to touch on as well, Archangel Predator just falling short. That was as close as it can get. But again, they're a team from the Philippines to always keep an eye on. And I think that this is going to help them get a little bit closer to getting some extra points. Sure, they don't get the win, but they get a lot of kills out of it. They're a team that doesn't need too many points, Jordan. Overall, the PGC points, they don't need too many. So they only need a couple of good games, really, throughout each week and just secure, I don't know even what it was, like maybe top 4, top 5 or something along those lines, and they would go to PGC regardless. But what a start for 36 Cartel. And yeah, good positioning. I think the biggest factor for them, and I don't want to say luck or anything, but it was very fortunate that we saw a couple of teams that were on the edge of the circle take the fight against each other. I think it was Game Home and Fury was the most notable one, Jordan. They ended up fighting each other rather than pushing in for circle. They ended up fighting. 36 Cartel got to sort of sit there. They did get bombarded with nades and they held their position, held their ground, took the fights, and they actually played it really well. That's why they got 11 kills from this win. But definitely, that's something you don't see all the time. You would usually maybe see those two teams sort of push for the circle first, and then it would be kind of like, oh, 36 Cartel end up getting shot by 2 different teams or something along those lines. So, hey, but that's PUBG. They played it perfectly. What a absolute amazing start for 36 Cartel. And as you said it, how many times can they achieve that? Theoretically, you probably only need like 1 or 2 more for this week.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point, isn't it, right? When we're considering the format, the amount of wins that we had last season, I'm trying to remember, was probably like, what, 3 max per week? I think there might have been a week where both Buriram and Fury did end up with 3 per team. So yeah, if you're getting 2 or 3, you're pretty much putting yourself quite squarely in the top 3, I'd say, at bare minimum for the week, which is fantastic performance for the Oceanic second seed, right? In comparison to like what our expectations might be for this roster versus what they're actually being able to deliver so far. Yep. I look back and I think, okay, well maybe like if I'm coming in and I'm completely unbiased and trying to put their perspective out, I think 36E, if they get a top 8, I'm pretty happy with that, you know what I mean? But now they're actually in the running for like maybe a top 5, maybe a top 1. I mean, obviously we're 1 round in, so we can't get too excited just yet. But let's be real, if they keep getting wins, maybe they can win. I think that's fair to say.
That's generally what happens.
Yeah, look, we have to wait and see what we're going to get from 36C. Is it going to be a flash in the pan? Is it going to be something that we see on a more consistent basis?
I don't think so. I think these guys, for the record, for those who maybe are not aware, 36 Cartel, of course, from the Oceanic region. I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 have been playing since like 2018. So they're not new. They're not new. They've been grinding. They've been fraggers. They've always been kind of teams that have kept a lot of the OCE teams honest at the top inside the national competition. Have never quite been able to, I guess, take that next step and make it to, say, an international event such as PCS. But they're definitely well-known players within the region. They're very good at what they do. Good fraggers. And I think coming into this event, the other thing to remember is this is what, the 5th PCS now. You've kind of seen a bit of a formula. You don't want to come into this event and play too passive. You need to be aggressive. You need to be able to hold your own. And I think that's exactly what they were able to do in that particular match. And from what I've heard as well, I don't even think they've got the actual loot locations that they would usually like. So they're also playing up against that, which is pretty normal, I guess, for a team making their PCS debut. You're never really going to get the spot that you really want.
Yeah, you're probably going to get pushed out by the big dogs that have been here and done it before. And look, I mean, maybe they're going to start to change their mind a little bit. Maybe that's going to be the loot location that is the lucky drop for them now, and we'll see whether or not that kind of continues over the rest of the competition or not, or whatever. The other teams I think we probably should touch on, obviously Archangel Predator do manage to get a 2nd place to start things off, which is by no means a terrible start. Cerberus as well, top 3, but that was a bit of a snake in the grass from Himas, so I'm not sure that we can really draw too many conclusions from that. What I actually like to look at in round 1 isn't so much the actual final placement from each team outside of the team that kind of came first. I think that's obviously a big talking point, but it's more so the kill points coming through. And again, I say kill points in the loosest of terms with the winner-win chicken dinner format coming through. But, you know, it just sort of gives you a good indication of how well teams are fragging, how they're being able to take fights, and whether or not they're kind of winning those fights, right? So you see a big kill number, you think, okay, well, they're doing relatively well for themselves today. That's Fury, Unicorn Phoenix as well, did reasonably well in that respect. MSC, not so bad either. And Easy Esports, surprisingly, you know, a team that we probably didn't expect to see too much from. They did manage to find 5 kills in that game, though they did get knocked out in 13th place. So there's probably that caveat that maybe, yes, they're getting some kills, they're getting some frags, but they're probably doing it a little bit too early.
The other thing to note as well, and this is a strange scenario, but of course with PGC, Jordan, for the teams that can qualify for it, it's going to be under the old, you know, well, I guess it's under the Super 2.0 rule set, or, you know, they're obviously kind of going back to the Super rule set for PGC. So I guess there's maybe some decent, I guess, habits maybe that you would want to develop if you are going to be participating there at PGC. And here's, of course, the team focus for our winners, 36 Cartel, and you can see the expendables that they actually ended up using. Suspect, though, was the player of the match. Can you believe it? That's a very interesting photo. He looks like he's ready for bed, actually. 5 kills, though. Large kill proportion as well, 45.5%. They had 11 kills overall, so obviously you can do the math there. Some decent damage, and just a really good game from 36 Cartel. And the thing I like about this win for them, more than anything, Jordan, is it's not like they got hard-fed. It's not like they got a 2 or a 3 kill win. This is a really good win. This is actually a solid win for 36 Cartel, and you would think from there that they can gain a lot of experience from that sort of win and what they would have gained out of it. Of course, 2nd place in that particular game, Archangel Predator. Don't want to, I guess, maybe spoil anything, and fingers crossed, but we might be having an interview from one of them later on tonight if things go perfect, hopefully. Would love to have a chat with Archangel Predator. I've always loved watching them. I'm probably, look, I've cursed it now. They're probably not going to be able to do it, but that's the goal.
Don't build up people's hopes only to dash them later on.
I'm excited. I want to chat with them. Oh, they've just changed org.
There you go. I was going to say, that's a different look at 36C than the one that I used to know. But look, yeah, I think the biggest thing about this win for 36C is that it instills a pretty large degree of confidence in them that they can sort of do it. And, you know, I think you talk to any player in any game, they're going to say, yeah, we sort of have the confidence in ourselves to do it. But I mean, do you necessarily, if you've never played at this level before, if you're coming in as a team of completely fresh faces to PCS, really, truly, deep down believe that you're going to be the team to beat? Look, again, I can't talk for the players, but I personally don't think that I would feel that way. And, you know, after a win like that, maybe you, even if you were already confident going in, start to feel like that confidence level jumps up a little bit even further. So I think that's a big talking point as well for them, that they can get off on the right foot and really start to snowball things from there. We'll obviously see if that's going to be the case for 36C. Unicorn Phoenix, not a bad start for them either. You know, just touching on them while they were on camera, I think had that little bit of a stoush early on in the piece against Attack All Around, who you know, has some big names in that roster, and they were able to win it with only losing the one player. So that's definitely not a bad sign early on in the piece. But I think the main takeaway for me right now, Xenox, is like we're in round one, right? We're one round in. Yes, 30-60, fantastic start. Definitely want to give them the props for that they deserve. But obviously, there's still another 11 games for this week, and a bunch more coming through in weeks 2 and 3 as well. So can't really rest on our laurels just yet. Can't get too excited. We'll have to be looking forward to game number 2.
Would have liked to jump into game 2 straight away, but unfortunately, a couple of little remakes. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to a quick break. When we do come back, though, game 2 on the other side. Welcome back from a rather extended break. I do apologize for some of the issues. Unfortunately, to keep everyone in the loop, we have had a couple of remakes in the lobbies just due to some of the player issues. But we should be good to get into game soon enough, Jordan, hopefully. But not within the next 5 minutes. I'll just be straight up. So in the meantime, we'll come back from the break and we'll have a bit of a chat, a little bit of a talk, and maybe throw up some graphics we might have missed in our very quick pre-show. So it feels like that one's come back to bite us, Jordan. That very quick pre-show now may be extended here before Game 2.
Yeah, it's karma, I suppose, isn't it, really?
Yeah, we can't have nice things.
At least we've got one game to talk about, and there was a bunch of teams that we didn't really even get to touch on in not only in that pre-show, but in that game itself that I think do, or even are worth mentioning, right? I mean, I feel like Made in Thailand in particular was one of those ones where we sort of, like very briefly talked about them. They didn't really manage to get the ball rolling quite enough for us to really have a bit of a yarn about them, but obviously Made in Thailand in particular, one for me that's quite interesting to watch. They're a team that's been a fan favorite in the chat from what I've seen. Not even only here in PCS5, but actually back in the past as well. I remember a lot of fans for Made in Thailand. So hopefully they're going to be able to perform well. And yeah, I mean, like there's so many teams here that we have still yet to talk about.
Just to get a little bit of a highlight there of the overview, and of course the format as well for those who maybe are new to PCS. Of course, we didn't quite get to show this in the pre-show as that was very rapid, but 6 matches per day. We've got, of course, 5 more to play out tonight. That's then 12 matches, of course, throughout the week. We do play 2 days in a row, so tomorrow, of course, 36 matches in total. I think that's a pretty decent amount of games to decide, of course, that first place champion. It is still the most chicken rule for the time being, of course, here to close out PCS5, but of course, to much delight for everyone, PGC will be super. And then there's all the time break in, the PCS winner information, of course, and lots of money to be distributed here for PCS5 APAC.
I'm sure there's going to be a few teams that are going to be happy that it's heading back in the direction of Super, and maybe a few teams that will be happy to see it continue to at least be the most chicken rule for PCS5. The prize pool breakdown, again, as we go through those weeks, obviously once you combine your weekly results together, that's how we get the overall winner, and it's always important to sort of keep an eye on where that's sitting at. That's probably going to be a discussion point that we'll touch on a little bit more in week 2, and obviously a lot more in week number 3. For now, I think it's not a huge factor. You probably just have to focus on who's doing well this week. It's quite easy to follow at this point in time. Do have to remember as well, though, that there are those extra prize money, points of, extra little bit of money coming over for some of the players that have performed well individually, or the teams that have performed well, the MVPs and whatnot, which is, another extra 20 grand, which is not too shabby at all. And then, I mean, for me, I think, like, yes, the money is nice and all that, but what a lot of the teams are playing for, I can imagine at this point in time, is that PGC spot, or one of those PGC spots. It's not just one. Obviously, the auto berth direct through from winning PCS5 would be what you'd be gunning for, but just making sure that you're up as high as possible to be getting as many points as possible to give yourself that run through into PGC if you can get there. Definitely,
there's quite a few teams, Jordan, that aren't really going to be able to qualify through points because of the fact, say, they missed PCS4. That definitely means that top spot is what they're actually going to have to really target, especially I think a lot of the Vietnamese teams that are playing besides BN United, that top spot is basically a necessity for Thailand as a region. Now, of course, for those maybe unaware, in the APAC region, best Thailand team does get to go through and the best Vietnamese team does get to go through. That's based off the PGC points. With BN United so far in front of all the other Vietnamese teams, they are, of course, sort of the favorites, but for Thailand's a bit different. It is definitely going to be a bit more of an open race, nothing too crazy. It's mainly Sharper, Day Trade, Attack all around. Those 3, of course, participants in PCS4, now returning for PCS5. If any of those 3 finish second, Jordan, they 100% guarantee themselves a spot in PGC. So first, second, good enough for either of those. And then for the likes of, say, Made in Thailand, MS Chonburi, who obviously did not participate in PCS4, they must finish first or second if they they are to make it to PGC. Now, to say finish, I don't know, 3rd or 4th when it's all said and done for those 2 teams in particular, that would then require the other 3 Thailand teams to have a pretty abysmal stage. So that's where I'm definitely going to have a lot of my focus on and see how that race sort of shapes up. Of course, Miramar United already qualified as a Thailand team, but because of the fact they won PCS4. Fury on our screens, they have got a pretty good ride to walk here. So yeah, we do have to just waffle on a little bit longer, guys. Do apologize for the delays here. Unfortunately, we can't have nice things. Game 2, you know, shouldn't be too much longer away, but it's an exciting time ahead for PCS5, not just in the APAC region, for all of the regions as a whole, because the knowledge that PGC is on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always that conversation to be had about who would we want our representatives from this region to be, Xenox. Like, you know, we have Miramar United. That's obviously a lock-in. And then it could be anyone that's in the field right now to go through from PG to PGC from PCS5.
Yeah.
So many acronyms. But then obviously then you have to sort of look at the specific region qualification systems as well as to sort of who you'd like to sort of put through as quote-unquote your dream teams. I would be interested to see what your perspective would be on that. I mean, for PCS5, let's just start with that, right? PCS5 champion. Who would you like to get that direct berth through, you know, in your totally unbiased Oceanic Caster voice?
Honestly, it's a difficult one. I think for me, maybe Day Trade, just for consistency's sake, as a team. One of only 2 teams, in fact, that have now participated in every single PCS event, Jordan. So, and I say that because I know full well I think Fury's probably going to be able to do enough to get points to qualify. But if I did have to maybe sort of, I guess, have maybe a pick who I think could or maybe should be able to do it. Another one would be Archangel Predator, but they're also pretty high in terms of PGC points already as well. So I don't think first place is something that they necessarily would actually need. We can have more discussions. For now, we will go to a very short break. When we do come back, though, this time I will promise Game 2 will be on the other side. Hey guys, welcome back from the break. We are moments away from going to another break. No, I'm just kidding, just playing with you. We are about a minute away or so from getting into game 2, fortunately. Big thanks to everyone for the patience and of course for sticking with us. We are, this time Jordan, I promise, not too far away. About a minute or so into then what's going to be game 2, where we do switch things over to Miramar for the first time for PCS5 APAC.
Yeah, I know people are quite excited to get underway with the game. It's been a little bit of a wait, believe me.
Yeah.
We have been waiting as well, so we're quite eager to jump into this game too.
I haven't moved at all, by the way, for 20 minutes.
I actually got up and got a bit of water, so I did get my exercise in, which is fantastic. But yeah, it does feel like a long time ago. Just to reiterate, 36C actually managed to win that first game. That's a big, big one. But,
Woo!
as you say, we are on to Miramar. Here we are! Everyone's been waiting for it. Take a look at those pick'em numbers, by the way. Fury with 86.1%. A lot of faith being put in them.
Yeah, not too surprising, especially with Biram. He's usually a top pick'em vote getter, not in there. I think even Division X, Divine have usually been teams as well that have had high pick'em votes, and of course Fury. It's their time, surely, but I would like to see a little bit of spread. Maybe from other teams. I think Day Trade, Attack all around are some good options there as well at 3rd and 4th. Either way, straight into Miramar we go. It is a plane path quite literally from west to east, Jordan, straight across Power Grid. It looks like we might have a little bit of early action between Eagle 365 and BN United.
That will not be what either of these teams are looking for after the start that both of them had, being, I guess, not quite as hot as they'd perhaps been looking for. See what ends up happening here. It's a fairly small compound, isn't it? Xiaoman gets a headshot.
Wow.
That is a long spray with the AK. And that is not a great start, unfortunately. But I guess it is what it is, right? Sometimes that's just how it sort of pans out on Miramar. It generally tends to be the case where if you don't drop in like the first 3 to 4 minutes, you're probably going to get through to 20 minutes okay. But it's those initial rotations, those jostles over cars, fights for positioning and fights for drop locations that can always be the problem on this map.
Definitely so. And for BN United, of course, a team that, as I've already sort of touched on a few times now, Jordan, they don't have to do too much really here for PCS5 APAC. That doesn't mean they can't do anything. They've still got to finish top 8. That's not easy, especially under the most chicken rule. It's pretty easy actually sometimes to see some really good teams say fall into the bottom 8, so it's not all that sunshine for them. Let's have a look at PCS4's breakdown, of course, for the prizes. This was our last stage. Biram United, no surprise, in first place. It was such a tense, close finish with Fury, BN United, Archangel Predator, and Eagle 365 rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, there was, I can still vividly remember that final game where we just went, I think, was it down to Los Higos? And there was that massive battle between like Team Biram and Team Fury. There was a couple of teams that if they would have pulled off the win, it would have been Fury that would have taken that spot to PGC, and a couple that would have won, it would have been Biram that went to PGC. And obviously in the end, it was one of those teams that would have been more favorable for Biram that did manage to pick up the final chicken dinner. That sealed the deal for them to go through to PGC. But neither of those teams actually ended up having much of an impact on that final game, right? Fury and Biram both went out early, so it was kind of like destiny was taken out of their hands and
put it to other teams.
Had to sort of, wait and see what happened.
Always good to reminisce, unless you're a Fury fan there, because that was not the best ending for them. Let's go back and look at Match 1's top 5. This very lovely graphic. Can I just say, Flood, though, the child prodigy, the 14-year-old, 1,000 damage, had 5 kills as well. Doesn't end up getting, I guess, player of the match simply because I guess his team didn't win. But in all aspects, Jordan basically was. Algin Bots too, almost 700 damage, couple of kills. Really good performance for Archangel Predator. No surprise to see, of course, Suspect and Asper in the top 5 there as well, our winners from game 1.
Yeah, sometimes it's one of those things, isn't it? It's really hard to judge. It sort of depends on what your criteria is for player of the match. Does the player of the match have to be
the winning
from the team that won? Right? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Depends on who you ask. But I think if you look at the stats there, then Flood's probably pretty hard done by not.
He's got his own segment.
Yeah, why not at this point in time? You know, he's done 1,000 damage in one game, got 5 kills. He's pretty much just getting it all done for Fury, and that's I think a little bit of a taste test of what we're going to get from Fury for the rest of the evening, and obviously throughout PCS5. Flood in particular has always been one of those players that's been really, really impressive.
The pelvis, Jordan, 146
so
damage.
Well, yeah, sometimes you just got to hit what you can.
I actually do like to see that damage breakdown, highlighting especially the head and the torso more than anything. Is he getting his headshots or is he going for the body shots? Carb's having a bit of a roll down the hill here, not ideal. As Kalusia trying to find the opening kill here for Made in Thailand. Carbs is going backwards and at a very rapid pace. He gets back over to Killer. Not the best start here for Colony, but they can, of course, still get out of here with their lives intact. And now we head over to Skeet for MS John Berry, pushing onto Unicorn Phoenix. Jordan, of course, we've had a bit of a break between Game 1 and Game 2, but these guys have not really had a break in these games at all. Really, from the start of Game 1, now even over to Game 2, they don't know. Hungbo Ditch should get the double. Didn't quite get the first one, though. When you don't get the first one, you're not going to get any of them. He gets knocked down. So did Jalman, now Rogue 2. Julio and Skeet, last 2 up for John Berry.
Oh, great covering fire coming through from the rest of Unicorn Phoenix. MS John Burry, they have bitten off more than they could chew. And that is not what they were hoping to do walking into that compound. I mean, Unicorn Phoenix, they just bided their time so nicely. Dat Blue got all 4 kills, by the way. And Hungvo Ditch, I mean, look, to be fair, it wasn't what he wanted. He didn't start it off the way that he would have liked, but there was enough of a crossfire established for Unicorn Phoenix that it was just a bit too much to deal with for MSC.
Poor Hungvo Ditch, by the way, Jordan. For a second, he's thinking, it's deja vu. My team gets a 4K. I'm out for the entire game, but he does get brought back up. 2 games in a row now. They get an opening squad wipe to start the game for Unicorn Phoenix. At least, fortunately, they're, as you can see here at the circle, not too far away over towards Hassie, so they're actually pretty close to the San Martin region of the map, which is actually where Easy Esports have got a nice little 2-2 split. Eagle 365, I think, also in a pretty decent position as well. Early days, though, of course, still here for Phase 1, but nonetheless, good little start for Unicorn Phoenix, who had a pretty abrupt end in Game 1, Jordan. They sent it, they made a push, it didn't work out. Not the best push, let's be real, but I do like to see them take it into their own hands.
Yeah, maybe they're a team to keep an eye on. 36C might not be able to continue where they left off in Game 1. Player 4 on a bit of a scouting run, runs into Alec from the Colony. I mean, I think he'll be a bit disappointed with that because he probably wasn't expecting too much to be going on up there, but sometimes that's just how it is in PUBG. And so 36C, well, they get the information, but not the way that they would have liked to have.
Certainly not. Especially off the back of winning game number 1, right? You kind of want to ride that high, see how far you can, I guess, snowball, it's probably the right word, and play off of that win and see if you can carry that success from one game to another. But you lose player 4 early on. Now you've got to play as 3. But I actually think to maybe try and turn this into a positive for 36 Cartel. Early on, you've already got a win, right? So you've already banked that win. Now you get to experience sort of playing with 3. And how are you going to manage that in this sort of environment, in this lobby? It's actually experience that they are going to be able to gain from here on out in this particular match. That, you know, maybe later on, whether it's week 2, whether it's week 3, they might find themselves in this position. And now they've already done it before, they can adapt a little quicker next time.
Yeah, Fury, very late out of Los Leones. Something that they might be doing a little bit more often if the circle continues to shift up to the north. I remember this being the case last time around as well. In PCS4, they were quite happy to just continue to loot for a little while and come in late and rotate as they saw fit. It does give you a nice sort of relaxed start to the game, I guess. But things start to pick up the pace pretty quickly when you're playing that edge game. But for some reason, it always seemed to be the case that Fury would find themselves in the center before other teams, even though they might have been one of the later teams to rotate. So I wasn't too sure what's going on there. Maybe they're just reading things a little bit better than everyone else. And meanwhile, the Colony do actually take a few shots at Zairyu, one of the teams.
Zairyu. It's a tough one for us.
Yeah, one of the teams that we haven't seen obviously in PCS before. Coming through from Indonesia. They will be an interesting prospect, right? I guess I don't really know what to make of them. I'm not sure what we're going to get from them. I can't really go ahead and rightly say, look, I'm expecting a top 8 or anything like that from this team. But, you know, I mean, if 36C can do it in the first game, I'm sure Seiryu can do the same here in game 2, although they do have to do it with only the 3 players alive.
Formerly Team Extraordinaire, by the way, for those who maybe would be following that region and maybe recall that team name. They finished 4th place in Challenger Rumble Season 2, which is how they've been able to qualify here for PCS5. Actually spoke with Trick earlier on. He is a good fellow.
Oh, yeah.
One of my new favorites after having a bit of a chat with him. Is Disgusting from Game Home, landing a few tags here on Archangel Predator. We are now seconds away from getting phase 2. Nothing too crazy, straight on top of San Martin, Jordan. And I guess in a nutshell, whenever we get these sort of city finishes in Miramar, it does create this sort of bubble effect in the middle portion of the game. Everything's a little bit quite slow, but then good luck in the final couple of phases when you've got like 6 to 8 teams inside of San Martin and then the teams that are outside on the edge of the city.
And then you're very much at the mercy of the circle, aren't you? If you're outside and it goes in, you're in trouble. If you're inside and it goes out, then you're in trouble. If it's half and half, then kind of everyone's up the creek without a paddle. There's a lot going on when it comes to circles that do finish over the cities, and we might well get one of those. A lot of rotation starting to come through. You can see Game Home are on their way already. Unicorn Phoenix thinking about it. I don't know if you necessarily want to be one of those teams that's first into San Martin. It's like, it's a hard call to make, I think, because if the circle moves away from it again, then you really aren't going to be too pleased with the rotation that you've made. I don't think this is too bad, though, for Game Home. They're kind of on the outskirts. They can make a rotation away. They can probably keep their vehicles safe inside of that building as well. That's another thing to think about. So they could perhaps be one of the better off teams. But if you're really setting it, if you're really sort of committing to San Martin, then yeah, I mean, it's obviously a big commitment to make, I suppose.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I think if you're going to go in there first, you need to establish that sort of exit route early on. Of course, the circle can kind of dictate that for you, though, later on, right? Like if it, say, keeps shrinking over towards the west, then suddenly Game Home, maybe the exit strategy kind of gets cut off, and then you've got to push through the city, which is not ideal. So we'll see how it plays out. But in fairness, where else do they really go, right? It's a very difficult call to make. They're already close by to the vicinity. They're at the mercy of the circle in that instance. They make a call. We'll see if it pays off for them as the colony make their rotation here on the northern side of the circle, close by to Seiryu. They've actually got a pretty decent spot right now. Depends on what happens with Day Trade, who are a little bit further east here of the colony. But they're in what I would consider rather elevated position. In fact, thank you, Observer. You can kind of see how it's highlighted here. And they can actually put a decent little gatekeep here on Ryu if they really want to hold this position.
I don't think that there's going to be too much movement around on this northern part of the map just yet. The circle obviously still a minute away from showing its next hand, and from that point we're obviously going to have to wait a little bit more as well before any teams really do want to make too many committed moves. Being United haven't really moved too far. Still kind of dealing with a couple of teams hanging around. Sharper on their west, Attack All Around are on their east. But neither are really too committed to try to make this push into the compound that BN United is locking down. I think that's fair enough. There's no need to be getting too overly aggressive just yet. There's still plenty of real estate here on Miramar. And it does sort of tie in with what we were talking about at the start of the game, where like if you do drop in the first 3 to 4 minutes, that's pretty unlucky because for all intents and purposes, you get through that early sort of volatile period. Most of the rotations early on in the piece here on Miramar do tend to be relatively safe. You get to about 20 minutes and you still have most of the pack still alive. And, you know, we're kind of on for that at this point in time. We've only lost 6 players so far in 13 minutes. And one of them, or I suppose 4 of them, were all from one team. So they just sort of had a bad little run-in. But aside from that, you know, only a couple of players dropping here and there.
Yeah, and surprisingly, we're already heading into Phase 3. A very quiet Phase 2, of course, courtesy of the Circle. And we are actually going to get a southern shift slightly to the west as well. Perfect for being United. They don't have to move from Power Grid, at least for the time being. It does kind of maybe force the issue here for Sharper Esports. 6-Ax already knocked down as well. They need to get to Revive. Then they need to make a decision. Do they push on the Power Grid? Do they rotate away, maybe down to the south? If they do that, then they're going to run into Attack All Around. Speaking of Sharper Esport, I kind of got high expectations for the Thai team here in this stage. This is their third PCS event in a row now. In PCS3, they finished 6th. In PCS4, they finished 6th as well. Can they get a top 5 finish? They've got such a talented roster, and with no Buriram United, a couple of other top teams not quite here, I look to a team like Sharper to finish in a very high position at the end of week 3.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. I'm sort of putting them in that same basket as I would Day Trade. These two teams that have for the most part, been very solid representatives for the Thai region alongside Buriram. We do see Daytrade actually dropping a player quite unfortunately to Unicorn Phoenix. But yeah, I mean, Daytrade has a great opportunity as a roster, and so does Sharper. Both of these teams have the experience in PCS over the course of the last 4 or 5, if you count Charity Showdown events that we've seen. They've actually been relatively consistent in terms of their results as well. There has been some outliers, in particular for Daytrade, but for Sharper, they've never finished lower than 6th.
Yeah.
And with a team like Buriram out of the picture, obviously it is a really great opportunity for Sharper to really flex their muscles a little bit when there are maybe some more points on offer. One less super difficult team to deal with for them. Maybe they can pull off something better than the 3rd place that they got in PCS1 and sort of go one better.
Oh, Glorious with a knockdown onto Flash, unideal here for Daytrade. And I thought maybe for a second Flash was going to be able to make it to cover, but not to be. Insight from across the ditch is able to get that elimination. Sharper find themselves at a bowl just south of Power Grid. This will work for the time being, but of course we'll see where do they go from here. Belmoth is just hugging behind a little bit to the west, so he's outside of the circle for now, but he's still close by with the team. And Sharper's a team that has done really well in the local regions. They won the PUBG Thailand Master Series last year, which I think got them into PCS3. They finished 2nd as well in the PUBG Thailand Series just recently, of course, to qualify here for PCS5. So they're a team that's always done well in the national competition, and honestly done well here at PCS APAC. It's just, can you do better than well, right? Like, next step is to do very well and to get a top 5 finish as we draw our attention up towards Archangel Predator and Colony. A little bit of a gatekeep here, Jordan. This could go really bad for Archangel Predator.
Yeah, they're not having a great time at all, are they? They've lost Sunshine, Jexy getting that kill for Eagle 365. Colony and Archangel Predator also going toe-to-toe up on the northern side of the map. It arguably does favor Colony at the moment, with Archangel Predator being the team that has to push out of the zone. Already, the first kill goes the way of Alec as well. There's no way Evil Patrick will be getting picked up there. Meanwhile, Fury also in a bit of a stoush, have eliminated Daytrade. Carbs gets one, Momonji another, and the Colony are ripping Archangel Predator apart.
They certainly are, hitting some really good shots, and suddenly Mad Dog's by himself. No real chance to remonstrate, find a trade, get one back. And Colony haven't lost a single player at all in this little exchange. The only downside here, no longer in the circle. Need to get a move on soon as well. 25 seconds until that blue gets moving. Oh, what a nade. What a nade onto Mad Dog. Doesn't quite get the elimination, therefore doesn't give the information either. Or maybe they already knew. Clearly they had an idea. Momonji will finish off Mad Dog, and that's Archangel Predator out in 14th position. And our lovely observers have gone back over to Sharper Esports here to sort of highlight their move. They have actually gone from the south to Power Grid, now sort of just to the west, outside of it. Is this the time for them to push into Power Grid and take on BN United?
Oh, well, I'm not sure that they're going to be too eager to do that, but I'm not sure how many options they really have got. If they go rotating up to the north, then Made in Thailand is going to be running into them. The Sharper Esports, it's going to be between the frying pan and the fire. They're going to have to choose one. Neither seems like a great option at this point in time. Unicorn Phoenix suffering from perhaps very similar kind of problems, where if they go north towards San Martin, there's a bunch of teams. Cerberus Esports, Game Home, and 36C, to name a few. But down to the south, as you can see there on the mini-map, Fury is lurking. And it seems like they're headed directly towards Fury, which is probably not the team that you'd like to be running into.
No.
Especially with the grenades. That one doesn't quite go deep enough for Ronan, but he is already starting to put that pressure onto Unicorn Phoenix. The vehicles are no longer relevant cover.
Yeah, and even though Fury don't get any kills there with those first couple of nades, what it does do is at least pushes those Unicorn Phoenix players away from the vehicles, at least temporary. They're not able to capitalize off of it, but still, that's what Fury are very much known for, a lot of their nade usage. Now, Cow, unfortunately, gets caught running out into the open. Gems will happily oblige with the MK14, find that kill. Fury now down a player, great for attack all around, who, by the way, Jordan, hold a very significant portion of the south side of the circle, outside Power Grid. If I had to put my money on anyone right now, I'm thinking attack all around, in a very good position, as we now draw our attention over towards Game Home, making their way out of San Martin, pushing up towards Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, they'll have to be aware as well of 36C down below them, but it shouldn't be enough to impact this fight at this point in time. Still, going against Cerberus is not the easiest of tasks, as we can start to see. Clory's having already dropped. Zone is pushing at their backs. 36C, I mean, again, continue to mention them starting to wrap down below that cliff, and Cerberus, obviously, have to keep a bit of an eye on them, and as well, Easy Esports, who are down there in that compound with a very nice feed and in their direction. This fight actually up on the top of the hill for Cerberus could actually be quite a big one in the context of this game.
Yeah, and I think this also still benefits those teams down to the south, right? Attack all around, Fury both in good positions, because Fury down to 3 players. We know they're capable of, say, finishing off a game even with 3 at this portion. I mean, we're almost 20 minutes gone. Insight fine to knock on a gems too. It's 3007 for game home. He's the solo here, deep inside of the blue. Can't really see him doing anything. Full credit to Cerberus, Jordan. They were able to sort of win this little fracas, and from there, they've now actually got a good spot. Kind of still highly elevated above 36 Cartel. They do have to be careful, kind of, I guess, maybe of Unicorn Phoenix down the bottom of them, but they've only got the 2 players anyway, so good spot. Not too many teams around them either.
See how long that lasts.
Yeah.
Things can change pretty quickly. Fury managing to get a bit of revenge onto attack all around. They took Waikiki, so we'll take gems. 1 for 1 in that respect. Neither team too happy with the trade overall, I can imagine, going into the later stages. They'd much rather have 4 than 3, even if it was at the cost of 1 kill. Colony taking a bit of a scenic route around the map at this point in time. It's like a very hefty northern rotation coming through for them. They have managed to get behind a nice little defilade, but not actually inside of the zone just yet. They've got a long way to go to get there, and a lot of pretty flat open ground to cover.
Certainly worry for both Colony and Eagle 365. I actually think they're both in pretty perilous situations here. North have to cross the road. There's already teams like Easy Esports, 36 Cartel, to a degree Sharper, that are able to maybe sort of cut them off here. BN United actually going to get pushed here from Made in Thailand. Thanawat pushes up first. Duckman's Escalusia able to now come in from behind along with Jacob. Now, I think they actually have maybe caught BN United by surprise, because they were just getting ready to leave Power Grid. They've caught them perfectly here, Made in Thailand. You can see BN United kind of separated, not necessarily all close to each other. If someone gets knocked, they're probably going to die. For Made in Thailand, do have to be careful of these nades, though, as they all grouped up together. They've both just been able to get away from that nade, but as you mentioned, that blue, it's doing a lot of damage. They back off. They're going to forfeit that fight. Full credit to BN United. The nades will push Made in Thailand away, and Sharper Esport might be able to maybe clean them up at some point.
Yeah, where is Made in Thailand going to go, though? That's the exact point, and you talked about it. Sharper Esport is here. Eagle 365 down on the road just to the north as well. It's not going to be a fun time for Made in Thailand. They're still not inside of the zone. Fair bit of work yet to be done for them. BN United on the move as well, starting to cop some shots from attack all around. This is where Miramar starts to break open a little bit.
Oh, they're in trouble. They're in a little bit of trouble here.
They didn't know Sharper Esport was over the hill, and they have been punished for it.
Sharper playing this position perfectly down to the ditch, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, Made in Thailand, I don't think had the game sense or the awareness that Sharper were in this position. Kind of, I guess, casually strolling over the defilade there and just get absolutely popped. Sharper have played this perfectly, and there's really no other teams close to them. I guess BN United to the south is one to keep an eye on at some point. Now, Thanawat's getting revived here from Duckmans, but the position that they're in, Jordan, I don't see a way forward here for Myth.
No, I don't think so. Duckmans and Thanawat, they're not going to have a good time. And even if they do manage to somehow get past Sharper, then, I mean, there's angles everywhere.
Yeah.
Headed in their direction from teams all over the place. Attack all around. BN United will be more than happy to oblige. So, at this point in time, I guess it's more of a question for Sharper Esport of how can they ensure that they don't lose a player here. Because if they lose a player to these 2 remaining Made in Thailand lads, that's not good news at all. And obviously for Sharper, they're going to be wanting to avoid that. They're wanting to pick up a win here, and it's actually a very good opportunity for them. Not too many teams still having 4 players alive. The big names like Fury, only 3. Maybe now only 2 with Ronan getting knocked down there, and perhaps not many more than that, to be honest, because the grenades continue to fly in the direction of Flood and Inside. A bit too far for that one.
Where do they go,
cut their
though?
losses, but yeah, it's a good question.
Do they go center and just try and play the long game and hope that everyone outside of them just basically kills each other, and then they just kind of pop up at the last second and find a win? They're capable of doing that. I know Flood more than anyone is probably able to do that. Trick, though, in a bit of a tricky position. Might spoil the party later on. Sharper, though, do eventually deal with that 2-man duo Made in Thailand. And Killer actually coming in there. That is so unfortunate for Trick, because that now 110% away gives away his position. If Fury didn't know, now they definitely do. They'll flush him. They'll finish him. Now they got kind of center position inside inside of the circle. Even though there are only 2, there's a lot of teams on the absolute outer edge that are going to have to fight each other before they're even able to get to Fury. I think one just got knocked. It is Insight. He is down at the moment. BN United have played a very defensive game. They've not really moved from power grid. They've not looked to really take any fights. The only time we've seen them is when they got pushed on. They held a pretty defensive approach, and then the team went away, which was made in Thailand. Now they're going to move forward, though. What have they got? Because right now, Sharper are running around killing everyone. They've got the 4 kills.
Well, that has very much been the modus operandi for BN United in the seasons that we've seen them so far. Like, BN United, they never really wanted to fight early on in the piece, and that sort of worked out for them. They finished top 3 in PCS4, and they will not be looking to change that up anytime soon. 36C do lose another player. They will not be able to convert 2 from 2, I could imagine, at this point in time. Suspect and Cherry still alive, but for how long? They have to push into easy.
Ooh.
And yeah, it won't last too much longer than it even took me to finish that sentence. So obviously not exactly what 36C would have wanted, but overall still a fantastic start to their tournament.
Yeah, they're in the game,
Esports.
right? Like they're in a good position. They're fighting until the top 8, top 9 sort of position, and they're in a position where they're actually amongst a lot of other teams there. They're not in a lucky position where they're just south of the zone and no one's near them. So it's just good experience again for them in this game. Eagle365, I'm actually a little surprised they even made it into the top 8 here, considering the position across the road up north. But to their credit, able to get into the top 8 here. 7 teams left, Jordan, 21 alive, a pretty wounded lobby. There are still 2 teams with 4 players up. I think Easy actually as well, just picking up a revive now. So they will also have 4. So that's 3. Cerberus, Sharper, and Easy Esports.
Game's wide open for any one of those 3 teams if they can keep all 4 alive for the next 5 or 6 minutes.
I wouldn't count out Fury. They're in a pretty decent little spot. If they're the fact that no one's killed them in the last 3 minutes and they have not really moved there, so clearly in a decent spot.
Yeah, I mean, Fury's always one of those teams that you can never really count out, but your chances of converting with only 2 players alive do become more and more difficult as the game progresses. Jay has cops a headshot. I think that was from Dat Blue. All right, it's not really going to bail Unicorn Phoenix out of trouble because they got a lot of ground to cover. A lot of ground to cover.
Oh, that's a great nade. That is an absolutely perfect nade from that sort of distance with, say, little information really in front of them. JS does get knocked, so it's all up to Glooms here now for attack all around. He's basically in a 1 versus 3 in front of him. And no more nades, only the Molotov. So unfortunately, it just seems like he's up against it here. And the smoke not really going to be aiding him there either. Dat Blue ends up finding the 2 kills. What a great game so far once again for Unicorn Phoenix in terms of the kill department, Jordan. I think they're actually the lobby leaders right now. But here's Sharper Esports. This is where you expect them to clean up. Maybe Fury can also get involved. BN United finally on the move, but immediately as they do that, they lose their players early. Only Simon, who remained, is still alive. The rest of his team has already perished.
Yeah, you can bet your bottom dollar that if any team tries to breach Fury, they are going to be in for an unwelcome surprise. Inside and Flood, 2 very, very sharp individuals, and you can see how quickly they dismantled BN United despite the numbers deficit. BN United don't even really get to fight back, so yeah, I mean, I think your point from earlier on is still remaining true that they are perhaps a dark horse in this round.
That's so unfortunate for Unicorn Phoenix. Dat Blue has been having an amazing game for Unicorn Phoenix, and they just get caught by Simon inside of the blue. Now, Van's got a little bit of time here to get this revive. In fact, they're even right on the edge of the circle, and yeah, they can actually stay there. Good observation, Jordan. You can see no one can necessarily see them. The downside is that's going to change, obviously, for Phase 8.
Well, we'll see where the circle does end up shifting, and it's actually a relatively welcome shift for Sharper Esports and for Fury, and maybe even for Unicorn Phoenix here as well. I mean, Unicorn Phoenix will inevitably have to move, but if they can manage to find a way to dislodge Fury, they can get into that same bowl, and they might have a relative degree of safety until Cerberus decides to do something about it. Sorry
to cut you off there, John. I'm just trying to figure out how no one is able to see Fury from, say, the east side, like Cerberus, Easy. How do they just not have an angle here?
I think they just have a little bit of a dip to play in. Like, it's like almost like a little bowl. And there's also those smokes up, or there was those smokes up. So you can see that little bowl that they have to play with. So if they just keep their heads down, those guys on the eastern side don't really have much of an angle. I feel like actually really only Unicorn Phoenix that is a massive threat to Fury at this point in time. Cerberus has got bigger things to deal with, which is obviously Easy Esports. And Sharper, I think, even has an angle onto Cerberus if they start to move. So this 2v2 on the southern part of the map could almost decide second place.
The downside here for Fury more than anything, it's not necessarily a downside, it's just a bit of an annoyance. They can't necessarily push push up, or at least I don't think they can. Because I think if they push up, Easy might be able to have an angle. Like, as Unicorn kind of start to push down, I wonder, do Easy start sort of firing shots from across the other side of the circle? May or may not happen. Flood does get the initial knock and kill onto Van. That was very quick, and now only that blue remains. He's been having an amazing game, Jordan, but 7 kills out of 11. I think his time is coming to an end, though. And I think for Easy, they're on the move. So Fury, they're not even going to get bothered by Easy. I think at this point, Fury might be in the box seat here, unless they get crashed by, say, Cerberus. I don't even know. Does Cerberus have vehicles? It doesn't look like
can't move.
No,
I don't think
stuck.
Cerberus can move. Yeah, they're cooked. Sharper Esports has an angle. Easy have made the initial move. So if anything, Cerberus is going to have to move in the direction of Easy, and there's going to be so many guns trained in their direction that I'm sure they don't do that safely. Sharper Esports still seems like the powerful team in this game, but Easy Esports is trying to make a run in to try and force them out of position, try and take some of those players down. Hasn't really worked out too kindly for them. Finally, a grenade lands on top of Tinoy, and there's some semblance of damage going back in the direction of Sharper. I've spoken too soon. Easy Esports, they're kind of making it look a bit easy. But wow, I've cast a curse them again. Fury comes in for the third party, and Sharper survives with 4 alive.
Back and forth, Jordan. That was, for a split second, I thought the demise of Sharper Esport, and they hold on. Maxon is playing a big role there as well, but a little bit of help from Fury. We saw Insight, Flood both getting involved. And that actually helps out Sharper, which could maybe come back to bite Fury. So Olsley ends up dying to the blue. It's now a 2 versus 4. They need to get a quick down to at least make it a 2 versus 3. Good tags from Insight. As Belmoth is tagged low, 6 sacks goes down, courtesy of Flood. This makes it very doable. Maximus and Tinoy, they're not exactly full health, and Fury definitely feeling it right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, if Insight gets that knock on the rotation across that big cross, then maybe there was a really good chance, but Flood is just doing it himself. He's a one-man army. 2 knocks, 2 kills. There's another one. Fury might win a 2-on-4.
Belmoth now in a 1 versus 2. How the tides have turned here. OCE winning game 1. Maybe on the verge of winning game 2 here as well. Belmoth surely up against the wall 3 times in the Groza, but Flood, Insight, they're cooking, and they got him pinned down.
Oh, no.
No way.
He can't go anywhere.
Chance. No.
The blue is at his back. Xenox Belmoth, he's just going to hide. He's going to try and do what he can, but there is nowhere to go. Flood won't even take the risky peek. He's going to pop back up. 12-kill win for Fury. Waking a move down is pleased with it. He is in the backpack right now. But man, Fury, they continue the oceanic domination of PCS APAC number 5. Can you believe it's a 2-on-4? Sharper Esport, they're going to be kicking themselves.
What?
Fury, super pumped.
What a performance from Flood and Insight. I mean, like, obviously, Cal, Ronan, they probably did some things early on, but let's be real here for a second. Those two to hold on for that long, to get that bold position, they played it perfectly. They didn't ever, at any point, you know, push out of that position and maybe get a little too overzealous. They understood what they needed to do, and that's exactly what makes this team arguably the best team in the region, at least the consensus favorite, as you saw in the Pick'em challenges, Jordan, for PCS5. They get their first win, and I'll tell you this, it won't be their last.
No, I can imagine that's going to be the case. You called it a little bit earlier than I did. You were saying, you know, Fury's in with a chance here, and I was thinking, oh, you know, they've only got 2 players left alive. Is 2 enough? They have a solid position if things go their way, you know, if the teams around them do end up fighting one another as opposed to trying to crash center and try to deal with Fury. And that actually turned out to be the case. Fury really took their opportunities. I also thought they fumbled it a little bit with that kill onto Easy Esports. I thought, all right, you kind of need Easy Esports to finish off at least 1 or 2 of those sharper players, but Fury killed them before they could do that. And I thought, geez, maybe that was a chance gone begging, you know, if it's sharper down to 2 or 3, as opposed to 4, maybe Fury could win then. So I really wasn't sold until those 2 knocks come through from Flood. I was thinking, you know what, Sharper, I mean, they should get this done. And to be fair, they probably should. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100 get it done 4-on-2.
I think there's definitely circumstances there for Sharper Esport at the end. Yeah, they've got the 4 players, but it's Fury who's getting those first couple of shots, right? Like, they got Belmoth very low, then Flood finds a knock. I think it was on 6 sacks. I can't quite remember, but they got that very early knock. They got that early damage. The pressure was from Fury. And that's just obviously, that's game sense and the understanding that if they sort of sit back, allow Sharper to get a better position to heal up, then their chances of a 2v4 win is going to lower. or substantially. So get on the front foot, try and find that early knock. They do that, they make it a 2 versus 3, and at that point, it's actually not that difficult, especially when, let's be real, it's Flood, it's Insight, and they are definitely in some really good form at the moment, those two especially. So big win for Fury, and a great start to the night for the Oceanic region, Jordan, with 36 Cartel winning game 1, and then Fury game 2.
Yeah, a much better game for Sharper than what they performed in round number 1, though. I mean, they were 14th with only 1 kill after game 1, and now they get a 2nd place, which, again, it's a little bit disappointing in the fact that they don't get that chicken dinner on the board, but at least you can see that improvement coming through for Sharper. The other thing I want to say quickly before we go to a break, 2 third-place finishes for Cerberus, so they're sort of hanging around there, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before we see a big one from Cerberus.
Without Haisaki as well, to note. That's pretty important there for Cerberus. We are going to go to a break. When we do come back, game 3 in Erangel on the other side. Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, here for PCS5 APAC. We're moments away from getting into game number 3. Again, appreciate everyone for sticking around here. Match leaderboard off the back of match 2. Of course, Fury with a 12-kill chicken dinner. I mean, what a start, really, to kickstart their campaign here for PCS5 APAC. Jordan, not just for Fury, but I guess the Oceanic region as a whole.
Yeah, certainly it's been a fantastic night for the Oceanic teams. Fury and 36C picking up a chicken dinner already. This is where the total leaderboard sits. Fury doing a little bit better across the board. Obviously, they've had 2 fairly consistent games in terms of the kills that they've picked up, whereas 36C was a one-hit wonder, at least so far. They obviously got knocked out in 9th with 0 kills in round 2. It was a bit of a rough game for them, losing player 4 early on in the piece on a bit of a scouting run. So can't really fault them too much for that one. Would like to see them bounce back here for game number 3. But with that said, I mean, there's a lot of teams that we probably would say that about, right? Sharper Esports, they got the 2nd place, probably not what they were looking for in that 2-on-4 against Fury. Cerberus, a couple of 3rd place finishes as well. They're certainly hunting for a win. Archangel Predator feels like they've missed out as well with the 2nd place in that first game, and then obviously game number 2 didn't quite go very nicely for them. Daytrade have been really missing so far this evening as well, Xenox, right? 11th place and then a 15th place, so a little bit awkward for them thus far, I think, and hopefully they'll be able to ease their way into the competition and make things a little bit better as we do head into game number 3.
I think Unicorn Phoenix is a team that I've definitely maybe been a little bit surprised by so far in the first 2 games, simply because, of course, we haven't seen this team in PCS before. We've seen a couple of their players, but still, nonetheless, 4th and 6 kills, 5th and 11 kills. They've been great to watch. Sharper Esports, of course, another team that I've definitely enjoyed watching, not just for this PCS, obviously we've only had the 2 games, but in the past couple, PCS3, PCS4, for instance, they've been always one to keep an eye on. And of course, they're in a bit of that Thailand race, right? Sharper Esports, along with Attack all around, a couple of other teams in that region close by to close to them. Daytrade, the other one, I think that of course they're going for those PGC points, and to finish 2nd, not ideal. You want to get those wins when you can get them, and you want to be able to get those points when you can get them if they are to make PGC. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's so much more punishing in the winner chicken dinner format when you're not able to convert that from a 2nd to a 1st. Like, a 2nd place, you come away, you go, oh yeah, that's not so bad. We still get 6 points out of it. We get all those kill points too. But in the winner chicken dinner format, you know, it's 1st or nothing, 1st or bust. And obviously that's a big disappointment, I guess, for Sharper and Archangel Predator, the 2 teams that have so far today come 2nd place. But we are into game number 3. We're returning back to Erangel, and that is where we did see 36C get off to such a banger. So I wonder if they can do it again, or whether or not things are going to get shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, obviously for 36C, the perfect start to their debut here on Erangel. We'll see if they can pick up sort of where they left off, I guess, as you will. And Unicorn Phoenix, not a surprise that we are seeing them early on in the piece, because it feels like wherever they go, Jordan, that's where the action is, nice and early. They've been a team that has done a seriously good job with maneuvering themselves around the map and picking fights and winning them. Unfortunately for Poochills, he's going to have to sit this one out.
Yeah, that's not really what I wanted to see, to be honest with you. I was hoping that Daytrade was going to have a good start to this tournament, because I thought that they might be a team that could really just sort of take the mantle that Booram had held and sort of run with it and be that representative and kind of go toe-to-toe, I think, in a sense, with Fury. But obviously not going to be the case. They've had 2 pretty rough starts, or 2 pretty rough games, and now another rough start to game number 3, you have to imagine. Life's not going to get too much easier for them. In the meanwhile as well, we saw a Made in Thailand player dropping as well, so they're also not really off to the start that they would have wanted. So a couple of players going down early on in the piece here for game number 3.
I feel like Made in Thailand's just not off to a good start at all so far in the first couple of games. 8th, 2 kills, 12th, 1 kill in the first 2 rounds. Early days though, of course, Jordan, but still nonetheless. This was, of course, our last match. This was match 2, and what a beautiful game Dat Blue had, and it all kicked off, of course, with this early 4K. I think it ended up being a complete team wipe of MS Chonburi. He's played this perfectly here, got all 4 kills, saved his team. Of course, Hungbo Ditch got knocked down. He almost had another game on the sidelines, but was able to get brought back up. And to close out the game, of course, Fury in a 2 versus 4 Flood Insight. What an amazing finish.
Yeah, this was crazy from Flood. That first kill, you go, all right, fair enough. That's nice. Now they know where he is. Shouldn't get the second one, but he does. He manages to take Maximus down as well. And obviously those kills get converted too. And I mean, at this point in time, you think, right, well, once Flood's got that second, it's pretty much all over. 2v2, the way that Fury is hitting their shots at the moment, it's just not going to be possible. Insight, obviously, out on that flank as well. Big factor. He got that initial sort of couple of tags onto Belmoth as he drove across and tried to make that rotation. And I think that's kind of what opened it up nicely for Fury. They didn't have to necessarily worry about that exterior angle, and they were able to sort of focus on what was in front of them, what was coming at them. Flood did a great job with the space that was provided by Insight, and then, yeah, game was over from the point that it turned into a 2-on-2. Fury just looking too clean, and yeah, they're looking like a dangerous squad.
It's not good signs for the rest of the lobby if they're winning games as a duo. And they were a trio for a large portion of that game, and then a duo even longer than that as well. They're getting a lot of damage. That's generally what Fury does. They usually get a lot of damage. They need to get the kills, though. Of course, in the past, there's been a bit of history about kill ties and Fury, and they are rocking right now with 20 kills from the first 2 games. They had 12, obviously, in their win. Good damage so far, and obviously, we always know them as a team that uses a lot of their utility, especially those frag grenades. Player of the match, though, Flood. No real surprises with this one. When you have 60% kill proportion, 7 kills, and 800 damage. I mean, he's off to the perfect start. When we think back to game 1 as well, he had 5 kills and I think it was 1,000 damage or so as well.
Yeah, it was 1,000 plus.
Yeah, he is off to an amazing start.
Yeah, we were sort of saying, he almost deserved it in that first game. He's got it in the second game at least, so there's a redemption arc there, I suppose. But 7 kills, 795 damage. That Blue did really well for himself. He got that full squad wipe, so not too shabby for him. Scores a spot in the top 5. Belmoth in there as well, obviously surviving late into the game. It's not going to be a huge surprise to see at least someone from Sharper there as well. And of course, Insight sort of rounded things out there alongside Klee. Bit unfortunate for Sololzy that final shot didn't quite go through onto Cloris, but Game Home will be thanking their lucky stars.
Cerberus has been an interesting one. I know you touched on it, I think, during one of our many sort of discussions between games, but the fact that they've not had Haisaki tonight, which usually has been their best player. Subang, of course, still kind of just fresh from what used to be part of the main core roster anyway, so it's not like he's been out of the game for too long. Did move to be an analyst, but of course can sub in and still provide a very significant role. But 2 third-place finishes, couple of kills. They've been thereabouts, which is good signs for Cerberus, especially without Haisaki. So definitely keen to see how they sort of can play on maybe tomorrow if he does sort of come back by then. And for Fury, they've got BN going close by here. Yes, Naya, but not going to be too much of a concern. In terms of the map, though, again, reminder, twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. If you want to have a bit of an overview there, we are going for another Eastern Erangel.
Look at that kill participation, 60% for Flood. I know it's only 2 games. Flood and Dat Blue are just gone absolutely bananas. You look at it normally, you'd think, all right, well, you got 4 players on the team. You want to be sitting around maybe 25% each. But yeah, going above and beyond. Even Suspect, really nice performance from him as well for 36C. Want to be seeing, obviously, the rest of the lads on all of those teams picking up their game. And I'm sure that will come as well as we get deeper and deeper into the competition. Flash wants to try and get out there. He's having some trouble with the fences, bouncing around. The seed swap from Young B. Gets it done, and Day Trade will lose another. Their woes continue to start off game number 3 of PCS5. I mean, they already lost 1. Now that's their 2nd player down, so...
Love to see that from BN United as well. Of course, in PCS4, they were a team known to sort of play a little bit passive at times, Jordan. They never really looked to take the fights. They would just sort of play for position, get the circles, and at times, and actually quite a few times, find a chicken dinner, and they played to the format perfectly. And you could kind of see a glimpse of that in the last game on Miramar, where they played that power grid position. They were a bit hesitant to push out at times, but when they had teams aggress on them, they actually played it perfectly. They are a team you don't necessarily want to push on. You almost want to force them to push on you and then punish their mistakes.
Well, Veronica might be able to get a little bit of revenge here. I'm not sure that BN United know exactly where he is. They're a little bit more content to clear out this building rather than the one that he's in. Veronica just biding his time. Noran's out of the picture straight away. He's the last one here for Day Trade. You can certainly hear them. Veronica. There's no chance they'll spot him. He's hiding safely on the stairs. I wonder if BN United will just rest on their laurels here and be happy with what they've got in terms of this building, or if they are eager to clear out the triple as well.
You mentioned before the rough start for Made in Thailand. Day Trade in a very similar sort of predicament in the first couple of games. A team that always has expectations. Veronica is going to get cleared out here. Although I don't want to put the Mozzie on being United just yet. I mean, he's certainly a player that's capable of finding, 2 or 3 players. Unfortunately, Noran's had a disconnect issue. Yeah, I mean, like, that was just rapid from Zest and Young B pushing up the stairwell. So that's basically Day Trade out if Norans doesn't connect back into the game. For those who have maybe missed it, apparently, Jordan, there was a cable underwater that has been severed. So it's causing some issues at the moment. And that really does sort of specify why we've had so many breaks here. Is Chu going to find an elimination here onto Gems.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. It's something that has come up every now and then in some of the Asia-Pacific esports titles that I have commentated. One time we had a whole tournament that was pretty much delayed by 6 or 7 weeks because a cable went down between Singapore and Australia. So can definitely affect things. Hopefully that gets sorted out quickly. Hopefully the Thai teams are all right, but I understand it is the Thai teams that are suffering from that primarily. Seems like for the most part they're doing okay. Day Trade obviously affected in some instance, although we don't know necessarily that that was due to whatever you were doing. But yeah, I mean, everything's going along nicely here in match 3 for now. 36 Cartel have taken up residence relatively central in the circle here. They'll be quite happy. They've got a 2-2 split. They do control Mansion. They control Bunnings as well. And so if this goes, a bit more towards the north, they can group back up. If it goes towards the south again, they've also got somewhere that they can sort of stage off. So I don't mind this 2-2 split. You can see it there on the map. It's not a bad one. Fury also with a 2-2 split. So the 2 lobby leaders, the 2 Oceanic representatives, employing a similar strategy.
Yeah, and full respect as well to 36 Cartel, the way they've been able to come into PCS5 APAC, Jordan. They've just slotted in perfectly. And even to just pull off a 2-2 split of that magnitude in this lobby, when you haven't had a whole lot of experience at this sort of level, really I think says where this team is at and what they can actually achieve here for PCS5 APAC. Courtesy of their split, they're actually going to be able to get to this relatively hard shift, phase 2, over towards Prison. So they're going to be able to play off of that. A lot of teams already on the move. And this is where Insight can, if he wants, to take a few shots. But he's also going to have to get moving. He's not going to be able to stay here for too long. His team is already on the move. So he needs to make sure he doesn't get trapped, caught by any teams that eventually push themselves in front of him. Otherwise, then Fury might be playing as a 3-man for the latter stages of the game. 10.5 minutes gone, phase 2 though, Jordan. This is an absolute cluster of teams. You can see it in the minimap. I think the minimap is lagging. There is so many players and teams colliding, quite literally, with one each other at the moment. Cerberus have just lost Salalsi, Subang, and Fap have been obliterated by Tinoi.
Yeah, Sharper Esport, they are not messing around after the last game. Himas is the last one that's left alive, and for Cerberus, I have to say, I think a top 3 placing is wishful thinking after that. More kills on offer, though, as Glories goes flying into the rock face. Alec shooting him out of the vehicle. This is madness. No teams wanting to be on the rotate at this point in time because it just seems to be a death run. As we start to see maybe things calm down a little bit. A couple of teams really suffering. Most
I mean, there's a lot of space down to the south. Not many teams elected to go for that route. One of them that did was actually Made in Thailand. Duckman's getting eliminated down to the south, just north of Milta. This is safe, though, for Yanku. There's literally no other teams down here except a couple of Made in Thailand players towards Lumbermill area. But, I mean, as we just saw, Duckman's got eliminated, so I think Attack all around are pretty happy right now. Norans, of course, by the way, had disconnected. So, of course, he eventually perishes to the blue. Unfortunately for Day Trade, their day so far has not been ideal.
A few teams probably would like to rewind to about 3 hours ago so that they could start all over again. A couple of teams quite happy with how things have been progressing so far. One of them, of course, is Fury. The Colony is an interesting prospect as well, aren't they? I always felt like last season they were never really a threat in terms of winning the season itself, but they really did seem to be
amongst it,
didn't they? Yeah, like they had a couple of like second and third place finishes. They had a lot of kills. They were always fighting. They were a real thorn in the side for a lot of teams, but they never actually managed to convert it themselves. And so far, I don't know if we've seen that sort of same explosive start from
they didn't get a win in PCS4, the Colony, but yeah, as you quite literally put it, Jordan, they got many second places. They had a lot of fourth places as well. So they were a team that, as you said, and as I sort of pointed out as well, amongst it, thereabouts, just could never quite get over the final hurdle. There was probably a few teams like that as well that couldn't quite get that chicken dinner, always eluding them. But yeah, Colin is a team you can't take too lightly, and I do hope for their sake that they can actually find their first PCS win here in PCS5.
Where does the next circle shift? Right over Lipovka, that would be fun. Not quite going to be the case. It's more toward prison than anything else, and so for the majority of teams, they'll be pretty happy with this one. MSC in particular seem to have the real pick of the bunch, locking down this compound, though that might end up being something that bites them a little bit later on if teams decide to start crashing it, given that it is one of the few really solid areas of cover. Erangel Predator have a long way to go coming down from the northern side of the map. Fury Australia not too far. They're still happy occupying Mansion. And we do see Himas from Cerberus working his way into Prism. He'll be the first one there. And we might again see him just sort of trying to play for that late game, see what he can do. Best case scenario, make a top 5 placing, something like that. But no chance really of a win for Cerberus here.
It is strange to see a circle like this for Phase 3 and there's no teams around Pride Rocks, no teams sort of using that prison area. I mean, even south of prison, completely vacant right now, just due to the nature as to the way the sort of game started for Phase 1. Sort of more north of this prison area than teams coming down to the south, and therefore aren't really in that best position to, say, come up from Milta. If this first phase circle had it been, say, more closer to Milta, you'd probably see a lot more teams around prison. We are seeing a couple teams do make this move, though. Easy Esports are now to the east of prison. Obviously, you already mentioned Hamas inside of prison, but, I mean, I don't think we can expect him to be able to be the Lord and Savior for Cerberus as a solo. And Unicorn Phoenix. Now, we haven't really seen too much of them this game, which might actually be good for them because it can have a bit of a breather. Yeah. But they're in a really good spot just to the west of prison. They're on the south side of this sort of road that's crossing from left to right around the middle portion of the circle.
Jayers, what have you done that for? Wait,
hang on, what?
There's no one around them.
Did he get stuck?
I don't know.
Where is he?
I don't know. I'm looking on the map. I'm seeing attack all around. I'm just seeing Glooms and Yanku, so I'm really not sure what's happened there. But anyway, yeah, I agree with your point about Unicorn Phoenix, by the way. They do have a nice spot. Jayers dies to the zone, so maybe that was what that was all about. Yeah, they're out to the western side of the map. There's no one really over there. They've got the high ground over prison and what's happening north of them as well. And there's really no one that's going to head in their direction either. Like Made in Thailand, maybe. But that's only a couple of players, so maybe not the biggest of threats. And attack all around is over on the other side of the island down towards the south. So it's not like they're going to make too much of a rotation in either. This is an interesting little engagement between Erangel Predator and Colony. Got CJ just stuck down on the beach, and Carb's trying to kind of gatekeep him a little bit.
I do worry, though, if this does go south, you basically will need to vacate this pretty quickly. If it does go north, though, great spot. And I get it. This is pretty decent. Now, for those teams, you can actually see the road that I was sort of mentioning before, Jordan, there. And it does have a little sort of almost mountain kind of shape to it as it does peak up and towards the middle. But this does mean now you've got to make that decision at the end of Phase 4. And then what happens with Phase 5? Does it continue north, for instance, or does it go to the south? Otherwise, that road will play a pretty big impact later in the phases. For MSC Chompuri, I don't think that they really need to move at all. 36 Cartel, pretty decent spot, as we've already alluded to as well.
See where Fury goes. It'll be a big rotation from them. This is a make or break. If you can keep 4 alive on this circle, then chances are you're going to be doing a pretty solid placing here. They'll head directly toward BN United. They recognize that they maybe have to get rid of this high ground control, but this isn't even going to get them into the zone, even if they do win this fight. So we'll see how it works out. Insight's just fully centered right on top of Gordes.
What?
How? Oh, I thought he almost won that duel. It was so damn close.
I don't even think it should have been that close at all. I'm surprised that Gordes allowed Insight to even get a few shots in. Fury are in a bit of a pickle here at the moment, Jordan, and I'm struggling to see how they're going to make it out of here. Insight's gone. It's a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, well, this is not a great spot for Fury to be playing from. The blue at their back. Simon raining down utility on top of them. That's a Molotov that denies some space away. Blood, Waikiki, and Ronan trying to get as many smokes out as possible. But again, I reiterate, this is not even going to get them into the zone. Flood dropped by Young B, and BN United quite happy with that. They're going to be saying that's enough. Let's go. Let's get out of here. And we'll just make sure that we are able to kind of gatekeep Fury on the way in, but not overextend ourselves.
Yeah, that's really good game sense there from BN United to obviously understand, like, okay, we know there's still 2 players up. We can't quite flush them immediately. We need to also worry about our own positioning and the teams that may be in front of us as well. Gordes getting the knock onto Algenbots really does solidify that. They've got a decent position here. They probably don't have to force anything too much. I think they should be able to get into the circle. Obviously, the Warriors, do they get pinched, right? The 2 players from Fury, do they come back for Retribution? And then does Archangel Predator push onto them? That could be the downside here for BN United.
Well, Ronan is still hanging around. He's actually a lot closer than I would have thought he could get to BN United without just getting decimated. And, you know, Ronan's a bit of a sharpie. He was one of the MVPs last season. See what he can do. Maybe a caster cursed it a little bit. He's got multiple teams looking in his direction. Waikiki Mukau hasn't been having a fun night so far. The first 2 games he got knocked out early. This time around, his entire team is gone, so he's a solo. And I think he'll probably end up just going down to the blue, if nothing else. Won't be able to take any BN United players with him. 13th place, an exit early on in the piece for Fury in this game. We see the circle go directly on top of MSC. They are living it up large at this point in time.
And what can Archangel Predator now do to establish themselves a decent position going into the next circle, right? You've got to take these fights. You need to try and come out as best as possible. But Momonji already with the knockdown onto Algenbots. They need to now force this fight with Colony and then probably wrap back behind them and deal with the incoming BN United, for instance. But obviously, they're already lost now Evil Patrick as well, so they're going to be quite wounded and heavily wounded at that. CJ, some big damage being done back over towards Killer on this tree. Need to finish this fight as soon as possible. Able to achieve that. But here comes BN United. This is what I was saying, Jordan. You needed to finish this fight maybe a little bit sooner, and even then I still doubt whether they would have been able to make it alive. Great play here from BN United to push on this third party, get these kills. Mad Dog, bit of a nuisance, doesn't achieve much. They get the kills, they get the squad wipe, and we got 10 teams left.
We'll see where this one does end up. Seiryu is quite close by, as well as Eagle 365 to BN United, so there could still be some more happening over there. But we move back to prison. UNP have actually swapped sides as a result of the zone pushing them over there, and now they're going to have to take a bit of a tussle against attack all around. They'll want to finish this one off quickly because Sharper Esport is lurking right below them. In fact, they're walking their way up the cliffs as we speak, as we watch this fight. That could be bad news indeed for Unicorn Phoenix. Van might have heard the footsteps headed in his direction. He's calmed that, I think, across the team. He knows he's in a bit of a problematic, sticky situation. Ditch trying to deal with Yanku, and they will. Now Unicorn Phoenix will have to turn their attention back to the south. They've already lost Van, though, and it's back to a 3-on-4.
Yeah, and yeah, as you mentioned, Sharper's got all 4 players alive here with the push up towards Unicorn Phoenix, but they're a team that has been amongst a lot of action so far in the first couple of games. They'll be ready for this one. Chu pops up. Nice knockdown onto Belmoth. Jowman as well with the third party. That gets the elimination onto Maximus. This makes it so much more doable now for Unicorn Phoenix to not only win this fight, but then have a decent position inside of this circle. Maximus is dead. Belmoth's not getting revived. It's Tinoy and 6-Axe. That's all that's left. Now in essentially 2 versus 3. And Hungvo Ditch with a nice little position. And 6-Axe is now the solo that's left.
Shot that grenade up. Does a little bit of damage to that blue, but not really enough to speak to. Hungvo Ditch. Ooh, that grenade's gone a little bit too far, so he'll be fine. He'll continue to get that med off. 6-Axe eventually be the focus of fire. They know, roughly speaking, where he is because those grenades have been heading in their direction. 4 players alive. Don't really like 6-Axe's chances, and he's finished off pretty quickly by Chu. That blue did get knocked. So it'll be another res required for Unicorn Phoenix. It won't take them too much longer. Himas is still alive, by the way. You can see him just chilling on the edge of prison.
I still think MS Chonburi, though, they've got to win from this position, Jordan. So many teams wounded, so many teams have sort of succumbed on the edge of the circles. You're in this, compound position. You've got good elevation as well. The double story. There goes Syryu in 7th position. 6 teams left, 21 alive. This one's been a bit of a quick one. We're only into phase 6. Of course, that's pretty much courtesy of our first couple of zones, especially the phase 2 shift. 36 Cartel, once again though, they find themselves in the thick of the action and they are in a position where they can maybe achieve something again this game. Unfortunately for player 4, he won't be a part of that. Hungvo Ditch finding the kill. And again, Jordan, I mean, Unicorn Phoenix, that's why I mentioned them as a team that's really caught my eye so far in the first couple of games. We'll make that 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, this is where I think it starts to come a little bit unstuck for 36C. They had to cross over the road. I mean, still a couple of them have to do that as well. They've kind of got BN United wrapping behind them to the north as well. They're probably unaware of that fact. And to be fair, I'm not sure BN United is going to be too happy with the rotation that they're being forced to make. But okay, now the information comes through for 36C. And a good shot from Cherry. Finishes off God Ace. He won't be getting picked up. Young B gets dropped as well. And that's exactly why I was about to say BN United probably not happy with this one. Because they just didn't have any vehicles by the looks of things and had to run over the open field where everyone's got an angle on them.
But you know what? I don't mind this for being United. They've gotten 10 kills this game, Jordan. They've had to do it the hard way. They've had to keep moving. They haven't been able to play that defensive approach. And I think this is just better for them in the long run, being able to be in this sort of position. A team that in PCS4 got a couple of wins with very little kills, right? And at times, I think some might have called them out for it. But at the end of the day, if they've now got the ability to find kills, win fights, plus their old style, I mean, that's the recipe of an amazing team. And yeah, Himas is really going to catch 36 Cartel off guard here if he decides to take a few shots at some point.
Oh, never mind. He's been spotted by Unicorn Phoenix. They see him.
Oh,
they haven't actually managed to finish him off.
I think Cartel have caught on as well. They've just had a little bit of a look over.
Yeah. What are they firing at? That's not one of us.
Yeah. Look at them. Look at Cherry and Suspect. They're like, there's someone there. Oh, but they got other things to sort of worry about as well. Hungvo Ditch and Unicorn are playing this position so well on the edge of prison.
Yeah, BN United as well, getting a little bit of revenge onto 36C. Cherry, he kind of wants to finish off Himas, but he's got bigger things to worry about. Smoke down on top of Suspect. They will be able to get the res. Here's a chance for Himas. That molly looks like it's not a bad one, but it's just a bit too deep. Grenade to follow.
Oh, I can't see it.
Too far.
Okay, yeah, too far. I thought maybe that might have started rolling back onto 36 Cartel, not to be. Yeah, MS Chonburi must be winning this game from this sort of position with that circle feed as Himas gets one onto Suspect, got the flush. It's actually banned from above for Unicorn Phoenix, who gets that elimination onto Himas, so not even Asper. 2 kills for 36 Cartel inside of the top 4. Again, good signs for them too. Unicorn Phoenix are on a tear right now in this game. In fact, not even just this game, but really the first 3 games as a whole. If anyone's to maybe stop MS Chonburi inside of that compound, surely it's Unicorn Phoenix.
Yeah, Unicorn Phoenix are looking really good at this point in time. MSC, though, will be difficult to beat. Unicorn Phoenix obviously have bigger things to worry about for the foreseeable future. MSC comes later. It's Easy Esports and 36C that they do have to get rid of first. Cherry on the floor. Leaves just one member for 36C. Asba hiding behind the UAS. Can't really do too much there. And finished off.
I mean, let's be real, though. I mean, it would be a calamity if MS Chonburi lose from this position. They surely... It's going to come down to who's going to finish second in this game, I feel like, between Easy Esports and Unicorn Phoenix. That's definitely obvious. But 3 versus 4, can Easy Esports secure second place, keep 4 players alive, and then make the push using smokes and the tree cover to get close to MS Chonburi? Maybe. But I think that's very doubtful. And if MS play this really well, you actually start to push it out of the compound a little bit, unless you got good sightlines like this on top of the roof from Skeet. But even just pushing out a little bit, trying to push up, maybe get a third party, especially once all that gunfire goes off. We'll see how they elect to do it, or if they just play safe, stay in the compound.
I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to just sit on the roofs here and kind of shoot in. There's not really any positions that Easy or UNP are going to be safe from if you're on the roofs. obviously Esports are trying to make a rotation, but where are you going to go? I guess they're going to have to try and breach this compound. That's the only option.
Wow.
Actually, a 1-for-1 there. Smell blows himself up. To be honest, I think Easy Esports have done better than I thought they would. They should have gotten absolutely cleared out. This could be an absolute godsend for UNP because MSC is getting cleared up a little bit. Jamman on the floor. Julio finished off. Here's the option for UNP, but Skeet is so sharp.
Yeah, he's been here before, a PGC player in 2019, holding that roof position. He was the catalyst for wiping out Easy Esports and at least saving themselves having 3 players. Rogue can go for the revive onto Xiaoman. If he does achieve this, makes it a 3 versus 2, plus the compounds. I don't see a way that Blue and Hungvo Ditch are going to be able to then overcome that sort of scenario, especially when you see how much further back they actually are, and that revive is going to be successful. So Xiaoman is up, Unicorn Phoenix, definitely a very low percentage chance here. And this means for MS Chonburi, if they can get the final 2 kills here, they will go into second place. Only 3 games, of course, played, Jordan, but still a good start to their tournament.
Unicorn Phoenix are going to be... They've let a little bit of an opportunity slip here. Easy Esports opened the door for them, but MS Chonburi have shut it quite quickly indeed. I mean, the one benefit for Blue and Hungvo Ditch is that they're both inside of the zone for now, so they don't really have to move too much, but not a huge amount of cover to play with. And that nade! Oh, it was almost a fantastic toss. 30 damage or so to Hungvo Ditch. Another one, a bit too far this time. He's really not having a fun time. The artillery barrage is just continuing to head in his direction. Here comes one more. The rock. How's the rock still a thing? I feel like at this point in the time, that rock should have been blown to pieces.
Yeah, but this is the sign of a good sign from MS Chonburi. They're not overplaying their cards here. They know if they push up and then maybe one gets knocked, it does provide that avenue forward for Unicorn Phoenix to make something of it. So yeah, a little bit of a lull here in the action, but they're playing it the best way that you possibly can. When you got that chicken dinner up for grabs here, you do not want to let it slip. And honestly, the way that Unicorn Phoenix have been playing, this is almost like respect to them, right? They are really giving them the respect. Like, if we push on them, there's a chance they could actually kill us in a 2 versus 3. Let's hold our position. Let's wait till phase 9. They will then have to move away from this cover. They cannot stay there forever. Let's just bide our time. And yeah, they're getting a little antsy and a little trigger happy. They want to finish this sooner rather than later, and that's a big knock onto Blue. But nonetheless, MS Chonburi have played this position really, really well. You can say they got hard fed. I say they've gotten a lot of kills, and they're going to get a chicken dinner. Who cares how you do it? MS Chonburi looking the goods. 12-kill win. That puts a smile on their dial, and a great way to start PCS5 APAC.
Yeah, you felt that it was coming for a little while, seeing the way that those circle shifts were heading. MSC, I mean, it's been a bit of a rough day for them so far. 9th place and then 16th, but they have managed to convert one now. And they are up toward the top end of the leaderboard alongside Fury and 36C. Maybe just a little bit behind based on the kills, but overall, you know, I mean, they're definitely up there. I think they're actually only one kill behind Fury, now that I have a look at the updated scoreboard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not too far behind by any stretch of the imagination. So, good start to the campaign for MSC, who, you know, to be fair, is one of those teams that I think is...
From Thailand, yep.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an outside shot, but yeah, they are from Thailand.
I thought you were going to go with the internet issue route.
No. I mean, I think they're kind of a dark horse in a way. They're probably not one of the teams that we really look at and say, okay, we've seen these guys before, we know they can perform. But we know, obviously, Xiaoman,
he's
the
a new
winner.
roster. That's the thing.
Yeah, the rest of the lads are the question mark, right?
Yep.
But coming from the Thai region, you know, it's such a strong region. You have to kind of take that in your stride and say, well, I mean, if they're a solid team in the Thai region, then they're probably a solid team in the APAC region as well.
I think when you look at the makeup of their team, they were definitely one that I had my eyes on coming into this event. You've got Rogue, who's like sort of a young prodigy, he's only 18. Xiaoman, we know what he's capable of and sort of the career that he's had. Skeet, you know, back in 2019 on Armory Gaming was a phenomenal player at PGC. And Julio as well, the IGL, he is someone that's got that experience. So when you look at it as a core roster that has been put together, you can see why it's been put together that way. And I think this game kind of highlights what they can particularly achieve. Now, for them to make PGC, they're basically got to finish first or second. So they've got to do the hard yards, that's for sure. They're up against that mainly because they weren't in PCS4. But I think for the future, if they can keep this roster together, there's some good signs there.
Yeah, there certainly is. Obviously helped out a little bit by the position that they were able to take. I thought, for me, the most impressive team in that game actually almost was Unicorn Phoenix. You know, another one where they finished with 11 kills. That was how many they had in round number 2 as well. So they've gone 6, 11, 11 in terms of their kills, and they're sitting toward the top. In fact, they are the top. They are the top team in terms of kills right now, Unicorn Phoenix. They're pretty sharp. They're hitting their shots. They're taking some pretty good fights. You know, if things might have gone their way in that game and that breach after Easy Esports went into MSC's compound, you could have well seen Unicorn Phoenix actually finishing that one off with a win. But obviously, something we're going to have to wait a little bit for, Xenox. You know, we are only round 3, but I think for me, that's probably the team that I'm expecting to see picking up a win tonight, if you know, if not one of the ones that's already gotten one.
Well, it's easy to kind of say that, but if we remember back to PCS4, John, there was quite a few teams that had a lot of kills but could never get those wins. We almost had this like little bracket, right, of teams that had decent amount of kills that were amongst it but could never quite get that win. They would keep slowly falling down the table. That's just the way the format goes. But yeah, getting kills doesn't always translate into getting wins. Maybe they've had their chances, 4th, 2nd, a 5th. Maybe that's going to be their night, and they kind of slip away in the next 3 games. Hard to tell from here. I will agree with you though that I think Unicorn Phoenix has been the best fragging team. They've been amongst the action, games 1, 2, and 3. And if they are to get a win, definitely deserved. Another team that I think has done really well today, Easy Esports. We didn't see much of them in the first game. They did have 5 kills, but a low place finish. 4th with 11 kills, and 3rd with 2 kills. Another team that's been a bit of a surprise packet, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, Easy Esports has definitely been, I almost feel like the Colony of this season so far, right? Where we look at the way that the Colony performed last time and how close they were on multiple occasions to actually pulling off a chicken dinner, and how many times they were a real thorn in the side for a bunch of opponents. Times they picked up a bunch of kills, but weren't quite able to get it over the line. I almost feel like that is the role that Easy Esports is taking at the moment. Obviously, that's something that, you know, can't really write in stone after 3 rounds. That's something we have to see a little bit more of. But yeah, they might be able to pick something up here and sort of cause a bit of a ruckus.
It's definitely good news for the Vietnamese region as well. When, you know, Unicorn Phoenix, Bin United, Easy Esports, those are the teams that are actually performing very well at the moment. When Game Home, Cerberus are kind of struggling teams for, you know, that finished 1st and 2nd in the Vietnam series. So really strong region. Of course, Thailand, a bit hit and miss. Sharp has been good. MS John Beer has been good. I need to probably see a little bit more from Day Trade, attack all around main time. But of course, they've got their issues. We'll give them that for the day. And we'll also give it that for the match. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Game 4. Well, it's pretty clear, it's pretty evident. MS Chonburi is clearly the shark that destroyed the Thailand cable underwater, Jordan, because they've come away with the win in game number 3. We head those literally straight into game 4, where, of course, they're going to be looking to go for back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, I did hear on the grapevine that things might be sorted out in terms of the internet in Thailand, so that's good news for us and for the Thai teams especially. It didn't really seem to be an issue for MSC though, so I guess, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But either way, we are back onto Miramar. We'll see how things pan out here. Game 4 of the evening, so we have just passed the halfway mark. It is going to be a long night, but we are in for a big one. We're in for a good one. Hopefully we'll see, you know, some more teams getting, you know, that chicken dinner on the board that aren't the ones that have already managed to do so. Fury, MSC, and 36C. I would like to see maybe Cerberus or Sharper being able to pick one up here just to sort of keep that storyline going for tomorrow.
We'll get our first circle, phase 1, over towards El Pozo, out to the very far west here for Miramar. And, well, there's one of the teams you mentioned, Sharper Esports, Monte Duevo. Obviously, Archangel Predator, decent spot, made in Thailand. Hopefully they can have a good game off the back of this phase 1 circle as well. Yeah, it's been an interesting night so far because, I mean, obviously I think we've had a pretty decent amount of teams that have been there amongst it so far in the first 3 games. Obviously 36 Cartel, Fury, MSC, all finding wins. We've seen Cerberus, Archangel Predator's been pretty good, Sharper Esports most notably, and then obviously Unicorn Phoenix has been by far and away the best fragging team, but have they been able to find a win? Not just yet.
No, certainly not, but they have definitely been in and amongst things. 36C look like they're going for a real stretch here, or at least Asbar is. The rest of his team seem to have already managed to get to the ground, so I'm not really sure what happened for him. Maybe he just jumped late and taking a sweet time to join the rest of the
scenic route.
Yeah. Overall, not a huge concern. Take a look back at the top 5 from that last game. Rogue from MSC up there. BN United actually have a bunch of players in that list as well, and that was because they were fighting so heavily in and around the mid-late stages of that game. UNP, obviously, with Chu in as well as Hungvo Ditch. So, yeah, I mean, not too many surprises. I probably would have expected actually to see a little bit more from MSC, like maybe one more player in there to round it out. But I guess the fact that they were sort of sitting fairly central in that building meant that they weren't able to get too much out early on in the piece. And so
they had the most kills in the game.
They did, but I think it's not like super overinflated or anything like that.
No. I guess maybe a well spread of kills, that's probably the way to summarize it there for MSC, right? Like, they literally had the most kills in the game, but if it's all spread evenly, then they're not going to really have too many representation of players inside of that top 5 for kills. Archangel Predator, very close by here to made in Thailand. Definitely would like to keep our eye on this one, see how it unfolds, especially Mad Dog with a 6 times on the SKS. He can do some damage nice and early here if he gets the opportunity. So can Jacob as well with the M416. Nice, decent spray, but it's Eagle 365 that is aggressing onto the compound. Vandal 9 coming in from behind. Unfortunately, though, a little bit of friendly fire. That with the buggy, Vandal gets out of his pickup truck. Jacob will be able to deal with Chibere, and Esquilusia was watching like a guardian angel from behind Jacob. He was able to save him from Vandal 9, and it's all gone terribly wrong for Eagle 365.
I think Chibere kind of got stuck between the vehicle and the wall as well. You can see him trying to jump up and down as that grenade landed at his feet, and there was really nowhere for him to end up going. Eagle 365, a very fast departure from game number 4. Only took about 4.5 minutes for them to disappear. So that's not at all what they would have been looking for, but them's the break sometimes.
Yeah, not ideal, obviously, for Eagle 365. And, I mean, they've had a bit of a rough one so far, actually. And all things considered, they're a team to keep an eye on in terms of the overall PGC point standings, Jordan, because they're in 5th at the moment, all in the overall standings. They're just behind Fury and Archangel Predator. Those are the 2 teams that they're going to be sort of aiming to try and overcome, I guess, as you will. Obviously, this, you know, for week 3, for instance, that's when that sort of conversation will more so take place. But they're going to need to find a bit more form and momentum over the next couple of days if they are going to be challenging those 2 teams.
Yeah, still looking at the kill proportion. Hasn't changed too much for Fury because last game they didn't really get too many kills, so that's fair enough. For UNP, Dat Blue leading the way, MSC being led by Rogue, and Cleve pulling things in nicely for Easy Esports. Once again, Just quickly over towards Lost the Owners there, you saw Fury. Just happy to continue looting up later into the initial circle pool. And only just starting to leave Lost the Owners right now. They do have Game Home behind them. And United, on the other hand, are fairly central in this circle to begin with. And this one will be quite a chaotic circle, I think, when things really start to push in towards El Pozo. Yeah, probably not for the next 5-10 minutes or so, but it's obviously a fairly large portion of the circle that's unplayable terrain with the cliff involved. And that's something that teams are going to have to be aware of, and we'll see obviously where those next couple of circle shifts do pull. But if they go back out to the west, that's where it really starts to get exciting.
And we just had the highlight there of God Ace, who played a pretty pivotal role in that last round. He was the one that stopped Insight early on, the front man for Fury in that push onto being United's compound. So he played a big factor in that game, and obviously had a pretty good match. And so far having a very nice start to PCS5 APAC, and being United as a team have been I guess backing up their PCS4 performance. There would have been question marks, Jordan, as to whether or not being United would have been able to sort of back up their amazing PCS4. So far, doing well. They obviously had a very slow first game, but since then, 6 with 2 kills, 6 with 10 kills in that last game. And they're looking like a team, again, that I think at any point could probably find a chicken dinner or two. Elgin Bots will die to Norans. First kill on the board. This match for Day Trade Gaming, not the best start for Archangel Predator. Now down to 3 players for the remainder of this 4th match.
Well, it'd be a welcome change for Day Trade. It hasn't been a very good start for them to the entire tournament. They've only got the 5 kills so far, and including that one. And normally, it's actually them losing the player early on in the piece. So, a welcome change where they are actually the first one to find some points in this game, as opposed to the ones losing early on in the piece. Puchil's will push on top of Evil Patrick. I'm not sure there's a kill angle here unless some banger shots were connected. Evil Patrick gets out of there relatively okay. And Archangel Predator will at least keep 3 alive. Big rotations coming through from the majority of teams, though, into this next circle. Only really Game Home and Seiryu outside of the zone. Everyone else has managed to get their way in.
Yeah, and like Game 2, once we get to Miramar, we tend to see a bit of a slower start to these games, especially a stark contrast to Game 3 on Erangel, where that Phase 2 shift, basically put the game in hyperdrive from that point onwards. And I think we would probably need to see a shift of that sort of magnitude if we are going to see a replication of that here for match number 4. Bit of green scenery, though, on the scenic route here for Seiryu as they make their drive up north. Just need to double check here, but I think, have they had a couple of subs come in to the lineup? There's some names there that aren't part of the core 4, so it looks like they're maybe having some issues with fielding a bit of a lineup tonight as well. Maybe could have something to do with the Thailand issues as well. I don't know, but it doesn't look like they've got all of their core players in at the moment. 9 minutes gone here, match number 4, minute until phase number 2. Game Home on the move. 3007 going to be needing to heal up. Team, of course, that finished first in the Vietnam series. Jordan, there's probably, I guess, some expectations on them to perform well. They haven't really been able to do so, though, in PCS when they've been able to make it.
Yeah, I think that's the real talking point for Game Home in particular. It's that domestically they may be able to do relatively well, but their performances in PCS once they get to that more international stage have been somewhat lackluster. I think PCS2 was not so bad. 7th, top 8. I think that's always a fairly reasonable result. But 15th for Game Home in PCS4 is the one that is obviously the most recent. They've had no roster changes since then. And you look to that as being the big one that sticks out in your mind. And I mean, yeah, not only is the result itself not amazing on paper, I think looking at the eye test, it never really felt like Game Home got going in PCS4. And I don't know what the reason for that was. But they obviously haven't made any roster changes, so to me that makes me think at least that there is some degree of confidence there with that core roster, and hopefully we're going to get to see why here in PCS5.
Phase 2 circle shift, it's going to keep it rather central on this particular area just south of El Pozo, so not too much movement. You can already see a large majority of the teams inside of this circle. Very much completely different to what we saw in the last game on Erangel, as we are seeing the colony light up clear from Easy Esports. He's able to survive, throws down the smoke, he can heal up, and does have that tree as well to provide at least a little bit of visual cover, I guess, and to a degree even some physical cover. Just south of El Pozo is where that's happening as Fury make their way up to the northwest portion of Monte Nuevo, just outside the city. And again, I kind of expect at some point, it depends on what happens with the future circles. If Monte Nuevo continues to be a factor, some teams can obviously go into that city. Sharper Esports already got a 2-2 split with 2 players in there, and I think 2 players over towards the white buildings just north of it, close by to BN United as Day Trade. Also trying to make their move. But it's probably Phase 3, Jordan, where I expect we're going to see a little bit more confrontation between the teams.
It does sort of make me wonder sometimes how Fury continues to get these fairly central positions without any real contest so late. Like, they're so late into the circle, and they've actually got themselves pretty much a center compound. And I'm not sure how that's actually panned out. But anyway, it seems like they just have this way of skirting around teams and taking what they want regardless. Cerberus Esports, a little bit of a better time for them so far, having not lost anyone. Has been a bit of an up and down day. They did start off with a couple of nice third places, but last game for Cerberus was a bit of a mess. And even the third places that they did manage to get sort of came as a result of one individual staying alive for quite a while. It was never really a discussion of them looking for the chicken dinner. So I suppose it's all contextual as to how they got those third places.
That's the thing, right? You kind of bring up a good point and you almost put a keynote on that finish. It's like, well, third place, but let's be real, never really had a chance of actually winning the game. And under the most chicken format, there's a big difference, right? Under the super rule set, you would say, well, third place doesn't matter if it's one person alive or if they had a whole team that could have maybe got the win. You still got third place. That's a good amount of points, right? So, but under most chicken, is it a third place where they had 3-4 players alive and had actually a pretty decent chance of maybe going on and winning? Or as you mentioned, is it just like one player that's still left alive and, let's be real, isn't really going to be able to pull out the win? Code above, by the way, for those people watching here, as you can get some esports points. Make sure you're entering that code. 50 seconds until Phase 3, by the way. And I definitely feel like once we get a little bit into Phase 3, we should start to see teams go at it. Because so far, we haven't seen too much action. Only one team has been eliminated. That was Eagle 365 at the very beginning of the game. And we are touching on the 13-minute mark here of Match 4.
Yeah. Quite the ill-fated breach for them. We've seen a couple of them so far, actually, on Miramar. It was MSC that suffered from one in our second game of the evening. Asbar on the floor, getting picked back up. They're in El Pozo, Eagle 365. So one of the more northern teams at the moment. We're hoping for a hard northern shift to help them out, but I think that is wishful thinking at this point in time. Still a couple of seconds before we do find out. Everyone's inside the zone, but this next one is going to be the real kicker. This is going to be the one that really separates the very happy teams from the very disappointed teams. And for the most part, I think everyone's relatively pleased with that. There isn't really too many surprises to come from it. It's mostly a central shift. The real losers out of it are Cerberus and Game Home. Everyone else seems to have at least some semblance of control inside of the circle. And Game Home are going to have to send it. They're going to have to send it past Day Trade, which is a team that hasn't been having a great day so far, but certainly is a sharp squad. Wouldn't want to count them out just yet.
Yeah, struggling to see how Game Home is going to be able to find an actual home in this sort of vicinity. Archangel Predator has been shooting at them. Fury's very close by. They're not going to be able to go into that compound. And as we saw, Day Trade were the team that sort of started it all. As soon as Game Home started approaching their entry into the circle. Disgusting goes down. That's Ronan who got the knock and the flush. So Lolsey 2 finds himself meeting his demise at the hands of Jayers. And yeah, no surprise, Phase 3 kicks off. The teams that are outside of the circle trying to make their way in, struggling to do so. A couple of deaths already. And I do fear for the likes of Cerberus, like you mentioned. I think Game Home are now basically split up. God New Glories are the duo. 3007 still in Monte Nuevo, and obviously they've already had the one death of Disgusting. So not the best game once again here for Game Home.
MSC definitely keeping a bit of an eye on what's happening with BN United. They know there's someone close by. Young B hasn't really spotted MSC out just yet, but they do also have their spider senses tingling. Bit of a storm brewing, I think, over on the eastern side of the map. Not as much happening out towards the west, and up in the north at El Pozo, I don't really think there is that many opportunities for engagements. Everyone's happy to just lock down their buildings. But this is where the push wants to sort of come from. MSC looking We'll have to go through BN United, and then once they do that, then Sharper Esports made in Thailand in front of them as well. Cerberus to the south. It's a boiling pot, really. And the water is starting to rise to the brim.
It's definitely on MS Chonburi, though, to be the team that takes the fight against BN United. BN United probably don't have to push on to MSC. They've got a compound still that they're playing out of through Godace, who's actually just sent back, as I watched the map myself, he's actually sent back Himas and Cerberus, who actually wanted to rotate over towards MSC and BN United. They get sort of sent back because Godace is playing that compound position, starts shooting at them, and now they're actually going to rotate towards the south side rather than push up along that eastern side up north. That's great news for BN and basically, I guess, MSC as well. They can just take each other now in a 1 versus 1. JS, though, should be able to find at least a kill or two. Does get the knock onto Subang. It looks as if FAP has been able to get inside of his building. Nade goes out. As that bounced perfectly. Well, it's actually done pretty well, all things considered. Bit of a crawl here from Subang to get inside of this building, outside of the blue as well. That revive will take place and should be successful. The nade as well from FAP got the knock onto Jayers, Jordan. What a little turnaround there for Cerberus. A bit of a mini win. And for attack all around, they're going to lose Jayers.
They certainly are. They left him for dead. Cerberus are not entirely in the greatest of positions either, having to now still sort of cross that road out of Monte Nuevo. Not going to be easy. Speaking of easy, they should get out of here alive. 36C crashing into their building and forcing Easy away, but you know, there's still more distance to cover for 36C, and this was always going to be the rotation that Easy wanted to make. It was just a case of when were they going to make it?
I think the worry for 36C is the fact that they're right next to Unicorn Phoenix, who, of course, you know, the team with the most kills so far in the lobby over the first 3 games. Is that a team that you really want to be fighting? I'm sure they would back themselves in that fight if it does eventuate. They've got a bit of time as well before they have to worry about the next circle, as Sairayu, unfortunately, saying sayonara. They are getting torn to shreds here in the fields of Monte Nuevo. It's Trick and Sunshine that are still able to at least make their way a little bit further, close to attack all around. Yanku, is he going to be able to fire a few shots? Gems didn't really seem like he wanted too much of it either. How going to be eliminated by Poochels. And yeah, Sairayu right now, I think, has been a team that kind of like, I guess, Game Home, the two teams I think have been struggling the most, Jordan, over the first 3-4 games now. Would love to see them turn around by the end of the night.
Cerberus certainly looking for something out of this one. Attack all around, are very close by. Some good shots coming through from Day Trade. Venotica was a real standout last season for Day Trade in a season that probably wasn't exactly what they were looking for. Like he was
I think he always is the standout, Jordan.
The shining light, really, wasn't he? There's another nice knock from him, but Game Home are going to get that player back up. 3007 will be looking for the heals. Smokes come down. Norrens is on the push, so this is what I like a bit more from Day Trade. Bit of aggression coming through. Looking to get some points on the board.
Oh, you've got to be careful, though. That's exactly what I was about to say. When you're pushing up, you might be pushing into a sight line, and that's exactly what's happened. Flood's able to spot Norrens. He gets knocked, and suddenly, is he in a position where he can get revived? He might be able to crawl down south and away from the vision of Flood, and especially from Game Home. They're still going to be wary of Game Home as well. This is what happens, though. You know, it's that risk versus reward. You push into a position, try to be aggressive, try and find kills and find a pathway into the circle, and then suddenly you're sat and you're knocked and you're dead, and then your team can't really play off of that, and they can't. Glorious is able to peek over, get the kill onto Norrens. So Flood got the knock, but it's stolen by Game Home. They actually get their first kill for the tournament so far, just as Cerberus get eliminated. But they found a kill, Jordan. They're on the board, finally. No longer on 0 kills.
So lucky for some, but not so much for others. Speaking of, Made in Thailand get a massive feed, and my team to beat, I think, in this game. Veronica does drop to a grenade from Game Home Divine, so I mean, maybe Game Home have gotten a little bit over Day Trade here. Smokes do come down from Day Trade. Cloris tries to make the cross, but he's just deleted. Fury have a bead. They have a shooting gallery set up to just third party this fight that's going on between Game Home and Day Trade. Neither team seems to be getting out of it without some semblance of loss. Even Insight continues to put shots into that. Smoke and a grenade here as well. I'm not sure it's going to go deep enough. We'll see. Not quite.
Yeah, and Made in Thailand suddenly in a position as well where I think it's almost like MSC from the last game, right? They're going to get a bit of a compound feed. Oh, nice little double nade from Van, by the way. Just hold the phones here. He's able to get Smell and YA. And once again, to no one's surprise, Unicorn Phoenix able to find a couple of kills. That's, again, another decent start in these sort of little fights that they're constantly taking. Matches 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Whether it's the early portion of the game, the mid portion, or the late portion, you're always going to find Unicorn Phoenix fighting and typically winning.
Yeah, they've been doing very well tonight. Puchils suffers at the hands of Game Home. God knew gets his revenge, I suppose, but it is a very brief silver lining to the dark cloud that has ensued for Game Home. Easy Esports will also be eliminated by Unicorn Phoenix. Who again, I mean, they're sort of putting those numbers on the board, so still a team to keep an eye on. Ronan's got a grenade here. It's a great attack all around. And it looks pretty good.
Yankee with a quick little sidestep there. Gloom's unfortunately inside of the smoke. Oh, the second one though, Ronan! The 1-2 double is able to get both of them from attack all around. And it's only Gems left alive. The first aid kit inside of the smoke. Let's be real, that blue is bearing down on his position as well. It's very unlikely he's going to be able to push past Fury. 7 kills for attack all around, but it's looking like it's going to be an early finish for them position-wise. Inside with another nade, Flood with a tag. They know that he's basically dead to rights here. He's not going to be able to probably even get off this first aid kit, and even if he does, how much further does he really go? Does get it off, but that nade, and if it's not that nade, the blue will do the rest, and Fury are playing this really well.
Yeah, just waiting for that kill confirmation to come through. Still haven't seen it, and Flood actually drops out in the open.
Oh, no.
They want the thirst. They want the kill. Gems is trying his best, but he won't quite get it. It looks like the res is coming through. Smoke's in, and the zone just does a little bit too much. It was a clean couple of shots onto Flood, though. You have to imagine what kind of damage he could have done if the blue wasn't in his back.
Look at that for Phase 6 onto Made in Thailand. They're made to win this game, Jordan.
Yeah, apparently. You'll be liking that one. MSC, though, is lurking. Sharks in the water. Kind of keeping an eye on what's happening. Maybe eager to jump into that compound if the opportunity presents itself. UNP also nearby, and Archangel Predator on the move. Looks like they want to get into that compound as well. Just the 3 players for Archangel Predator, so they won't be really committed to taking this fight against Made in Thailand, but it's a good move from them. Gets them center circle early before everyone else. Lock down this position. It's not the greatest, but it's definitely better than what the vast majority have got.
Yeah, it definitely seems like we're seeing a large focus, Archangel Predator, MSC, towards the compound nice and early, rather than leaving it to the very last couple of phases, last couple of minutes, where, of course, at that point, the team inside of the compound is going to have freebies and turn it into a bit of a firing range. At least try and contest it early. If you can, if it's possible, and it looks as if that is going to be a reality. I'm not expecting Archangel Predator to now contest Made in Thailand, though. They're just going to sit, obviously, and be neighbors for as long as possible. Sharper Esports, are they getting a bit of an idea as well to maybe crash this compound? No, they just push up small, little push. Now they can use this little ridge line to see over, and they can really hammer in behind MS Chonburi. They can do a lot of damage if they've got a lot of nades here. They start to just throw them in and see if they can get them to bounce their way. They've overthrown them, though. MSC kind of responding to this well by pushing up a little bit closer to Sharper Esports, avoiding those nades completely. This one, though, now falls short. They're either throwing it too far or too short.
Fury has taken the opportunity to work their way into the center of the map. They are in front of Sunshine and Sharper as well, but third party's on offer. MSC, a little bit of an unfortunate result for them. They do lose Skeet, Insight, Ronan, both dropping to Sharper Esports. So Fury need to keep their heads down. There's a grenade coming through from behind them as well as a couple of shots. Sunshine was finished off by Waikiki move down. That was the major thorn in the side for Fury. Belmoth looks to have an angle here onto Insight. Made continuing to do damage. Insight is done. Oh, that's a huge one from Tinoy. It's just Waikiki Mukau. And Fury, I think, have bitten off a little bit more than they could shoot.
Wow.
They really ruined the game for MSC, but then Sharper Esports decided, let's get rid of Fury.
36 Cartel making the crash out of the compound of Made in Thailand. Asper immediately with a knockdown onto Duckman's the flush to follow from Suspect, but they've just been capitulated by Archangel Predator. The team they weren't even fighting just wipes them out. Escaluzia got 1 kill, and that was, well, I mean, very quick from 36 Cartel. 1 minute they're in, now they're out.
How quick the fortunes can change on a map like Miramar when you make that crash. Good shots from Van. UNP probably not in with a chance of winning this one with only the 2 players alive, considering Archangel Predator control the compound and still have 3. Sharper Esports close by as well, also have 3, but never say never. That's sort of the Fury mantra that we saw earlier on today. Grenade looked to be okay, but doesn't quite land. Still, Illinois will have more than enough alongside Zigzags and Belmont finishing off MSC.
And just quickly, Jordan, but it's the same kind of teams that we've now been seeing over the first couple of games tonight. UNP, Sharper, Archangel, Predator. None of them have found a win. Is there an opportunity for them to do so? Made in Thailand, even despite having this compound position, only down to Escaluzia and Jacob. So down to 2 players, and they're surrounded by other players. Van and Chu with a nice little high ground position north of this compound should be able to see just about everything. And if they do get a Phase 8 shift onto this elevated position, they're going to win the game.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're right. Well, we are going to, at the very least, be seeing a new winner. Who it's going to be at this point in time, I cannot tell you. Circle shift. You know, I mean, it's not so bad for UNP. Pretty bad for Sharper Esports, though. They're going to have to go through everyone to get into this zone. Archangel Predator will be the first of their problems. I think maybe you can sort of creep up behind these buildings, play with a little bit of cover from them. Exactly as Tinoy is doing at this point in time. Belmont needs to be a little aware, though, that if he continues on, maybe there's going to be angles for UNP. First engagement. Pretty even in terms of the damage dealt. It's going to force Sharper to go back, and same for Archangel Predator. But these nades are dangerous. When you're in a building like that, there's nowhere to go. Evil Patrick gets taken down by 1. Molotov forward here on toward Mad Dog's position, forces him away from the building. Sharper Esports slowly but steadily work their way into the compound.
Yeah, and Made in Thailand, the duo, can't forget they're still in this game, and Escaluzia and Jacob able to find a few kills from that too, steal them away from Sharper. Sharper, though, they get out of that flawless. They've got all 3 players intact, the only team with 3. But it's in 19 seconds is what I'm waiting to see. You can see Van's position, right? They've got such a good overwatch of this compound. If Jacob or Escaluzia try and run out of it, Van's got the perfect vantage point. And for Sharper Esports, well, they've still got to push through the 2 players they've made in Thailand. They can't just go on the road, otherwise they're a sitting duck. So what happens? Do we go north or do we go into the compound? Well, it's a bit of both, I think, but ultimately this is really good for Unicorn Phoenix, because at some point, these 2 teams, Made in Thailand and Sharper Esports, are going to be in a position where they're at the low ground in the open versus the high ground of Unicorn Phoenix.
Thailand, a real thorn in the side for both of these 2 teams, just sitting in the middle of the pack. Unicorn Phoenix, I mean, could they pull it off right here? Phenomenal all night, 33 frags. 2 on 3 on 2. Not the best positioning, maybe that's true. Belmont being tagged down a little bit. What they would really love is a pick right here and now, and they find it. Belmont gets knocked. He's doing 360s. He's dodging bullets. I'm actually surprised he's managed to live for that long. I don't know what he's done. He's put his DPI up to 1,000 and just decided to turn into a Beyblade.
He very much has, but Sharper down to 2. All jokes aside, it starts to get really tricky to see how, honestly, either Made in Thailand or Sharper are going to win from this position. I feel like it's up to Van or Chu from Unicorn Phoenix to make a mistake, to lose, say, a 1 versus 1, or to lose a fight that maybe they shouldn't be losing. Jacob, through the smoke, is able to get the elimination onto Zigzags. That's good for Made in Thailand. But are they going to be able to then come out of this position and take on Unicorn Phoenix? I'm not so sure, Jordan. That's going to be the hard part.
Indeed it is. Zigzags finished off. Tino, the last alive. Could be mutually assured destruction for him and Made in Thailand if he can get 1 more. Unicorn Phoenix will be sure to spring. Played a very nice reserved game, Chu and Van, so far. Haven't really looked to get too involved in this fight. Just play the off angles, play the picks.
Well, yeah, there's not much else they can really do, right? Because they obviously want to play from this position. You move away from that position, that kind of defeats the purpose. And you can see even on the minimap where the center dot is here for Phase 9, it basically is outside of the compound. So Van in the absolute pinnacle position to win from here. It's played out perfectly for Unicorn Phoenix. 7 kills, by the way, Jordan. Guess who's got all 7 of them? It's Van, with a 100% kill participation here in this particular match. And boy, have they been a team over the first couple of games that's been so good at fragging out, and yet it's the solo man in this match. And honestly, they've deserved to win, and this will put them in first place.
Big news for a team that we haven't seen before.
Can they do it, though?
I'm sure they can. I mean, it's getting pretty tense at this point in time, slow and steady. For all of these teams, no one wants to make that first step because they know that that is surely the wrong step. Tinoy has to continue to creep forward. The blue ad is back. Esquilusia watching. Tinoy now spots out Van. Yeah,
this would be the bad side, though. If Van gets knocked here by Tinoy, that will be almost impossible for UMP to come back from, because I don't think Chu's position is as valuable as Van. So he has to be the one that plays very cautious from that position. Great Molotov, though, onto Tinoy's position. Van getting lit up, half health.
Where can Tinoy go? He just has to wait. He's found the perfect spot to hide in for now.
Oh my god.
And he's jumped up on top of the lip. He can survive. He's still alive. I don't know how he's done it. Van, some good shots. Eventually puts Tinoy to an end, and he'll survive against Made in Thailand. Position given away for Made in Thailand. Chu just firing all those stun grenades in, trying to keep Made in Thailand a little bit busy, a little bit under pressure. They've run into a Molotov. Esquilusia on fire, and Chu holding the angle. He's going to lose his teammate down to the zone. Van, how has that happened? Chu needs the 1-on-2, and he might just get it.
Smoke's dissipating, though. It's running out. You can see the little image. Jacob, he's not going to have much cover. Oh, he gets into the vehicle. Headshot. 10-kill win for Unicorn Phoenix. Chu clutches up after Van went down to the blue. And the team that has been fragging out the most here for PCS5 APAC gets their first chicken dinner. And momentarily, now in first place.
It definitely felt like it was coming. Last game, they were pretty close. They couldn't quite get it done, but they've been fragging well so far tonight. And when we see teams fragging well, when we see them fighting well, we obviously hand in hand assume that they might be able to get themselves a chicken dinner on the board. It doesn't always turn out like that, but in this instance, Unicorn Phoenix in what is, their first outing in PCS for a couple of the players, Chu and Van, are putting on quite a very nice show. It was those two new players to PCS that we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Watching out that win for Unicorn Phoenix. Thunderbow Ditch and Dab Blue getting in the backpack and getting carried a little bit that game, but overall, I mean, a good solid job today from the entire squad. And they're an exciting prospect, someone that, I probably didn't expect to see too much from, right? If I was going to give you my top 5, Unicorn Phoenix was definitely not going to be in that top 5 going into today. But, hey, they're in the top 4 right now.
They certainly are. I'm not sure of the age of Chu, but I know Van is an 18-year-old prodigy at the moment, and he's definitely showed it in that particular game to have, 7 kills, I think it was, when it was all said and done. Might have been 8, I'm not even sure by the end of it, but we are seeing a team just having an absolute night in all categories now, Jordan. They've got the win, they've got a lot of kills, they're looking good, but they've also had a bit of adversity along the way. We remember back to, I think it was game 1, they had an early fight. Game 2, they had an early fight. They've had to take fights early on when you ideally probably don't want to. We've seen in the past, especially PCS4, especially under this format with the most chicken rule, where if you take those early fights, most of those teams don't tend to come away with wins. And yet, you look at it, they've got the win, they've got a lot of kills, that puts them in first place. It's really good signs from Unicorn Phoenix. The real question is, can they keep it up?
Yeah, I mean, only the one game so far that hasn't been in the double digits. Everything else, 11, 11, 10. So, yeah, not a bad night at all by Unicorn Phoenix. In this one in particular, Made in Thailand will probably feel like they missed out a little bit. They had that center position for quite a substantial amount of time, but couldn't really lock it down in the end for the win. So second place, 7 kills. It's not bad, but it's not a chicken dinner.
Certainly not. We're going to go to a break. When we do come back, we've still got 2 more matches on the other side. Game 5 coming up very shortly. A very entertaining match 4 on Miramar. Unicorn Phoenix taking out the win, their first chicken dinner, and now in first place as well. There you have it. Total leaderboard so far after 4 games have concluded. 2 games to go tonight, of course, for day 1 of week 1, and then we got 6 games tomorrow. So still a long way to go, Jordan, but early signs pointing to a great start for Unicorn Phoenix. Of course, Fury doing Fury things. MS Tuamburi have also looked really good as well. For the teams that haven't picked up a win, though, Sharper Esports, by far and away, the team that has looked the best of that bunch.
Yeah, I mean, down the other end of the scale, though, Eagle365, Day Trade, Seiryu, and Game Home still yet to get off the single-digit kills. It seems like it is a continuation from what we saw of Game Home in PCS4. They, didn't really get the ball rolling too much. It doesn't seem like they're getting that done today either. Seiryu, I mean, I think obviously a newer roster that we haven't really seen in PCS before. We didn't really have too many expectations for, so I think that's fair enough. Pass mark for them. Eagle365, I think they were like 5th place last season, were they? So yeah, 5th place. I mean, not a great start for Eagle365. They want to be doing a bit more. And of course, Day Trade, it's just... This is such a difficult team to quantify, this Day Trade roster. Sometimes they're phenomenal on their day. They're just banging everyone's heads off and they're looking unstoppable. And then on other days, they just don't turn up at all. And, a very inconsistent team, I think, is probably the main takeaway for me. Archangel Predator as well, probably a bit disappointed with how things have gone so far today. Sitting in 10th overall. I mean, the kills haven't been phenomenal, but they haven't been awful for Archangel Predator. It's just I feel like there's been a couple of opportunities for them that haven't really gone their way.
They had a 2nd place finish in game 1, had 5 kills in game number 3, 11th place. Yeah, look, it's been a bit of an up and down kind of night, I guess, for Archangel Predator. That's the nature of the beast. Of course, they had a pretty decent Miramar game just then. 4th place, 7 kills. So they've been there amongst it as well. They haven't necessarily had too bad of a night. As we head into match number 5, a reminder, of course, we've got 1 more game to play after this one as Tino and Chu going for the Darcy. They're both won, Jordan. They're both equal winners. Chu, though, gives up as he's not driving, and he is now just going to play Ring Around a Rosie. Yeah,
Tino not interested in playing around with Chu too much, particularly when there's some shots coming through from the apartments to keep Chu alive. Belmoth manages to sneak one in. Sharper could be on to play a bit of spoiler for Unicorn Phoenix early on in the piece. Doesn't look like it'll end up working out. Chu has gotten himself inside of the shack to safety. He's even got a smoke to play with, which is fantastic. Circle shift does go out towards the west. Megaka field very much in. And that is an interesting circle shift given the way that most of the teams have dropped.
Yeah, and no surprise to see Unicorn Phoenix again, Jordan. I've said it a few times tonight, but they're just always amongst it. These guys early on in the games and have been, of course, coming out for the better in pretty much most of those matches as well. It's been very fascinating to watch these guys just have arguably the best night so far of any of the teams, and we've still got 2 games to go. They've had a 4th, a 5th, a 2nd, and a 1st. And as you pointed out, 3 of those games, they cracked double-digit in kills, and in the one that they didn't was still 6 kills. It's been as perfect as you can really ask for, and to really sort of close off the night, I think just at least 1 more chicken dinner, and you got yourself an absolute perfect night, and sets you up tremendously going into tomorrow, as Hungvo Ditch is making the run across the ditch over to Belmoth.
Tinoy with the molly. He's just going to try and slide it in. Wow, great shots. Chu absolutely punishing Sharper. That is massive from Unicorn Phoenix. Belmoth, he was the one just sort of sitting there watching, gatekeeping that shack, and he gets completely wrapped upon by Hungvo Ditch, which is bad enough. But the cross with the Molotov punched by Chu on like 15 HP. I mean, that's
how do they keep getting away with this, Jordan?
I don't know. They're just... I mean, Sharper Esports is called Sharper Esports, but I feel like Unicorn Phoenix is actually the Sharper Esports at this point in time.
Oh, well, I mean, once again, as I said before, Phoenix coming out on top. Speaking of coming out on top for Phoenix, they were able to do so here in this previous match. We look at some of the highlights from match 4 on Miramar, which of course Unicorn Phoenix ended up winning. Made in Thailand had a really good position in that concrete building compound for quite a while, Jordan, but there was a lot of teams that made their way over to that position pretty early on in the fray, and I think that really hindered them in being able to maybe express themselves from that position.
A bit of an awkward spot to get stuck in for Fury, wasn't it, once those grenades started to rain down. Well, Jarpa getting their comeuppance in this one. Trying to push aggressively to punish Unicorn Phoenix. And I don't think there was necessarily a lot wrong with what they did. I mean, maybe they could have done it in a safer way, or they could have hit their shots, but trying to punish that player inside of the shack who's you know is tagged down heavily and has nowhere really to go. Not the worst thing in the world, but it doesn't work out for them. Unicorn Phoenix, last game, putting in a lot of work, 1,500 damage, 10 kills. And they've been doing that really across the board tonight. They've been a super, super competitive team.
Yeah, and Van ended up actually getting 8 kills. I thought it may have been 7 at the end, but he did get at least 1 extra. At one point when they had 7 kills, he had all 7. Fortunately, though, I'm sure he's happy Chu was able to get the last couple to secure the win. So he'll take 80% kill participation and obviously a very high amount of damage. Not too surprising to actually see, though, Esquilugia and Jacob in this list in particular. And then Jacob with a pretty decent game there in terms of damage. Of course, playing from that position, and those two in particular staying alive for as long as they did means no real surprise to see them in that position. And of course, for UMP, well, it was basically all Van anyway, so that makes the most sense. Belmorth is a player that to obviously keep an eye on, Jordan. We've seen good things from him and Sharpa in the last couple of PCS events, and no surprise to see them doing well again here. Obviously not in this particular game. It's for a bit of a rarity. We do get to see inside one of these crates that we haven't seen too often at times. Doesn't quite get the focus. Maximus and Sixax, though, will be playing as a duo in this particular game, which is unfortunate for Sharpa Esports because they've been good, and we had a little bit of a spotlight on them coming into this game. A third, a second, an 8th bunch of kills. They've had 22. And yeah, they're probably not going to get much here from match 5.
Yeah. How weird does it feel to be looking at all these graphics and talking about top 5 players of the previous game and not looking at names like Nordra and Canaxi and Edie and Godmeow, right? Buriram United, obviously. Such a storied name in PCS in APAC, and they've been able to make it this time.
Ooh.
So that's disappointing. And this will be a bit disappointing for 36C as well, though Cherry does a pretty good job of getting the trade onto Sixax. So maybe 36C actually get out of this one scot-free. Maximus would still cause problems. It would be quite unfortunate for 36C to lose a player here. But it looks like they have got the lads set up. Smoke's down. Grenade would be the difference maker for Maximus if he gets 1 or 2.
Oh no, Asper. That's so unfortunate. Just as he gets brought back up, that nade's right under his feet. That's also info for Maximus. He can throw another one. That one goes a little bit too far. I honestly think at this point, we probably needed to see 36 Cartel push out to Maximus because Suspect at the tree gets caught. One's already down in Asper, who actually dies down to Maximus because it was his second death, bleeding out pretty quickly. A couple of nades get thrown, and suddenly 2 are gone. Cherry probably now, because he's not going for a revive, needs to push on to Maximus and try and really cover player 4 here, who is stuck at the tree. Nice little peek, though, from player 4. The damage has been done, but they do at least deal with Maximus. Not ideal for 36 Cartel to lose Suspect and Asper in that situation. I'm sure they won't be too happy with that, but learning experiences along the way for them. They've still got 2 players up for Sharpa, though. They're the first team eliminated here in match 5, as we have a bit of a player focus on Jacob from Made in Thailand. Consider him the young prodigy on this roster, Jordan, and so far, after a pretty good start, lots of damage. Probably needs to move away from the torso and a little bit more over to the head at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right, but damage is damage, and you'll take it regardless. Hasn't been the most fantastic of starts for Made in Thailand, but they're kind of plugging away, getting better as we go. They did have that second place, 7 kills in round number 4. So if you see a bit more like that, they continue to put themselves in good spots. Maybe they can convert something. Unicorn Phoenix, on the other hand, have been pretty stellar from the outset, and they did manage to just pick up that last chicken dinner. They're feeling a bit hungry, it seems, regardless. They head in the direction of 36C. They might have heard the shots in this direction, and they think there might be a couple more kills on offer. So why not push a wounded team? Spotted him in the vehicle. And we'll let that vehicle go by the wayside without any fire. So looks like the remaining players of 36C will get out of there scot-free. But yeah, I mean, a bit disappointing, I guess, for 36C, who were just going on that rotation, didn't really expect too much to happen, and run into the last couple of players from that sharper eSport roster. And now, as a result, their own game is probably suffering quite substantially.
Oh, no. Oh, a bit of OCE driving there, making its a bit of appearance there from Cherry. Yeah, look, it's unfortunate, obviously, but I think it's... for 36C, they've already sort of exceeded expectations for tonight, picking up that Game 1 win. They've been also amongst it in a lot of the games, and they've been holding their own in a pretty good fashion. So I think anything from here, really, basically anything from Game 1 onwards was always just going to be a bonus, right? Good learning experience. Every single moment you come to a stop. If one person, you know, gets knocked, you've got to be so vigilant. You've got to be so careful. That constant pressure. And even if it's just perceived pressure, it's better to be wary than to allow someone like Maximus to kind of creep around and maybe get a kill or two and be a bit of a nuisance. It's very difficult. It's easy to sit back and say, oh, they could have done this or they could have done that. But in the heat of the moment, Maximus actually played it pretty well, got a good knock. And obviously, in the end, for 36 Cartel, they'll grow from that experience. And honestly, I mean, they're in 4th. It's not like they're having a bad time of things. We get our Phase 2 circle here. And we are going to be on the western side of Erangel this time around. Being United making the push over towards north of Chopsticks. MSC actually just coming down from Everest. I'm actually now seeing them literally just go past each other. As easy as that. One team wants the north, the other one wants the south.
Yeah, being United look like they're pretty happy to pull up here. Day trade will continue their way through the field. I mean, there's a lot of territory to take out to the western side of the Gatka field. So if the teams are aware of that and the fact that very few teams actually dropped on that side of the map, then they might just continue to just send it straight through the center past the Chopsticks or see where things end up going. 36C might have to pull up inside one of the Chopsticks here if they see Eagle 365 getting into the compound. Player 4, well, he does manage to get into the quote-unquote relative safety of the bowl.
This should work out well, though, because it's not like 365 are going to want to push out of that building and really go for the elimination. So this is actually a really good play from 36 Cartel, understanding, hey, we've only got 2 players alive. Our best course of action here is to send it to the center of the circle and just try and stay out of the action next 15 minutes probably, sit tight inside Chopsticks and hope for the best. And that's probably the best play. The fact that they were able to achieve that, full credit to P4 and Cherry. As I said, I don't think 365 are really going to push onto their position, at least not maybe for some time.
Bit of a different strategy for Fury than the majority of the teams. They're sitting towards the edge, as has been standard for them over the course of PCS in its many iterations. We sort of even talked to them about that last season and asked, you know, what are their thoughts on this chicken dinner format, and they sort of said, well, they wanted to continue to play their natural style, which was a little bit more edge focused rather than crashing center. Obviously worked out pretty well for them last season, 2nd place, but now the big dogs Buriram out of the picture. Maybe Fury has a door opened to them. They haven't really changed too much up in terms of their team composition or the play style by the looks of things either. We'll continue to rotate through the southern part of the map. Still outside of the zone is Fury 4. Now, Archangel Predator, fairly similar. Up towards the top side, towards the north. Not really seeing too much. You have Evil Patrick actually up on top of Everest as well, and he'll be able to get a good idea of what's happening all around the map for Archangel Predator.
40 seconds until Phase 3. Yeah, I'd like to see Archangel Predator really push in with Phase 3, depending on where it goes, and play off of that circle shift, rather than maybe hanging around this far out for too long. You don't want to be like the last team in towards the sort of central area. Depending on how, of course, this next zone does shift, I mean, it may actually push on to those main Gatka buildings just south of Everest. If it does that, then they've got the prime position to really push into that spot, take that. 10 seconds until Phase 3. We'll see how it plays out. Fury all the way down the very, very far south. just outside Game Home's 2-2 split. We'll see how we go, though. Here is phase 3, and it is actually going to be southeast, as far away from Archangel Predator, right on top of the 2-2 split for Game Home, close by to Fury, of course, as well. Esports, or Easy Esports, I think also in a really good position now. Smell and Shin V can group up with Y8 and Clee, and this actually might be the best position to have so far off of the first 3 phases.
Well, certainly the most central. Doesn't necessarily always mean that it's going to be the best, but it does put it up there. I think a lot depends on, obviously, where the remaining circles do shift, and also how many teams are kind of eager to gatekeep your opportunities and try to take your position away from you. So far, so good for Easy Esports. Their trade will move into one of the unoccupied compounds nearby Eagle 365 and 36C. United also on their way in. Slowly but surely, most of the teams are locking down all of the available real estate. There's not much left at this point in time. Fury were able to push Game Home out of the compound to the south, but for Colony and for Archangel Predator, the 2 teams that are yet to come in from the west, there really isn't a whole lot that they can take up residence in. And the same can be said for UNP towards the northern side of the map. So
yeah,
3 teams might be feeling a bit disappointed.
Well, UMP right now are getting slightly gatekept by Yanku and Jayas of attack all around. They've got a decent control of Pachinki Hill to attack all around through Gems and Glooms. And Yanku and Jayas are just making it very difficult for UMP to push onto that position from the north side through Pachinki. So what that's doing, as we can actually see now in the rotation, is forcing them away from Pachinki Hill and more so towards the very northern tip of the circle, which then does mean when UMP do eventually push into this circle, it'll be on to, say, MSC and BN United rather than attack all around on Pachinki Hill. We'll see how it plays out, but it seems like that is so far being very successful for attack all around. Gems and Glooms holding that Pachinki Hill position. Yanku and Jayas will then eventually go into that position later on once they know that no team is going to be able to come from, say, that Pachinki side of the circle.
Where is Archangel Predator going to go? They're on a bit of a drive. Not sure where they're going to end up. I mean, it might just be a case of, yeah, taking this little shack. There's a bunch of defilades and a fair bit of cover from the trees and the foliage around where they are at this point in time. But it's probably not the perfect position. It's not the one you'd take if you had your pick of the litter. Still, it's going to be something, a 2-2 split maybe for Archangel Predator, but no, Mad Dog goes past Algent Bots. Colony getting into a bit of a stoush here with Made in Thailand, and that's not going to start very nicely for them. Duckmans gets the first onto Carbs. Sees another couple of players rotate past, and this will be quite the important fight to win now that we see that circle shift.
Yeah, how quickly things can change as well. With one circle shift suddenly for phase 4, Archangel Predator find themselves in a good spot, so does Cerberus. And as you mentioned, this fight in particular, Made in Thailand versus Colony, out to the western part of this circle, it's a pretty important one. You win this and you can have a bit of a reprieve over towards this western side. But I do worry, there's a couple of teams, Cerberus, Daytrade, kind of peppering this area, especially Cerberus. So even if you do win that sort of fight, can you come out of it alive? As Youngbeat just pushes onto Rogue, gets a second one onto Julio. MSC losing players left and right. They've only got 2 left. Simon does get knocked down eventually. This maybe will fall apart for BN United. It looks as if that will be the case. Unicorn Phoenix now on the move, trying to get past attack all around. That gave up their Pachinki Hill control, pushed north to really put the pressure on Unicorn Phoenix. Hasn't quite worked out just yet. JS, though, lands a couple of good tags onto Chu. There goes BN United out early. I think their lowest place finish so far here for PCS5 APAC.
Well, Unicorn Phoenix are giving as good as they're getting. Gems just at the last second will get tapped by that revive, so he might just survive. Jayers, big spray, but he's overcommitted to it, and Chu will put him down. Attack all around, and perhaps bided their time a little bit too long by allowing Unicorn Phoenix to get around and past them. Archangel Predator getting a knock onto Insight. Don't imagine that's going to be a huge factor. Fury should be able to get the res. It's madness all over the map, though, as we jump back to this fight between UNP and attack all around. Just Yanku and Gems pushing forward, and they won't last too much longer. Now only just Yanku.
Oh, man.
And Van cleans them up. He is dominating tonight.
He is having an amazing 2 games in a row, especially. I mean, the start of the night was more so like Hungvo Ditch, for instance, Jordan, and now Van has sort of taken over. And Dat Blue as well has also had a game too where he popped off single-handedly. So I think we've already seen now all 4 members of Unicorn Phoenix are capable of fragging out. And that's a scary thought. You've got a team here that is just playing superbly tonight. 43 kills. They've got literally more than double Fury's kills. And we've still got 1 game to play tonight. That is absolutely amazing. And yeah, they've only got the 1 winner chicken dinner though. So obviously not that big of a gap when it comes to the standings. Nonetheless, Fury down to the southeast. They've got to deal with Cyro and Game Home. We'll see if they're going to be able to achieve that.
Oh man, it's starting to get a little bit messy on this side of the map. Game Home rocking up just adds another ingredient to the melting pot. Push coming through from Fury as well, by the looks of things. Waikikamuka and Insight want to try to push the issue, and hey, when you can hit grenades like that, why not? The Molotov lands almost perfectly as well. I'm not sure it's actually tagged him. Waikikamuka putting that pressure back onto Game Home, falls back to the safety of the UAS. Need to see Flood and Ronan start to make their moves now as well, because they're at the back. They're got their shoulders towards the blue. That grenade just tickles Godnew enough to finish him off. So player advantage for Fury in the fight against Game Home. They do have to be aware of Seiryu.
Yeah, Fury in a good position to push forward now, get these few kills. You do that, suddenly you've got a decent portion of the zone. Those smokes are dissipating as well, and that's a big nade onto 3007. Disgusting at half health. Glories does still have a bit more smoke to work with here. Waikikamuka watching that area. Nade goes past Van. Unicorn Phoenix, they constantly win a lot of these fights, Jordan. Is it going to be undone, though, if MSC can get maybe Skeet back up? You've got Jowman going for that revive. If they can then come in behind UMP with a bit of help from Easy Esports, will this be their undoing? They've got 5 kills. Van is down, though. Is he out for the count? Not just yet. Smoke goes out from Dat Blue. Now they can go for the revive.
Well, Molly down as well. Does actually land on top of Smell. So Hungbo Ditch gets that kill confirmed, and in the meanwhile, Game Home also peg 1 back against Fury onto Waikikamuka. So that fight continues to be one that really, I mean, it's not raging, is it? It's just slowly but surely kind of
peppering,
petering out here and there.
Yeah, losing Waikikamuka, not ideal.
What a molly.
Yeah. But Fury's a team that's capable of still winning with 3, and we've already seen them do it with 2 players alive, for instance. It will be harder, though, on this sort of map where it's a little bit more open. There's less of those bowls and ditches to really play out of. So losing play is not ideal. Now Evil Patrick with the knockdown onto Insight, too. I think Fury are really going to struggle to push further here. Archangel Predator, in fact, just wiped them out. They've gone out in 10th place, Fury. That maybe just leaves the door ajar for more teams to catch up to them. Headshot from Van onto Skeet. Can he get Jowman as well? Unicorn just continue to fight their way through all of these teams around them. 1 HP, quite literally. They can get the revive onto Hungvo Ditch. They will have all 4 players up outside of Easy Esports' compound. They just cannot be stopped right now.
They're insane. They are actually insane. Really, really sharp. UNP, 46 kills. I mean, this is starting to become a little bit dangerous. They're on for their 2nd win, by the way that they're fragging at the moment. They've got 4 players still alive, made in Thailand in an engagement against Cerberus, but Daytrade is also over on this side of the map, so this is going to be absolute madness. Just watch that kill feed light up. It's hard to say which way it's going to go, but Daytrade seems to be getting the better of it. Flash the only one from their side on the ground at this point in time. They've dealt with Cerberus. Made in Thailand is down to Thanawat. Daytrade, I mean, they clear out that western side of the map, but Archangel Predator is lurking and searching. See if they can find some third-party kills.
Yeah, now is the time to pounce. Flash is down, Puchos is down, it's only Venotica. You can clean up a few kills. 2 from a distance, from literally across the other side of the map, is able to get that elimination. Double digits again for Unicorn Phoenix. This has to be some kind of record, Jordan. This is 4 games in a row now they've crossed double digit in kills.
High 8 for Easy Esports. I mean, they're not in a bad spot here either. You know, we sort of touched on them very briefly at the end of the last game. had a fourth, they've had a third. I sort of said they're giving me the Colony from PCS4 vibes, where they get themselves in some pretty good positions. They get possible chances at a win, but they're never able to convert. Here's another one of those. Can they convert against Unicorn Phoenix? That's not going to be an easy task the way Unicorn Phoenix have been playing. This is their fourth game, in the double digits. So they're really having a good night.
I fully expect Unicorn to push in here and clear out easy Esports. I honestly think that's going to be what happens here. They've got the one-man advantage as well. And the way that they're playing, it's really not that impossible. Getting good nade damage into. Clear though with a knockdown onto Hungbo Ditch. That could maybe spell the demise of Unicorn, but nice little angle here from Van. He's going to be able to get that knockdown onto Y8 because Klee pushes out in front of him. He's just got another one. Van is on fire and Fuego and lighting up easy Esports. There goes Chin V quite literally with the Molotov as well to close it out. That blue, that's insane. 13 kills. Revive onto Hungbo Ditch. Where have we seen this story before?
Van is just crazy, isn't it?
This is insane.
He's going to send it in the buggy as well. Cloris is trying to hang on for dear life here for Game Home. He doesn't have his two teammates behind him. A little bit of parkour. We'll get him onto the roof at least. What can Chu do from here? Keep an eye on the ridge above. Archangel Predator not really a threat, but here comes Game Home. He's been spotted. 3007 deleted by Chu. They're just too good at the moment.
14. And taking over, not just this match, but they're taking over APAC right now. This is just not something we expected to happen. I thought for a second Van was going to shoot his teammate. They're just that on song. Shoot anything that moves. We can kind of get a bit of an overview. 4 teams remain. Archangel Predator, Day Trade, Game Home, Unicorn Phoenix, and you've got to say, from this position, well, actually, I was about to say, from that position, Unicorn surely win it. But this circle doesn't help them too much. Pushes away from the compound, creates that open area, and does give a bit of a reprieve for Day Trade and Archangel Predator. Cloris, I'm certain is going to get flushed out here.
Well, how certain are you, Xenox? Because
I'm pretty certain.
I'm starting to question it.
Well, do they know he's there in that particular spot? That's the question here. If they don't know, he could easily get a knock into a flush and then maybe gets traded unless no one else is there, in which case then he can actually play off of that. Still has Disgusting at the compound, so UMP have got to be pretty careful. They need to come out of here with 4 players alive, especially since Phase 7 pushed away from the compound. They need everyone up.
Or especially against a team like Archangel Predator. They're not liable to lose another 4-on-4. But Archangel Predator have done so once tonight. That was against 36C in Game 1 of this evening. They'll feel like this is another really good opportunity for them with the 4 players still alive. Day Trade firing a few shots in the direction of UMP. Are only down to the 3 players, so they're not the biggest of threats at the moment. And UMP's going to have to move, though. I mean, this compound is not actually in the safe zone.
No.
It's not all of it. And when they do, Game Home is sure to strike.
I'm starting to worry that if they're going to... Oh my god, Chu. That was sharp onto Disgusting. I'm still starting to worry, though, about Cloris down below. Does he catch 1 or 2 members of Unicorn Phoenix? Does he find a knock into a flush? Be the thorn in the side to stop them from getting another chicken dinner, from getting back-to-back? No, somehow.
Okay.
Come on, Van, what is that?
I don't know what that is.
He's got 7, they've got 16. I'm losing my mind.
He's just got a bigger brain than everyone else.
Oh,
wow. Well, Unicorn Phoenix, I mean, they've cleared out their compound and now they have a little bit of safe zone to play with. This is where life gets perhaps a little bit difficult for Archangel Predator and Day Trade, because those are the 2 teams that will ultimately fight one another first.
Do Unicorn Phoenix make the push across when this fight does eventuate? Do they try and get to the trees first, especially when, you know, or do they play off the little bit of compound that they've still got? Archangel Predator with this knock onto Norris have a significant advantage. 4 versus 2. Algen Bots gets the headshot onto Venotica, and they should be able to clean up Flash. And if they can keep 4 players up, they're actually in a pretty decent position here. Because UMP, we mentioned it, don't have that compound fully intact. And you can see the tree area that Archangel Predator are playing out of. They can use that to their advantage quite significantly. And depending on their smoke situation too, this is actually going to be a pretty even finish. Unless Flash gets a player or 2 of Archangel Predator.
No, Unicorn Phoenix unbeatable at this point in time, I reckon. They just aren't missing a shot, Xenox.
Well, they're not.
They're not. They're not. But we'll see what happens. Unicorn Phoenix, I mean, do they push out here? Do they try to third party it? Do they try to get a little bit of a sneaky position? So far, so good. Obviously.
Well, they've had Hungvo Ditch has pushed up. Dat Blue's anchoring on the roof. And then Van Achua playing from the building that's still inside of this Phase 8 circle. So their positioning actually right now, I think, is pretty good.
I'll see how much damage Flash can do as well, because he's still a thorn in the side for Archangel Predator. I like this setup for Unicorn Phoenix. I think they've done well.
Well, I guess you can't hit every single shot. Flash ends up just running straight into Evil Patrick. 8 kills for Archangel Predator. They've gone about it quietly this game, Jordan. They had to rotate earlier on. They were around that Everest area. They did pretty well to actually, I think, rotate west side south and then push back up. They got a decent, I think, Phase 4 that shifted onto them. Hungvo Ditch can actually play off this crate. This is beautiful. And he's still got the trade too. The only downside, if he gets knocked, he's not getting back up. Then it's a 4 versus 3, and Archangel Predator have the tree line, so he needs to be careful. That is going to be the win condition, I think, here for Archangel Predator. You get Hungvo Ditch, and you can actually maybe then win the game.
Will they be able to do that? I dare say it's not going to be too easy with the covering fire coming through from Unicorn Phoenix. Hungvo Ditch just happy to sit behind the crate quite comfortably. Dark Blue Van firing squad.
And you can see a bit of a gap as well, pushing up the Hungvo. Oh, what a shot onto Evil Patrick! That's not surely possible. Algenbots, though, found an angle. There's a trade. He gets knocked as well. It's a 1-for-1, so it means a 3 versus 3 now. Hungvo Ditch is gone. That means Chu, Van, Dat Blue all need to push up here onto Archangel Predator, but they got the tree line. CJ, can they hold on? Get a heal. Dat Blue right on the back. Mad Dog's got a decent position, though. He doesn't have to move for a little bit of time. Oh. They got all of the kills. They found the knocks. They found the flushes. From an unfavorable position, Archangel Predator find their first chicken dinner of PCS5 APAC, representing the Philippines in style.
Wow, what a finish. Archangel Predator, they've been hunting for it all day long. Second in game number 1. They were 4th last game. They've been really pushing the issue. They've been trying, they've been close. And finally, they've got that win on the board. It did feel like it was a long time coming for Archangel Predator, one of the strongest competitors here in PCS APAC. And, well, they do jump themselves up quite a few placings with that one. And a bunch of kills to their name as well. It was not an easy task, though, man. UNP just on an absolute tear. They continue to put kill after kill after kill on the board. And I've got to say, Xenox, I really felt like there was a back-to-back coming there, but Archangel Predator proved to be a little bit too good this time.
Yeah, and honestly, for Archangel Predator, it's probably deserved because they had to maneuver their way around that zone a couple of times early on. It was, I think at one point they were the furthest away from the circle. I think it was maybe the Phase 2 or Phase 3 shift when it went southeast. I think it was Phase 3. And they had to make a long rotation. They had to get into a spot amongst a whole bunch of other teams. They were able to, I guess, stay out a lot of the early fights. They did a pretty good job in doing that. Stayed alive, got a couple of kills, got to the late game, and then played it pretty well from there. And in the end, actually picked up quite a few kills with that win as well to boot, which is always nice for Archangel Predator. But for UMP, I mean, is it the story, despite coming second, they're the story of the game again.
They just keep getting better and better.
Three games in a row, second, first, second, 4 games in a row, cracking double-digit kills. They are just storming away with everything but the wins at this point.
Can you imagine we were still on super settings at this point in time?
I can imagine.
They've had no placing worse than 5th. In 4 out of the 5 games we've seen so far this evening, they've had more than 10 kills. In one of them, they've had more than 15 kills. They would just be storming away with points at this at the moment. I mean, it's crazy what UMP have been able to do. I'm surprised almost that they haven't actually managed to get another chicken dinner on the board the way that they're playing. But Yeah, I mean, them's the breaks. They're still well and truly clear, almost double the amount of kills of the next closest behind them, which is actually Archangel Predator. Double Archangel Predator's points, they're at 56, kills, sorry. They're at 56. UNP is at 54 already. So they're doubling.
I think it's double Fury.
Yeah, it's double Fury.
Yeah, who are on 27. That's still ridiculous to even think about. The fact that we've played 5 games and you're already doubling a team's kill portion, especially that of Fury, right? Like that in itself is something that most teams aren't usually able to do. Fury have just gone a little quiet in the last 3 games as well after picking up their win in round 2. But this is just wide open, right? Like this is kind of what we expected a little bit with Miramar not being here. No Divine, no Division X. A lot of these names that we're used to seeing in PCS APAC. 5 different winners. Can we get 6, Jordan, in our final game? That's the question. Or, you know, do Unicorn find the win, which they probably should have had in that last game? That was their best game yet. They had 16 kills. They had the position. How do you lose from that spot?
Who else really feels like, to you, is actually going to get a win tonight? I mean, there's maybe an argument to be made for Sharper Esports, though they've been very inconsistent. They have had a couple of high placings. Easy Esports as well, a 4th and a 3rd, and even in that last one, 5th place. If they didn't get just deleted by Unicorn Phoenix, they might have actually been in a pretty reasonable spot to come away with a win there. So, I mean, maybe Sharper or Easy would be my my call-outs.
Sharper's a good one. Obviously had a rough start in that last game. That was definitely a one-off sort of thing for them. Well, technically a 2-off because their first game was 14th with 1 kill. Then, of course, that last game 16th with 2 kills. So, and then a second with 8 kills, third with 10 kills. So, yeah, they're definitely capable. I think any team really in PCS5 APAC is capable of finding a chicken dinner. Probably the 2 outsiders right now would maybe be Game Home and Syryu. I think they're just struggling a little bit, which is not good news for Game Home. That in itself is a story which I'm sure we'll find maybe a bit of time to talk about because it's going to be maybe, well, I mean, early days, right? But we think back to PCS4 where they finished, what, 15th? For a team with so much talent, it's staggering. That better game, that one. But still, nonetheless, we expect good things from them. Cerberus had a good start, but, you know, without Hisaki, it has been tough for them. I would honestly say if things go right for, you know, teams like Attack All Around, being United, Made in Thailand, Day Trade, Easy, Sharp, but those would be the ones, Jordan, I'd be looking at going into the last game to maybe find a win.
What about Eagle 365? I mean, they finished 5th last season. So
be quiet.
Yeah, they've been really quiet so far tonight. They've got a total of 8 kills. They haven't really placed well. I mean, there was a 5th in that first game, but that's about it. So they've been struggling, but we know that they're quite an explosive team. They can come out with the goods when they're on their day. It's just, I guess it hasn't been their day so far. And, I mean, it's good to see, at least for the Philippines region, that Archangel Predator has been able to fly that flag. I mean, we've got... Well, that's one thing that I wanted to touch on a little bit earlier today. I mean, we haven't really had time to do it, but I feel like the Philippines region in particular is starting to see a little bit more strength in PCS. I remember back in the day, in the early seasons of PCS, there was like 1 team from the Philippines, maybe 2 at best. But now you've got 3 solid teams that we've seen a couple of seasons in a row. Archangel Predator, obviously a big name. Eagle 365 has been here and there, and the Colony's been around the place quite a bit as well. So, I mean, they're starting to really perform quite nicely, the Philippines region, which is fantastic to see. Yeah,
and obviously for Archangel Predator, they sort of put themselves on the map originally at the Charity Showdown, and then they missed, I think, PCS 1, didn't do so well in 2, and then they kind of came back for PCS 4, right? That was their return. They had a really good performance there, and it sort of like maybe felt like that's something that was missing from the Philippines region, was a team like Archangel Predator. And obviously now for PCS 5, it feels like they've returned once again to sort of prove what they're capable of. Second place here on 28 kills, as you can see, 5 games in, and they've been there amongst it, and you kind of expect that from them. I think it was maybe PCS 4 we said that there's expectations on Archangel Predator. They're not an underdog team from an underdog region. They're a team and a region that we consider to be strong and to do well. And that's why they finished 4th overall for PCS 4. And that's why they're doing really well to start PCS 5. This is a team that honestly can go all the way and qualify for PGC. And they're in the box seat to do that as long as they have a pretty decent PCS 5.
Yeah, man, I think they're probably a team that you almost expect to qualify for PGC with the run that they've had in the PCS seasons that they've played. Unicorn Phoenix, though, I mean, these guys are the These guys are the outlier. These guys are the massive surprise. Like, it's not even fair to say they're the dark horse. We've barely seen a couple of them before.
Yeah.
And when we did see Hungbo Ditch and Dat Blue in Phoenix Gaming and Unicorn Cyber respectively, it was nothing like amazing. It was decent, but it wasn't, you know, blowing the house down. It was no Buram, it was no Fury or Daytrade or whatever. They were decent, but yeah, I mean, now they've come in and they're just absolutely farming today. It's crazy. So Unicorn Phoenix, I don't know what they had for breakfast, but they might need to have it tomorrow as well. Keep this up and, you know, they'll win the week, and they'll win it by quite a substantial margin. We are into the final game of this evening. We are heading on to Miramar for the last time tonight. Of course, you know, there is more PCS APAC coming up tomorrow, but as far as the first half of the week is concerned, it has been UNP.
Yeah, and to sort of just, I guess, maybe go back over a bit of their storied history, because it's not that storied, it's actually very fresh. Unicorn Cyber merged with Phoenix Gaming. That was back only in March, and they picked up Van in July. So the original team was Hungbo Ditch, Dat Blue, Chu, and One Grenade, and then One Grenade left the team. They pick up Van, 18-year-old prodigy. That was only in July. And to see what they're doing with, I guess, that little time together is staggering. So that makes you, it does make you question, is this something they're going to be able to continue to achieve throughout PCS5 APAC, or if it's like a one-night wonder? We'll, of course, get our answers as the weeks evolve, and I'm sure that WoW was in relation to the circle.
It certainly was. You're on the money. I mean, it's a pretty crazy circle. It's probably not quite going to go out to those islands on the coast. You'd probably need it to be a little bit more south than this, but yeah, we can expect this one to be quite a difficult circle to play. There's already, I mean, half the circle's unplayable because it's water. So that is going to be a big factor for the teams. And as far as the compounds and positions are concerned, there really isn't a whole lot there. I mean, it's quite barren out on that side of the map. So it's just going to be defilades and hills that you can play with. Go back and look at some of the highlights from that last one. Van, just so clean.
Jeez. Yeah, the reaction time there is impeccable. Especially,
me, it was that peak on the Glories that was just like, whoa.
Yeah, that one was probably the highlight through many highlights, I guess. And they've been so impressive to watch. And is it fair for me to sit back and say, can they repeat this? Can they do it again? You know, tomorrow, next week, the week after? I actually think that's a fair question to ask, simply because we haven't really seen them do this before. Because quite literally, we've never seen them before in PCS APAC. If this was Buram, if this was Fury, or if this was any team that we typically see at the high end, you'd say, yeah, they're more than capable. We don't even need to ask the question. Van, insane. 7 kills, 1,000 damage. I'm pretty certain, and Chu as well, really good game, but I'm pretty certain Van must be like leading the kill margin by like a big deal now after 5 games.
I'm sure we can get that stat at some point this evening, but you reckon you're probably on the money. You can do a little bit of digging and have a bit of a peek at the player stats on some external programs, and looks like you're probably right. He's got 20 on the board. The next closest is Chu and Dat Blue with 13, and then Flood with 12.
You're joking.
No, I'm not. Yeah, so
wow.
he's really been farming up a storm. He's been an absolute star. 37% kill participation for him.
But that's the most insane part, is they've got the best kill proportion percentages out of those top 4.
Belmoth with 54% of his team's
wow.
kills. Evil Patrick going for a bit of a barrel roll down the hill. I do love the kill proportion stat, because it's always like, I think you look at this and you go, man, what's everyone else doing? How can Belmoth get 54% of the kills?
Where's the other guys? What are they doing? Yeah. But what it does do is it highlights, I think, the best teams that we've seen in the past. I think Buram's the best example I can give of this particular statistic, is that it's usually a spread, right? Generally, at least over 3. Maybe you've got like a hard support that maybe doesn't quite contribute in the same way. But usually the best teams have got a nice little spread. And we're seeing that actually with Unicorn Phoenix. And it's one thing I already pointed out, is that all 4 of those players at some point tonight have popped off and had a massive game. It's not just Van. Van obviously has been a big part of that. But as you mentioned, Chu, Dat Blue have both been monstrous in other games. And Hungbo Ditch has been up there as well in certain moments. So it's staggering to think where have these guys sort of come from. Can they keep it up? Averaging 2.6 kills here at the moment, Chu. That's by himself. And a nice, I think, pretty decent little proportion between head and torso here. He's very good with his aim.
Can't be complaining about that one too much at all. Still sort of working our way through the looting phase. I'm surprised we haven't seen any kills so far. Normally by this stage of the game, Miramar in particular, a whole squad has been wiped. But not the case. Asbar was just knocked out of a vehicle by Eagle 365. It looks like he's actually going to be finished off just based on what I can see there on the map. So
yep.
36C will be having to play this one out 3-on-4 from now on.
Did you say out of a vehicle or like someone in a vehicle? Because I don't think he's driving up there.
Yeah, I don't even know. I thought that he might. I guess I just assumed that he was in a vehicle if he was, if he got knocked down this early on in the piece, that he was on a rotate. But yeah, I don't know where I got that from, to be honest.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for 36 Cartel. Obviously, we've spoken about them a little bit tonight. They obviously picked up the win in Game 1. They've had a 4th place finish, 6th place finish, and they've had kills in every single game bar 1, which was round 2. That in itself is really impressive. There's been teams in the past from the Oceanic region, besides Fury, that have come in and maybe haven't been able to have that much of an impact in terms of kills. So it's really good to see these guys amongst it. They've got 19 kills. They've had a good night. They've had a win. They've got to finish in a good position. They would have gained a lot from this. And then they can sort of watch the VOD, go back in tomorrow, and I think that they'll be able to sort of repeat the performances that they had tonight, which is good science for them. Ryu, though, unfortunately, Jordan, there's always a team that's sort of last. There's always a team that's going to struggle a little bit. Our boy Trick and Ryu have just not really been able to get involved at all. Only the 5 kills from the 5 matches that have played out, so averaging 1 kill per match. Would definitely love to see them find a way to get a little bit more involved here at PCS5 APAC.
An eye on Klee, but it'll be Dat Blue that'll be the big problem. The spray, unfortunate really for Dat Blue not to get that, but Fan, it's another shot. I mean, there's a reason why this guy is getting... Where's he even hit that shot from, Xenox?
Where is he?
He's up the hill. He's on the other side of the football field. He's on the moon.
Jeez.
Man doesn't miss.
Well, he missed at the end of the last game, apparently. So there are moments of weaknesses in this Unicorn lineup, but not many. And how does Easy Esports even just get out of this position right now? I mean, they are literally surrounded by Unicorn Phoenix in this Death Valley sort of position. How do you get out? How do you get away from them? They've got you quite literally surrounded.
I'm not really sure, to be honest, because Unicorn Phoenix doesn't have to move. Drone's not going to be a problem for them for the next couple of minutes. Got the high ground. I feel like you're at their mercy unless another team rolls up. Made in Thailand is kind of close by us, so Unicorn Phoenix may need to be a little bit wary of that. Attack all around. Sort of hanging out near La Bendita. Haven't really had much to do so far tonight. It's been a rough one for attack all around. Just 13 kills on the board. Haven't really looked like they were in any position to win a game. Might just be a very similar kind of tournament from them as what we saw in PCS4. Sort of middle of the pack. Challenging for top 8, but that's about as good as it's going to get. At least based on what we've seen so far today. Of course, you know, things can change.
Yeah.
Still 5 more days after today.
I will say, though, and I could be completely off the mark here because I'm just basing this on complete speculation, but it always feels like the teams that start well tend to do well for the majority of the tournament. And that doesn't necessarily mean points or wins or anything, but just general play, right? You can have a good day, but you don't quite get the win. Say a Sharper Esport comes to mind. The way they've been playing, you kind of expect them to have a pretty good tournament. They'll find wins at some point, or at least you would hope so. But the teams that are at the top, you know, Unicorn Phoenix, Archangel Predator, Fury, MSC, Sharper, how do you see other teams being able to sort of leapfrog them, say, tomorrow and then next week, right? So they've already set the tone. Now everyone else is almost playing catch-up. So you don't want to sit back and say, right, we'll be better next week or we'll be better tomorrow. You need to be better at the start. Get onto that good front. Be leading, be in front. And that's what the best teams usually do.
Could be a rough time. Killer doesn't quite land the shots that he was really looking for there, but eventually Y8 does have to pull up, and so Alec will get the shots through. Ramonji's there too.
No islands tonight, Jordan.
No islands tonight. But maybe on the final game of night number 6. We could only hope. Easy are not quite prepared to give up control of the buildings that they've got, or maybe they're just searching for a bit of revenge on the colony. Have to be aware of the player that's up on the hill there above them, and Carbs is even getting into a bit of a stash. This is the guy I'm talking about. Carbs up high on the hill. Forces 36C away, turns his attention back to Easy Esports. I think Easy Esports are in a particularly enjoyable position to fight from.
Oh, Shin V lands a few, actually lands enough to get the knock onto Alec. Carbs is a distance away, not easy shots to hit, and Smell's able to get back inside that building. Amonji up close. Not a fight you probably want to take. And correct me, oh, that's as easy. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. I thought he had him. Mamonji got caught by Shin V looking through the window. Smell able to back up his teammate. But I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan, but are these the two teams you basically compared to each other?
Yeah. Yeah. Easy Esports and Colony. I feel like they're two peas in a pod.
Oh.
Big good nade from Venotica. Good spray from him as well onto Maxon as Belmoth is inside of that smoke. The nades are going a little bit too deep just by virtue of the angle that they're landing on. They're almost landing on a ramp and then getting shot forward.
He's got none left, though. I was going to say maybe an underarm would then let it roll down the hill rather than you throw it and it bounces away like we just saw. That's going to allow, actually, the revive to take place. And Sharp is very not a team that you want to give a second chance. Tinoy throws a nade back, but they've already lost two. It's going to be another game for Sharp Esports, Jordan, where they just lose players early. We saw it last round. Finished last place. And they're going to finish last place again. Not the way to end the night for Sharp Esports. Had a couple of good games, didn't pick up a win, picked up a decent amount of kills, but some low place finishes, 14th, 16th, and 16th for a team that has some pretty high expectations.
Yeah, it's not good signs early on in the piece, but as stated previously, still 5 more days to go, and the chicken dinner format I think also benefits when you have a rough day. Sometimes in the super format, you'd feel like, all right, well, we're so far behind that it's almost impossible for us to catch up. But in the chicken dinner format, right, all it takes is kind of 1 win, maybe 2 wins, back into it. And then it all resets every week as well. So you can even afford to have a bad week. As long as you have 2 decent weeks, you might still be in the top 5 overall. I don't think, you can be too disappointed if things don't go your way on day number 1. There's still a lot more to play for. Suspect does get a knock onto Algin Bots. Interesting to know. It is obviously our defending winner, Archangel Predator.
12 kill win, obviously in the 5th match. They'll be looking to see if they can close out, go for back-to-back. The only team, of course, that can achieve that tonight, as this is our last match of the night. We will be back tomorrow, and the Americas region will be on in I don't know how many hours, but probably quite a few still. Unfortunately for 36 Cartel, are they going to be pushing on to Archangel Predator at a disadvantage, or will it be an advantage? Looks like a revive has just taken place for Archangels. They'll have all 4 players up. Algenbot's got knocked earlier. He gets knocked again. That's from Killer of the Colony. And this could be an opportunity for 36 Cartel to maybe push on. Never mind, they don't even get a chance. Alec and Killer eliminate Mad Dog and Algin Bots from Archangel Predator. They can probably kiss goodbye the opportunity of getting back-to-back chicken dinners.
I'd say so. Well, Patrick, though, will not go down without a fight. Cherry gets caught off and finished as well. Archangel Predator still have some bite left in them. Colony don't seem to want to stick around here too long either. They've gotten out of it what they wanted to. Shin V might be in hot water at this point in time. He's got an absolute armada behind him.
It's like he's getting chased. I don't know if he actually is or if it just so happens to coincide with the path that Cerberus are going. He runs into the pole. That was Fab. It's the second player we've seen run into an object tonight. We had one that drove into a tree and died, and now Fab into the power pole. He's able to survive though. Shin V just does a 180, turns back around and says, see you fellas.
As you would, I suppose.
Where does Unicorn go, Jordan? Where do they find kills next? Hungvo ditched though. He's driving. He's driving not as good as he's shooting, apparently. Oh, Shin V, this is not ideal.
Never mind. I thought they might just go past him and leave him to his own devices, but Chu more than happy to pick up that extra kill for himself on the stats. And I think in the end, Unicorn Phoenix are actually looking to take control of this little dip right underneath Cerberus. Great, having some troubles with the terrain as well by the looks of things. Oh, and Alec!
Oh, Alec!
That is clean.
Take a bow. Sends 36 Cartel packing to end their first day of PCS. And it definitely is a successful one, Jordan, to have found a win in game 1. 19 kills, currently in 5th. You definitely can't be complaining there if you're a Cartel fan.
No, I don't think so. I think they've been pretty happy with this evening. CJ maybe not happy with how the vehicle is performing. Van once again chiming in with another one. He just cannot be stopped at this point in time. Man, it is crazy. Well, circle shift. Might not be a bad one for attack all around. They need a bit of luck, I think, tonight. Go the way of Cerberus as well.
Yeah, we've seen a few teams, I think, get some decent circles at times. Made in Thailand was one of them. MS Chonburi, of course, got a pretty decent feed in there. Chicken dinner win. So it's definitely a common theme. It's PUBG after all. And for attack all around, yeah, it's been a rough night so far, but this is something that I think as a team, when you look at the players on that roster, you've got to be capitalizing from this sort of position. Phase 4, center compound, an open sort of field of Miramar around you. Now you need to play off of that. Find some kills, find a win, end the night on a good note going into tomorrow. Can they achieve that though? It's up to them.
Hey Ryu, team that we haven't really touched on too much this evening, find themselves once again in a pretty awkward spot. They have to go past Game Home, who is most certainly looking in their direction. The bike will be the first to go. See if they can make this cross. There's surely no chance.
Wow.
Surely not. Too many guns looking in that direction. Claw is disgusting, and the ones to pick up the frags. The 2 make it, 2 do not.
Let's go, Trick.
There was always going to be a loss on that one.
Yeah,
that's a question of how many.
It's a rough one for Sarayu. They did find a kill earlier, actually. By the way, quick little code for those that are maybe looking at a second monitor. It's up there on your screens now. As Himas and Subang have been knocked by Glooms, he finds a quick double. And this is where attack all around can do their damage, Jordan. Center of this compound. And as you can see, the open landscape around them and what they can probably see, find a few knocks here or there, put the pressure on the teams around them.
SC need to be aware of the teams coming behind them. Thanos, what? Oof. Probably not happy with how that's worked out. Just thinking, who's driving this Uber? 1 star. Drops a bullet for his troubles as well. Made in Thailand, though, do seem to be making the cross okay. Just cooking a grenade. He's tossed that one out, I think, but it's not going to help him too much. Bit of a death from beyond the grave, rather, perhaps, but Made in Thailand are all okay. All 4 available.
I do worry for the longevity of that position, though. Fury south of them eventually may push towards this position, and by being sort of the first team in the hay bales section, very easy for a team like Fury, especially with those nades. We know how proficient they are with them, to flush out a team like Made in Thailand pretty easily. Just depends on how, I guess, Fury are going to push forward eventually for Phase 5 and how that sort of eventuates. 12 seconds until Phase 5, actually, speaking of it, and we'll see whether or not attack all around can get another hard feed. If it does go out to the east, Day Trade could find themselves in a pretty good spot, especially with 4 players up. They too haven't really had a whole lot of luck tonight, and I don't think that they get much luck from this circle either. Still very much favoring attack all around. Good circle as well for BN United on the more northern side of this circle. It does also mean Fury down to the south will have to probably push towards Made in Thailand, or at least go past them.
Yeah, Fury have been a little quiet in the last couple of games. I wonder if they can finish off with a bang and mark themselves as the #1 team going into day 2. It's not necessarily what happened last time around. I think it was an even split of 6 winners on day 1, if I remember correctly. Chowman with a big spray.
Bit of a whiff.
Yeah, does survive though. Game Home Got a couple of knocks onto MSC. There's one more.
No.
Well, Jiaoman, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much about it anymore.
Does land the tag and knock onto God New, but the damage has been rightfully done. Disgusting got knocked by God, so a little third party here. Not ideal in this fight for Game Home. In fact, so much so that they've actually been eliminated. MS Chomburi find a couple of kills from that, courtesy of Jiaoman, but yeah, the damage was done, and he's also going to get pushed on from that position too. There goes Eagle 365, by the way. You guessed it, Jordan. Unicorn Phoenix are up to 6 kills.
Yep. Continue to put in the good work made in Thailand. Ooh, that was not pretty at all.
To be fair, that's kind of what I expected Fury to do, but Fury didn't push into the hay bales. They actually went a little bit more out to the east, but Cerberus basically do what I said would eventually happen to Made in Thailand.
Well, Cerberus might start to cop some shots of their own. A couple of teams looking in their direction, and they are still outside of the zone. Fury is on their way to the hay bales as well. Ooh, it's a scary cross, but they've made it.
The good thing here, though, is there's probably no teams that's going to push into the hay bales except maybe Cerberus, in which case they can probably see them coming. There goes MS Chomburi, by the way. That's obviously Jiaoman who is going to fall. And Sairayu into the top 7. They've still got one player left alive after losing Trick.
Where does Cerberus go? I mean, do they end up sending it at Fury? Or maybe do they try to head in the direction of attack all around? Mikey Kamukau does get knocked, so that might change the opinions of Cerberus. Looks like they will not take advantage of that. Imas finished off, and Cerberus are going to try to indeed head in the direction of attack all around, who are well prepared to deal with this breach. Glooms. Oh! A second headshot from him. The grenade will go through here, and that should finish Sololzi off. If not, at least get a tickle onto Fap as well. Jayers lands a Molotov right on top of Fap. So that is Cerberus pretty much out of the picture.
Yeah, and I was going to say that they haven't found any kills prior to that. I think they maybe had one, but you can't really expect them to find too many kills from that position. You can get knocks, you can be a nuisance, you can find a few tags, but actually getting confirmed kills is never that easy. That's where you need to find those kills. When a team does push up to your compound, and now in the late game situation for Phase 6 onwards, this is where you would expect attack all around to utilize this position for as long as possible. I would very much doubt they're going to get a Phase 7 and 8 hard feed inside the nade. We come to expect that from Fury. Can they get anything more from it, though? Remains to be seen. They are getting pressure from Norins and Daytrade. So this fight is going to be a little bit peculiar because Insight can still put a bit of pressure onto Puchios and Venotica. Doesn't seem like he has quite the information as to where they are, though.
No, he wouldn't know, really. They're behind a ditch. UNP going to take the opportunity to rotate around the northern side of the map. They're going to have to take the fight here against BN United. Simon T under a lot of pressure, but he's getting bailed out by Youngby. Young Bodic has stayed behind with Van to perhaps try to help him out, while Dat Blue has gone forward with Chu to try and take control of at least anything, really. But
Unicorn's losing some fights here, Jordan. This is the first time we've seen him.
I mean, is it really a fight, though? That's the thing.
Well, technically it is, because they're getting shot at, right? You can't always have things go on your terms, and it feels like for the first time maybe all night, Unicorn Phoenix are just having to deal with some adversity without being able to push through it. They've always actually been able to push through it. This time, no. Their luck has run out. Zest with the kill onto Hungbo Ditch. Dat Blue and Chu still alive, though. Don't count them out. More than capable. But Waika, Kamukau, and Ronan have been taken down. Venotica putting on a show right now for Daytrade. He is usually the star man for this team. They need him the most right now. Insight knocked by Yanku. And Fury suddenly might just succumb here at this position. The nade, it's placed perfectly at the feet of Flood. Venotica has got 7 of 10 for Daytrade Gaming. We're down to 5 teams left.
Well, this is a little bit more like it from Daytrade. It's more so what we expected from the outset. It's taken them a long time to get here, but they're starting to frag nicely. Dat Blue, big spray down, does finish off Seiryu. So there is at least some fight still left in Unicorn Phoenix, but they're certainly not going to be the big talking point in this Final Four. Daytrade, BN United, and attack all around still have 4 players alive. And I'd say we're going to get 6 separate winners today. They trade attack all around and being United winless so far, but surely it has to be one of them.
Yeah, I think it would be a disaster if attack all around can't win from this position. Unless phase 7 like hard shifts onto day trade, then it would switch to them. Which it does not. So attack all around don't have to move. Day trade now have to move. Sometimes PUBG is a game like that, Jordan. I think if it hard shifts onto day trade, I actually think they win. If it's hard shifts onto attack all around, I think they win. And it does mean we continue on with a new winner. We're going to have 6 different winners, which actually coincides with how we sort of contrasted this lobby to be without Miramar, without a couple of top teams, that it should be more open and a little bit more free-flowing. Maybe not so much in the kills, because UMP have literally got all of them, but in terms of the wins, it has now been 6 different winners.
Fantastic to see. Sets the storylines up nicely for tomorrow, which will be the culmination of week number 1 in APAC. Young B has an angle on today trade, but opts not to fire just yet. Maybe he just wants to hold on to his position. Wait and see if there's going to be any more information. Est is kind of keeping an eye on that blue. He would have heard the shots earlier on when Seiryu was finished off. So the United at least aware that there is someone hanging around in that field. Eye of the storm at this point in time. Things have been a bit busy. They slow down a little. And they're going to get busier again.
Yeah, but in terms of who's going to be favored from this, you can see from Gem's point of view that they've got a large portion of this current phase 7 circle in their field of view. And being United and Daytrade haven't really pushed into it yet, Jordan. I have a feeling once they actually have to push over this ditch, they're going to be both lambs to the slaughter. You can see the ditch that they're sort of playing on, this defilade. Once they have to push up and over, attack all around are literally just going to light them both up. Both teams, I think, are going to succumb to this.
He who laughs last laughs loudest.
Jeez, look at that. It's like, come, boys, come on. Come to Papa.
Yeah. Shooting gallery really set up here. Yang
Yeah.
even on the roof to try and just find that extra level of elevation. I mean, is there enough smokes or vehicles for either of these teams to make a cross? In a sense, they almost have to ignore one another and just try to focus on dispatching of glooms. That's the only way that anyone from BN United or Daytrade might actually make that cross, but you just can't. You just can't look at it. Look at this angle.
Yeah, it's impossible. It is absolute. I would be completely shell-shocked if attack all around lose from here.
Well, I mean, they have to push out of the compound just as much as BN United and Daytrade have to push out of their little spots of safety. So if the shots connect, the shots are going to connect.
There is that, and I do agree with that. I still sense that if BN United and Daytrade do converge on each other in any capacity, then it's perfect for attack all around. If they don't, which obviously is now already happening, Puchil just gets spotted and swatted by Simon. And yeah, now they're going to end up fighting each other. Attack all around, push out. They take control of the area. They third party. They pick up a few kills along the way. Or BN United are like, let's just get in the vehicle, drive away, see if we can maybe get to a better spot. But where do you go, Jordan? The tractor?
You just
That's
send
probably
it, yeah.
not going to save you because attack all around haven't had to move yet.
I think you've just got to send it to one of these hay bales or to the tractor or any little semblance of cover. God Ace looks like he's got a nice little defilade to play with, and I feel as though things are starting to shift in the favor of BN United. Look at their positioning in the circle, right? God Ace has a little defilade to play with. I mean, Simon T, Dr. Logi.
It's definitely a little bit more neutral, I guess. I do see where you're going with. And they've got some smokes up. Good position here. Still, I think the elevation definitely going to be favoring attack all around. You can see the slope from this position. And, of course, the fact that they can have that hard anchor still watching from their previous position for the longest amount of time, whereas everyone else has to move. I do fear for maybe attack all around. If Daytrade were to swing in a bit more southern direction, do they then pinch attack all around between them and BN United? That could take place. But this also might just end up being a situation where we go to phase 9 and it ends up just being a sort of free-for-all snake fest towards the center point, which is that, I'm pretty sure, red tractor. Nice shot from Norrens onto Gems as well. Will it all fall apart at the final hurdle for attack all around?
Right, certainly. Rez is going to be secured. That is fair. And Attack All Around are starting to work their way down the hill, getting a bit of control of some hay bales of their own. Smokes are always going to be impactful and important this late in the game, and there's still a fair few left for Attack All Around. I'm not sure how BN United is doing.
No, BN is they look absolutely cooked right now in this position. Yeah, you can see it from this angle even better. They are very much stuck between a rock and a hard place, or between a vehicle and a blue wall. God Ace tries to push out Young B as well, but yeah, now they are that lambs to the slaughter moment, firing range, if you will, that we thought and predicted a little earlier. Attack All Around, push up, and they quite literally are living up to their name right now.
The Day Trade lads do need to take this opportunity and run with it as best they can, while Attack All Around is still a little bit distracted by BN United. What's the chance for Day Trade to maybe make something happen? But now that it's a 4-on-3 and
That's
in fact a 4-on-2, there's probably not a whole lot that Day Trade can really do about it. Flash is in the blue, and Norin's the last one alive.
Well, Attack All Around, they may have had the compound for quite some time. They didn't have it at the end of the game, and they still come away with a winner. Chicken dinner, 11-kill win for Attack All Around, and our 6th different winner to close out day 1 of PCS5 APAC. Jordan, a team with some absolutely talented players, always high expectations for this team to do well, and for them to close out day 1 with an 11-kill win. We'll see them shoot right up the standings, I believe into the top 5, and sets them up nicely for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it? I was hoping to see something from Attack All Around, even last season, to be honest. But being able to do so this time, obviously better late than never. And they're in with a chance of really trying to push the issue, maybe try to take a top placing this season. They've had that extra time to work with as a roster under their belt now, and so there aren't so many excuses for Attack All Around. We sort of set our sights on what they're going to be able to do alongside some of the other big names in the competition, because there are big names in this Attack All Around roster. So yeah, good to see them getting the win on the board. Obviously, it's not all said and done though. It's only day 1, and in a company full of 5 other teams, so it's not going to be quite such an easy task for really anyone at this point in time. Like a couple of seasons ago, or we would have been looking at maybe 1 or 2 horse race, but now it's like 6 horse races. Like who can really say who came out of today best? I mean, obviously Unicorn Phoenix I think was probably the standout for me, and I imagine for you as well. But still, they're only 1 win, right? And so literally any one of those other teams that's got 1 win on the board just needs 1 more win, and then they're back up in the first place. And anyone's game.
And as you said, it's only day 1. It's only day 1 of week 1 as well, right? So it's hard to get too excited. Things can change. I will stand by kind of what I said, though. The best teams usually get out to a good start and are able to hold that pretty much for the entirety, right? Like, it's only a 3-week event, so it's not like it's a marathon. It is kind of a little bit of a sprint in a way. So regardless, UMP, AAP, Fury, MSC, we're looking at a lot of these names that have won. Now you can include Attack All Around. It's the teams that haven't won, Jordan. The ones there that stand out would be probably Day Trade and Sharper, I think, are the 2 there. Maybe even a little bit of BN United, and to a degree, Easy Esports, just in terms of some of the kills, or I guess in terms of the way they performed in previous PCS events. Of course, BN United, the top team from PCS4, Sharper, Day Trade, got some kills. Sharper, more so than anything, some pretty poor placements outside of the games they did well in. For Day Trade, they had a very good finish to the night, and they also kind of struggled for the majority of it. So those are 2 teams I kind of expect to bounce back a little tomorrow. They had, at least for Day Trade's sake, a good ending to the night. Can they take that momentum, go into day 2, maybe find a win or 2, and then finish strongly for week 1?
I mean, for me, it's Cerberus and Eagle 365 that are 2 teams that we should also take note of, having had a pretty rough first day. Cerberus started off well, a couple of 3rd places to start the day, but again, those were off the back of some snaking and just one individual staying alive into the late game. Eagle 365 never really felt like they got it going at all, but at least in the case of 365, their result last season, it asks for better than what they've got right now, which is a 15th place. And obviously Cerberus is quite a storied name in the APAC region, so we hope to see more from them too.
Now, someone that we are going to speak with, though, we love our interviews here on the PCS broadcast for APAC. In the past, it's been a little bit too OCE dominated, so I've gone and tried to get us some fresh Spaces, we are going to have Mad Dog from Erangel Predator coming in for a quick chat, a little bit of an interview off the back of what was a pretty decent night. Hello, Mad Dog. Nice to meet you. Nice to have a chat. Thank you so much for coming on to the broadcast and giving us a bit of your time. I will say congratulations, second place day one. Not too bad. But I just want your thoughts on how you see day one and how it's unfolded.
Oh, I thought that was pretty rough for us. We made mistakes at some of the games, and then we tried to close out some of the games as well, but we couldn't. We had different perspective for each one of us at that game, and then we struggled to close out the game as well. So yeah, we're happy, but we're not satisfied.
I'm sure there's a lot more for you to do, but I actually wanted to sort of take a bit more of a broader look at your region in particular. Obviously, coming through from the Philippines, I wanted to get an understanding of what PUBG was actually like in the Philippines. Is it a game that's kind of building a little bit? Because I feel like we're starting to see better performances from the Philippines region in PCS, and we're starting to see these newer teams coming through and more consistent results kind of here and there. Is it a game that is quite popular in the Philippines, or is there just like this tight-knit community in the esports environment?
Oh, it's a pretty tight community. I mean, there's new teams upcoming, and then there's also teams that have played from the first PCS, and then they're still playing today. So I think it's not that big though, but we're going there, I think.
Now, Mad Dog, this question's not technically related to you guys, but I have to ask, Unicorn Phoenix, they were sort of the talking point. They were the story of today, 61 kills. I just want your thoughts as a competitor playing against them on how you saw their play today.
Oh, I thought they were insane. They had a lot of kills and they were fighting everyone. They actually killed us on two of the games, two matches. So we weren't really we weren't looking at that point as well, but we weren't focusing on them. We were just focusing on the game. Yeah, but they were insane.
You guys were insane as well, and we know what you guys are capable of. I will give you the floor if there's any shout outs you want to give to any fans watching.
Shout out to our sponsors, Predator, our boss, our families who are watching, especially my family at Perth. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. Well, thank you for supporting us.
Shout out to you, Mad Dog, for coming on, having a chat. We really appreciate it, and best of luck tomorrow night.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Absolutely amazing to have a little bit of insight there from Erangel Predator and Mad Dog. Big appreciate to them. And hopefully throughout this PCS event, John, we can get even more of the teams from the APAC region. That's the goal. That's the hope. I want your final thoughts before we end the stream for today, for day one.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how day one has gone. It's always good. It's fantastic, really, to have 6 teams picking up a chicken dinner to start off the competition. It makes you feel like really anyone could win week one, even a team coming back from 0 wins, right? You pick up a couple tomorrow, then you're actually in with a pretty good chance of making it all the way to first place for week number 1. Unicorn Phoenix, what an absolute standout day from them. 61 kills in day one, averaging 10 plus kills a game. It's absolutely crazy. And I almost feel like it's a travesty that they've only actually managed to get 1 chicken dinner on the board. Like the way that they were playing, it sort of felt like they deserved a couple more. But anyway, it's good news for everyone else that they weren't able to do that. If they can come in today and do that and then sort of bring that same form through to tomorrow, then they're going to be the team to beat.
Well, that's going to be day one in the books. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, watching, and hanging around, especially with some of the issues at the beginning of the stream. Of course, that's only day one of 3 weeks of PCS5 APAC. We will be back once again tomorrow for day 2.